Okay, crystal clear on my side. Just do a countdown, please, whenever you are going live. You have an idea where you're gonna work if by any chance you don't get your job back? Al, do you hear me? Al?
The stream is up.
Hello everyone, welcome to the TwoMoons Invitational Championship 2025. This is day 2 of the event. I am Thork from Thork Hot Takes and also the part of Team Enigma. And joining with me is...
Hello, I'm Al. You'll know me from also being a part of Team Enigma, very proud member of Team Enigma. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here with you again, Pierre. I can't think of anybody else I'd rather cast with than a fellow Team Enigma member. And I'm excited to get into day 2 of this fantastic tournament.
Yeah, it's been absolutely great. We had some absolutely great gameplay featuring some of the new cards and the new leaders. I think there's been a healthy mix of new and old things. as it obviously meant that we were able to see how those new leaders and those new cards actually compete with the old one. When everything is new, it can be misleading sometimes, where you don't really know how good they are because they're just playing new stuff against new stuff. In this case, we saw new stuff against the old stuff, and this is again going to be the case with the first match we're going to see today.
Yeah, to me, I like this. It's the perfect combo for me. I love seeing a brand new deck with a new idea and a new archetype against a tried and tested thing to see if it can really fight in the gauntlet. It's the kind of thing you do in testing where, you might test a couple of new decks against each other, but in general, if you want to get a feel for how strong a deck really is, you need to test it against the actual strong decks, and that's what I love to see.
Yeah, so just to give like a little summary to what the tournament is about for people who are joining us who were not with us yesterday. This is an event organized by the TwoMoons gaming store in Zurich, which has an extremely active Star Wars Unlimited scene. Basically, there were multiple events that players could take part in a region that would earn them an invite to this event. And this event gather up some of the best players in Switzerland and even some in Germany. We have notably Jona, the winner of the sector qualifiers Munich. We have a team that you may know from Team Enigma, others really accomplished Swiss player as well. So the level of play has been extremely high, and this has been a small tournament. 16 players were invited to this event, and it's a double elimination format, which is something we really enjoy. You can see here on the screen the bracket, so you can see here the first game we're going to talk about today is Matthias versus Mario, which is going to be the round 3 of the upper bracket. And at the same time, the Edward versus Nico is gonna come up. Whoever is going to lose that match will have to be paired against one of the players who are in loser brackets. So loser brackets are basically on their last legs. Is there players who have already lost at least the best of 3 or 4? They've fallen down to the lower bracket, and for them, any losses means that they're exiting the tournament. On the loser bracket, on both part of the loser bracket, we have Team Grease, T85 Challenge, if you know him from Team Enigma, and we have Jona on the other bracket, the winner of the sector qualifiers Munich. So two really basically the two favorite of the events are basically on the lower bracket. So you do not want to lose your this upper bracket match, because you're going to be paired directly against a very tough opponent if you do. More than ever, of course, it's good to win this one.
Indeed, yeah, and I think it's worth pointing out as well. All 4 players remaining in that upper bracket are all Swiss players, Swiss nationals. Yeah, I think it's been a great tournament for Switzerland so far. Of course, most of the players here were, but like you said, there were plenty of German players as well in the event. And yeah, to see both favourites still clinging on, still fighting through, trying to win. I mean, they've still got many games for them to go. You'll see there in the losers bracket, you have to win so many games, especially if you lose early on, just to make your way through. And Jona there, he won his first round and then lost his second round. And then when he went to the losers bracket, he's had to win 2 more matches just to get to this point, where he's still, 5 away from actually taking down the tournament. So it is a slog, but it's great to have that option, I think, in double elimination, where one bad match doesn't knock you out of the event.
Yeah, if we were in just standard regular direct elimination, you lose a game, that's it for you. While here, there's still hope for you to come back. So yeah, so it's going to be super exciting. And I think we can take a look at the deck list of the 2 players that are playing right now. So we got Mario here running with Han Data Vault, an old deck with a lot of new cards. As you can see here, he's playing a card that we've seen throughout the day yesterday that I think has been maybe surprising some people, because they're not really the Ebon Hawk, which is a card that we've seen quite a bit yesterday. A card that's very aggressive, that can basically become a 5/3, that has synergy with Padme. No synergies with Han, but Han likes it just because it's an additional good card you can play on turn 2 and you can put pilots on. Yeah, so it's a very pilot focused list. Mostly spaceships that can be played on turn 1 using Han and Data Vault, Han's ability, sorry. Then of course a bunch of pilots. We're also seeing the Light Maker, which is a card that we haven't seen in action, but that were featured in multiple lists. A card that can put tremendous amount of pressure, because it has 7 attack. I mean, with the rate 4. We also kept in Typho, which is one of the best Sentinels in the new set, and maybe one of the best Sentinels in the game.
Yeah, just wanted to point as well one other card that you didn't mention there, Jar Jar Binks, which is actually my pick for my favourite card of the entire set. I love Jar Jar. I love that we've got a competitive Jar Jar character. I think it's hilarious. And I mean, that card is so unassuming. I mean, it's at its peak in Sabine, I think for sure. But I think it's really interesting to try it out in hand because it just gives you a way then on your flip turn to protect him. Yes, you can't play a 7-drop if you play the Jar Jar, but it gives you an option then to protect him from some kind of removal that would otherwise defeat him immediately. So I really like the inclusion of Jar Jar. I think it's really interesting. We'll have to see how it plays out. But Ebon Hawk, you mentioned on turn one, putting 5 power in space on turn one is incredibly scary. If your opponent is playing a ground focus deck, that can get on top of them really quickly.
Yeah, you're completely correct here. Jar Jar Binks is in my opinion the best green card of the set, the best mono green card of the set at least.
Yeah.
And I think Jar Jar is at its best in the Bail Organa deck, in my opinion. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any Bail Organa being tried this week. I think it's a very strong deck, but it's might be a deck that might be better down the line later on in the meta, because it's a deck that is mostly good against control, and usually early in the meta we don't see that many control deck, even though in this specific event control has been relatively well represented, notably with the new Chancellor Palpatine, even though it is still a soft control deck, but still. I think we're ready to move on to the next list. Yeah, thank you. So this one is going to be Matthias. Matthias is featuring the new leader Cassian, and a lot of people have been playing Cassian in green, but I think he's better in yellow. And I think Matthias is going to show this to us. I think a lot of people are kind of they want to run him in green because they want to run all those action cheating abilities like Rebel Assault, like the Tandem Assault. They also want to play the other one cost green that allows you to attack with 2 units. They want to run the new Ahsoka that can attack with 2 units at once, because that's the way you can keep initiative. But I don't think you really need to do that personally. And I think yellow offers just a much better package. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Outflank was the card you were thinking of there. The thing is,
Outside, good
I
turn.
think honestly, running Rebel Assault out of aspect here is fine, because at the end of the day, when you do that action cheating with Cassian, usually you're not going to spend all your resources anyway to ensure that you keep initiative. So the fact that it costs 3, I don't think matters as much as it would in other situations. So I don't really mind it out of aspect. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the Cassian, especially if you pair it with ECL, I think Data Vault may have some legs, but when you pair it with ECL, you just get run over by aggro far too quickly. Deploying on 6, having a leader ability that doesn't actually affect the board like a Padme or a Cad Bane would, means that aggro is just too good into you. So I do prefer, I think, Cassian with more HP, with a 30 HP base, and then obviously that gives you access to some really powerful cards as well. I mean, Cunning, Heroism are some of the most powerful cards in the game, although, as you can see here, the deck is primarily aggression. But yeah, I think I'd be really interested to see how Andor does. I do think he's quite slow. I think in a similar way to Bale, he's kind of better against slower decks, just because the leader deploying on 6 is less of an issue. But we'll have to see how it fares here against a firmly mid-range strategy in hand 1 green.
Yeah, so what I found about Cassian is I think Cassian operates really well against whenever he does initiative, obviously, which you often will have against Han, because Han obviously his action requires you to spend an extra action. So usually Han 1 has difficulties maintaining initiative because of the usage of his ability. And the other benefit that Cassian has in this matchup is that mostly Hans try to clear out the ball and try to stabilize the ball by attacking with his own unit, whether it is with ambush card or whether it is just by attacking his unit. So and this is where Cassian's ability becomes really powerful, because Cassian build doesn't do anything against removal, but he does something against other units basically. So I think if Cassian should be good, it has to be in this matchup, I would say, because I think all of his elements kind of come together. There's also it's also going to be interesting to see a card that has been very, very hyped by some well-known figures in the community, like Cinta. I think is a card that was considered by many to be one of the best cards in the set. I could personally think this card is extremely overhyped, but I think she's going to be really, really good in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, this to me must be the peak deck for her, because it's a deck that, obviously your leader deploys on 6, so she's actually playable, which is the first criteria you've got to meet. And then the fact that you get to play a second Rebel, because Cassian is a Rebel, it sets up a Rebel Assault the turn after. And then obviously, importantly, it's action cheating on your flip turn. So it means you're much, much more likely to have initiative going into the following turn and on that turn, which obviously Cassian absolutely needs, being a 6-2 that needs initiative to survive. So Cinta is completely designed for Cassian as a leader. So I think if she's not good here, she isn't good anywhere. But yeah, whether the deck actually stands the test of time, it's hard to say. But it looks like we're ready to go into game.
Yeah, so really, really exciting. Let's get into the fighting and see what happens between those two. A new deck versus a very proven deck. And the proven deck even features a few new cards, so that's going to be a very interesting matchup. We'll see Mario here going turn 1 by using Hand's ability, which means that he's going to lose initiative indeed. And then we're going to see first the most powerful card in the set, and a card that we've seen many copy of so far. It is Karis Nemec.
Yeah, I would. I don't get sick of seeing your Karis Nemec because you're going to be seeing them a lot going forward. As we've mentioned a few times yesterday, I think worth reiterating. I think Karis basically goes in every single deck that is aggression heroism. In some decks, he's better than others, admittedly, but in every deck, he's pretty good. And you know what? When I open up with Karis Nemec, I think in every situation I've ever played him, I've felt pretty good on turn 1. I don't think there's ever a turn 1 play I'd really want instead of him. He's that good. The card is just completely cracked. It's insanely powerful, and it's clearly the best card of the set in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna go as far as saying it's the best 2-drop in the game.
I agree. I actually agree with you there. I think they've printed. It's taken them. It's gone all the way until this set where I think they've printed a better 2-drop than set 1. There's a lot of good 2-drops there, but yeah, I mean Karis Nemec. Yeah, I think he is the best 2-drop in the game. He just does. He has it all.
Very good follow-up here with Fleet Lieutenant, which not only allows Matthias to maintain the aggression, but also maintain the initiative as well. So this is Fleet Lieutenant is just a great card in this deck, as it allows you to apply more pressure, and still it is action cheating.
Yeah, and we're in a good old-fashioned base race here. One player playing all on ground, one player playing in space. Han will obviously deploy a turn before Cassian, so that could potentially give Mario the advantage in the race. But yes, 7 power represented for him, 6 for his opponent, so he's got a bit of a power lead. And obviously Data Vault has 3 extra HP as well. So in this very early stage of this base race, I think he does have a slight advantage.
Yeah, this is definitely not a great situation for Matthias, because I think Matthias doesn't want to be in a base race situation. He wants to make use of his ability, making so the opponent is kind of forced to be the defending player, and then he's in an awkward position where he actually has to defeat his units, and he can't because because of Cassian's ability, because they get hidden. So it's the racing. I don't think Matthias' deck is really designed for racing. This could be an issue, because then the leader ability becomes useless basically.
Yeah, and as you point out there, Han 1 leader ability, I mean, it's basically good in every single matchup, but it's obviously great in a base race because you're playing above curve units every single turn. Whereas obviously, as you pointed out there, Cassian at the moment, his leader ability is doing nothing. His leader deploys on 6. Cassian is, in this situation right here, not performing as a very strong leader. Obviously, that's not to say the leader himself isn't strong, but in this situation, it's not a good position to be in for Cassian. Of course, he does have those action cheating ways to quickly end the game in one action, like Rebel Assault, Heroic Sacrifice potentially as well. So he does have cards his opponent doesn't have access to in that sense.
Yeah. So, we're gonna see. Does he have anything in his deck list that can help him in those kind of racing situations? I'll try to go over it and see if there's anything that can help him here.
Only 2 copies of Surprise Strike in Mario's list, which you're the hand 1 green expert. Is that typical, especially in the Data Vault list?
I would say Surprise Strike has been dropped from hand 1 green's list more and more. I would say so. It's not super surprising because they're now because there's just so much you have to fit in the deck. And the deck is also very tight on cards, so it can't really afford to keep extra card. Oh, I'll keep that card for later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can't really have too many. And you also have Archer Diablasters that kind of perform the same role, and also Han Solo Pilot also perform that role as well. So I don't think the 3 of for Mario is a note to include personally, but
it would be great in this matchup though, for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. In this situation, it would be, yeah. But yeah, Matthias is not playing any copy of Surprise Strike. Can you believe this?
Wow, no Surprise Strike in Cassian Cunning. That is, I'm color me surprised. That is really surprising. You'd think that would be like the dream card for him, where again you can action cheat, you can end the game with the Cassian for like 9 damage. I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, the reason why he's not running it is because he's playing for a cause I believe in, and he wants to maximize the chances of him being able to hit non-heroism cards. Yep. And the only non-heroism card he's running is Cinta, and Hotshot DL Blasters. And there's an argument to be said that those two cards are better than Blasters. I wouldn't be so sure about it though.
I hate to call you a liar, but he's also got 2 copies of Ziton
Oh yeah,
Mudge, which again, a card kind of designed for Cassian, but I think it's kind of underperformed my expectations in the deck. And for me, I would love to see Surprise Strike in there instead of Ziton Mudge. But yeah, we'll see
you're right. Yeah. I missed that one, and you're 100% correct. I would definitely play Surprise Strike over Ziton Marsh personally, but once again, those are like early designs, so don't expect deck lists to be crystal perfect. Even though we've seen a few lists which I think are really, really close to the ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we've seen varying levels of refinement, I think, in this tournament, which is understandable considering it's, the release day, or it was yesterday. So, yeah, again, players have obviously had a week to collect cards. The true release really was last week. But, yeah, I mean, we've seen decks that seem super refined for day one, and then obviously other decks that I think have been a bit sloppier, it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the players are prioritizing getting their showcases because we're seeing, again, a showcase Cassian here. Beautiful card, by the way.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, I absolutely love that showcase. I'm not a huge fan of the non-showcase art on that card, but yeah, the showcase makes it look really nice. Must say, slightly disappointed with Mario here, not having the showcase from Spark of Rebellion. And yeah, no, that is one of the most beautiful showcases as well in all of Star Wars Limited, the Han one.
It's by far the biggest upgrade, at least, because the the goofy art from Lorcana. Thank you very much.
Well, maybe he's just a really big fan of that art, however unlikely that might be. But we see here the game is nearing its conclusion here. Neither leader has deployed yet. We've got 17 damage on the base of Mario, which means he's still got 16 left, which is a lot of base HP. There's only 8 HP left for Matthias as well, though, here. So, he's in a bit of trouble here because Han 1's going to be able to deploy this turn as well. And that's another 7 damage coming in at least.
Yeah. Matthias has basically no interaction. He's going to play a Falcon of his own, but can't really kill anything this turn. I mean, he can kill the Ebon Hawk, but has already attacked, so really, really pointless at this point. It's just, it's just not working out for him. That bracing situation has not worked out at all, and he's going to have to make some adjustment to his deck and to his playstyle for game 2 if he wants to avoid being in the same situation again in the next game.
There is a route to victory here, though, and it all comes off the back of that out-of-aspect Rebel Assault. Because he's got K2SO and Millennium Falcon here, he can potentially deal another 7 damage to Mario's base. That puts him to 24, so he's then 9 away from lethal, which means a Rebel Assault on the K2SO and one of the 2 rebels on the ground, the Fleet Lieutenant or the Nemec, would then be lethal. So this is a big if Mario has no way to interact with Matthias' board, he has no burn himself to end the game this turn. Well, okay, there we go. He traded, so there we go. That lines. He must not have Rebel Assault in hand, but yeah, this means I think he's in a lot of trouble here because he's going to be 1 action away from lethal next turn.
A Cinta is only 6. It's not. Rebel Assault is really the only way in this deck to really dish out like a tremendous amount of damage in one go.
There is 9 also with Heroic Sacrifice, actually, with K2SO, which also would be lethal.
That's the combo from Spark of Rebellion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that would have been lethal if the Falcon had have gone base. So the fact that Matthias had obviously traded there into the Ebon Hawk suggests to me he doesn't have those cards in hand or he's missed the line. But yeah, because he took that trade, I can't really see a way out for him here because he's just going to be a couple of points of damage short. Yeah.
I think that he should have gone to base just to give himself the out of finding that card instead of just. But looks like this Sentinels here on the ground is going to destroy any last ditch hope for Matthias to ever be able to catch up in the damage race. Looks like Mario simply has this much better card to attack. He did have the Heroic Sacrifice.
Oh, he did? Okay, interesting. So, I mean, it turned out it wouldn't have mattered anyway because of the Captain Typho. But yeah, if I had the Heroic Sacrifice in hand, I would be going base there every time with that Falcon and trying to set up the 1-action lethal. Because at the end of the day, if your opponent trades into your K2SO, you're getting an extra 3 damage in anyway, so you're not really scared about that. So your opponent has to have some way to answer K2SO without defeating it, which is very tricky. But yeah, again, here... Mario, unless he has lethal here, is going to put him to 29, which is, there's not really a way out here from here, unfortunately.
Yeah. So something you understand whenever you're playing an aggro deck and you're playing the aggro mirror is like, unless you can make a play that can drastically reduce the aggression of his opponent, you should always offense is often going to be the best way of defense. Try to kill your opponent faster is probably the best way for you to protect yourself. And that was kind of clear example here. In this case, attacking the Ebon Hawk really does not slow down the game at all. It doesn't really have any sort of impact on slowing down the clock on your opponent. However, it did prevent you from getting a win in multiple ways. Turned out that in this game, it didn't matter at all because Mario had the Captain Typho. But it is something to bear in mind whenever you're playing aggro is that you have to do the math, basically.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you were talking during the analysis a couple of turns ago, the first thing I was looking at was, okay, I'm going to quickly do the math here and see if a Rebel Assault gets us there, because obviously playing aggro for such a long time, that's the first thing my mind goes to is you've got to do the math, and if you're not a fan of doing mental arithmetic, then you shouldn't be playing an aggro deck, because like half the battle is doing the mental arithmetic and working out your outs basically from there. But yeah, as you said, it didn't matter in this case, but it is something I think that Matthias needs to to look at in the future potentially.
Yeah, let's take a look at the sideboard for both players. So one card that is going to be very, very important that Matthias does have in his sideboard is 2 copies of Outmaneuver. Outmaneuver is the king of racing. It's being able to exhaust multiple units in the space arena. It can be absolutely backbreaking. It can basically heal you 10, 12 damage, which is really, really powerful. So definitely a card that Matthias is going to be looking to side in his deck. Another card he might want as well is the Sham Sindula. Whenever Hans uses the ability to be able to ramp up and get his leader deployment faster. So that's another great card to have. I think the Disneyland Factors are also going to make it into the deck because there's a lot of pilots in Mario. Even though he hasn't played this game, there's a few pilots, and pilots are really, really good for racing because they make unit dish out a lot of damage in very action efficient. So whenever you are in a mirror of aggro, being action efficient is extremely important. And one of the best way to do this in Han, and one of the primary strategy for Han 1 to actually win against aggro, is to put up those pilot units and dish out tons of damage with very few actions. And Demon Firefighters can shut that down. And so is Bamboozle. So even though this game here for Matthias looked really, really rough, there's 8 cards in the sideboard which I think are going to come in. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the problem he's going to have is how can he fit them all in, especially because at least 6 of them are, non-heroism. So I think that For a Cause I Believe in is going to take a pretty big hit. And this is why, I'm not a massive fan of For a Cause I Believe in this deck, in at least when I'm theory crafting it, because there are so many cards that you want to include that obviously aren't heroism. Yep. Now, Shamsun Dullah, obviously fantastic in this matchup, like you said. I mean, really, he should be able to trigger that a lot of the time, and getting Cassian down on the same turn as Han is, quite important. Ultimately, Cassian could potentially stop Han from having a big flip turn, right? If the game goes slightly slower, it's not just a complete base race, then Cassian is great against Han 1 because he, like you said, he's going to maintain initiative most of the game, and he can just take that free trade on Han 1 there as well. But yeah, I mean, honestly, even Spark Rebellion could come in. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not for this matchup, but discarding cards out of an opponent's hand when they're running so low, and obviously that's, Han 1's sort of Achilles heel is that he runs out of cards in hand. So I could see any of these 10 cards coming in here, but the question is, what does he take out? Just looking at the sideboard as well of Mario, is there anything
taking out For a Cause?
I think you do.
For a Cause is just not a good card in aggro mirror. Like it's it's a card that's all about dishing damage when the game is stabilized, but in aggro mirror the game is never stabilized. So For a Cause is basically useless. So I would definitely remove that.
Is there anything on the side of Mario there that you would want to include from the sideboard? I think the sideboard a lot less effective for him in this matchup, but there may be a couple of cards worth noting.
I think Out of Aspect Cunning is going to be great. It's a great racing. Even out of Aspect, this is a great racing card. So I would definitely want to have this. Bamboozle, possibly. Not as good as against him, but still a card that can help you race. It depends on what card you can take out.
And what do you think?
I also think that the Light Makers are going to. Sorry.
Yeah, Light Maker, I completely agree. Do you think you would ever take out some of these 7-drops because the game's going so quick, or do you still think you need enough 7-drops for Han 1?
I think Han Solos and Karen Becks are bad because Han Solo doesn't work, might not work with Cassian's ability. Cannot stop Cassian himself because Cassian, unless you have initiative, which you most likely won't. So Han Solo seems very situational. Karen Beck is really bad. It's a value game. It's definitely not a value matchup, so you can just take it out immediately. And Fiznet, I think, is really good. So yeah, maybe Falcon Smuggle is not great. So, but looks like we're ready to get into next game.
Yeah, and once again, here we go again. Karis Nemec. Again, you're going to see a lot more of this guy. He's once again started the game, and again, I don't think there's any better 2-drop you want to start with, really. And we'll have to see, does Mario start with his best turn 1 player, which is Falcon? No, this time he's got a Stolen Hauler, which I think is substantially worse in the situation. You are dealing less damage.
Yeah, you are dealing less damage, but you don't have to pay. You don't have to worry about the tax. Granted, you don't have to pay the tax on turn 2, but you will have to pay it on turn 3, turn 4. That can be a massive annoyance. Notably, if you want to go for a double ramp into 7 as and basically if you have a Falcon in play, you can't do that. So there's some downside of implying Falcon turn 1, even though it is a pretty good play. So I actually don't hate the 8 healer here.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, with enough setup, you could potentially do it right because you could, you could use the hand 1 ability the turn before, and then that way you could potentially get the 7-drop as well. But it's tricky; it's hard to manage. And we see the same players last game as well. The Fleet Lieutenant coming out there dealing the 5, the perfect turn 2 play for Cassian as well because it allows you to maintain that initiative. And then we see the Pilot Falcon, which we haven't seen yet today from Jump to Light Speed.
Yeah, this card is going to be great if you can put a pilot on it. It's just a monster that can, as I was saying earlier, can dish out tons of damage very, very efficiently in terms of actions, which is very important in that kind of matchup where it's all about being able to dish out damage, but fast, not only fast in terms of turn, but fast in terms of action as well, because those kind of racing situation would really be about, sometimes it's just about you just one action behind.
Yeah, absolutely. A game can certainly come to that. And, even that last game, really, I mean, we weren't that far away from that being the situation, even though it seemed really one-sided.
Yeah, I was not expecting this matchup to be so racy. I guess it makes sense whenever you see in decklist, but Matthias does have a few space units, but he just hasn't drawn them. So it creates those very, very uninteractive game, I would say.
Yeah, and it's not Star Wars Limited at its best. If every matchup was like this, then I think the game, would feel significantly worse. But thankfully, we've got a variety of different decks that do tons of different things. So I think having some situations where you have a full base race is absolutely fine. I personally prefer games where there's a bit more trading involved. But you know what? These games are really interesting too because, like I said, you have to calculate, you have to do the maths, you have to make sure that you get it all done there. And we see here Shamsandullah not triggering with the ability there, though.
Yeah, the big deal here to not have the trigger. Shamsandullah can be a little bit awkward this matchup. In order to benefit from the ramp, you often have to play it out of the curve. So it can be quite awkward to use because typically on turn 3, Han would not have used this ability. I think Shamsandullah versus is really a counter to Han if you're playing Han 2 because Han 2 can actually play it 1 turn earlier and have a bit more flexibility on being able to catch your opponent. But in this case, it's a lot more difficult to use. And you will see Waylay. Wow, Waylay the carries over Wailing the Sham. A very interesting choice here.
Yeah, I guess he's just, he's intending to use his hand 1 ability next turn, obviously, to ramp into his leader, and then he doesn't want the Sham to be replayed and then Cassian to come out. But honestly, I think that's fine. I think you're okay if your opponent's spending the resources doing that. Spending all 5 resources on Sham, but yeah, maybe not. I don't know. It's a tough one. A tough call. Obviously, the Karis, he's not going to get defeated in all likelihood. So his when defeated ability not super relevant, which means that Shamsandullah is just representing more power here.
Yeah, Matthias is delighted by this. Your opponent basically spent 4 resources to basically bounce a 2-drop that already attacked. This is Christmas Day for Matthias.
Yeah,
Christmas came early for Matthias.
Yeah, absolutely. And, at the end of the day, I think Shamsandullah for 5 resources to ramp into Cassian is probably quite good, honestly. I think that's still a fine card. So maybe that is what he was thinking. But, like I said, regardless of what he bounced there, spending 4 resources for Waylay, not where you want to be. Still with him initiative. He's never not had initiative in this game except for the very first turn.
Maneuver.
There it is. Basically, 3-cost heal 6 in this situation. Even more potentially if your opponent had a pilot.
Yeah, heal 7 actually.
7, sorry. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Heal 7, and then that could have been way more because of the pilots that could have come out. Yeah. So an absolute great play. It's not like the best maneuver we've ever seen, but I think it's good enough there. Especially if he has, we know he has a 2-drop to go alongside it with the Karis. The only issue with that play though is that he will lose the initiative by doing that most likely. But honestly, I don't really think it matters because As we said, Cassian's ability just doesn't matter this game.
I mean, Han's going to have to spend at least 3 actions, which means he can attack with Sham, attack with Fleet, and then play the Karis. And I think he might still maintain initiative here, because Han is just forced into using actions. Unlike a lot of leaders where you can just you don't have to, even if they are action intensive. Han has to be right. If you want to play your 7-drop here, you're going to have to lose initiative, I think.
Very interesting. A blaster on Shamsindula. That means Shamsindula can potentially suicide into Han. When Han's deploys, you can actually intercept him and prevent him from ramping him to 7. Whether preventing your opponent from getting to 7 is important or not really comes down to what Mario has in hand. So we're going to be interesting to see if Matthias decides to use his Sham to intercept Han or to go to base.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? This is always the dance that you have. I think if your opponent, because the thing is, Shamsun doesn't survive the attack, so it's not like it's a value trade, which would be great. Sham is going to get defeated if he does end up going into hand. So I think just threatening this though stops obviously the 7 cost card coming out. Captain Typho here, he comes down again. Here he's a bit more expensive than last game. Potentially this might be 6 cost Typho if Mario doesn't have something else to play.
Yeah, but I think he just comes here to protect Han's deployment, so Han can go and ramp up to 3, so he can play 3 drops alongside it.
Yeah, that's if he has a 3-drop. But yeah, if he does have a 3-drop, then this turn ends up being pretty good for Mario. I think for here, Mateus, he's going to have to just attack into this Typho, right? There's no other way around this.
Yeah, you'll face disturb me though, because if there's one deck that has a lot of 3-drop, it has to be Han, so he's most likely going to have it.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't disclose there, worth pointing out, so he didn't heal for 1. So I'm guessing that means he doesn't have a command card in hand.
Yep. This heal 1 could definitely be a big deal, so interesting that he probably didn't have the card here. This is another great thing about Captain Typho. If being a 4/5 Sentinels by itself was already not enough, he also has an ability that is surprisingly relevant.
Indeed, yeah. And we didn't see any Jar Jar Binks there. That could have been a turn where Jar Jar Binks was weaved in, obviously from when the hand flipped. But yeah, like you said, that would have been another way to spend these resources and make some use of it. But as I suspect we're going to see a 3. Oh no 3-drop. Oh, surprise strike to base for 7.
Yep. Surprise to 7, yeah, that makes sense. I don't think he wants to play the control game. He's more than happy just racing. So I think he's very happy to go to face. And the prime right now is that Matthias has no ball. This Typho was just, even though it was played a bit out of curve, this Typho was just spectacular because he was trading with a unit at 7 attack and it was 2 cards in 1. So right now, Mario is incredibly far ahead. It has basically all the just a huge board advantage on top of having an HP advantage, which is honestly everything you can ask for. Matthias has not deployed his leader yet, and he does have initiative, which means that his leader is basically unkillable. But I don't think it's going to be enough. What do you think?
Well, yeah, so obviously we're on 19 base HP here, so for Mateus, so he's close to losing the game. But like we said at the start of the game here, Cassian with a Cinta here could in one action defeat this Han, preventing Mario from playing another 7-drop once again. And then from there, there might be some way to get through with a kind of cheeky Rebel Assault or something like that. Rebel Assault will be 13 damage potentially with Cinta and Cassian. So I think there are potential routes to victory, but again, depending on what Mario's got, if Mario's got anything to entrap with this board or deal more damage, then I think Mateus is in a lot of trouble here. Kind of crazy. Coming into this, we assumed Cassian, this has got to be one of the matchups he's really favoured in, but he's not performing super well here. And the card that's the standout for me, both games now, what a great advert for Captain Typho. Both games, in game 1, he basically won the game. If Matthias had have taken, I would argue the correct route, then Typho would have shut that down and won the game. And then in this game here, once again, just incredible performance from that card.
Oh, this is true. Captain Typho is maybe one of the best Sentinels in the game. Like, he's just a really, really powerful card. Another outmaneuver though. That's a good start. That's preventing 7 damage again. Once again, those are not the best outmaneuver in the world, and they're not enough to flip the game around. But they do a good job at delaying the game and allow. And here's you see Hotshot Blasters coming out for 6. So he's going to be on 24, right?
Yeah,
that means
24 damage.
He can take initiative and just win with Han Solo if this one doesn't get dealt with. He will be though, because Cassian can simply just trade into him.
He can, but I mean, again, this now, because of the action cheating and the outmaneuver preventing actions from happening, it actually means that, as you sort of alluded to earlier, Mario might end up having initiative here, and then Cassian will be defeated at the end of the turn because he's going to have to slam into this hand. And I think, honestly, the outmaneuver there, it's a bit of a counter synergy with the deck slightly because it's sort of, cheating your opponent's actions in that way. But also, honestly, I think they've been kind of poor because, yes, you've been healing, you've healed 14 from those, but it's just kind of kicking the can down the road at the end of the day. You just yes, you're delaying the game, but you're not getting closer to victory yourself.
Yeah, I mean, outmaneuver is good whenever you have some amount of pressure going yourself, which he does. But the pressure that he has is not immense, and he's playing in control mode as he's doing. He has to play in control mode, as he's doing right now. So and obviously he's not also exhausting many units. Whenever you're playing hard maneuver, you're hoping to tap down at least 3 units, and it hasn't been the case so far. So those were not the best outmaneuver. Even though I still believe the card is great in this specific situation, but I just think that. So basically, I think the real issue we're talking about here is like when we were talking about the matchup before, we were not expecting the matchup to go so much into a race, because Mario does play a few ground units and Matthias does play a few space units. But it turns out that Mario just played every single space unit of his deck, and Matthias did not play any space unit of his deck. So we ended up in those weird racing situations, which are very, very, very bad for Matthias, and Mario just take the win easily here, 2-0, very one-sided.
Yeah, it was indeed. And, again, I think that first game, slightly less one-sided because there was, potential outs to victory. That game, there was just no way, really. We were talking about, if he has this, and this, then maybe he can get there, But that turn, especially, I think when he had to outmaneuver the space just to not lose, and then, he wasn't deploying Cassian with a Cinter or putting any pressure on that way, it just didn't work out for him. And maybe this isn't typically how the matchup goes. If Matthias had have drawn some more space units, if Mario had have drawn fewer space units, maybe we would have been in a different situation, as you pointed out. But, both games there playing out very, very similarly, and I think showing that, this old dog of Spark Rebellion Hand 1 that's been so good for so long is still a really powerful leader and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. The thing is with Cassian, right, is like I've been talking about this. I think Cassian is by far been my least favorite leader in terms of design in the entire set, and I was hoping that he was not competitive, and I'm kind of glad he's not.
Yeah.
I don't think the problem I have with Cassian is that there's just too many matchup in which his ability doesn't matter. There's matchup like if you're playing against Control, Control will defeat your units without attacking them, so the ability doesn't matter. If you're playing against another aggro deck that races you, like we saw here today, his ability just literally doesn't matter. So there's just too many situations in matchup in which the ability doesn't matter, and that's to me is a huge weakness. On top, of course, of being a 6 deploy leader, so there's just too much problem with this card. I've personally played against it a lot, especially the green version.
Mm-hmm.
I played against it a lot, and I lose against it very, very rarely.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I mean, like you said, when you're playing an aggro deck, deploying 1 or 2 turns earlier than Cassian just puts too much pressure on it. And then when you're playing a control deck, not only does the leader ability not do very much because you're using removal, or do anything really, but also the leader flip. It seems a lot stronger than it is, to be honest, because control decks, the one thing they do really well is they maintain initiative a lot of the time because they're passing, they're using 1 removal, 1 action per turn a lot of the time. So it's easy for the control player just to claim the initiative, take the 6 damage from Cassian, and then blast him or, whatever you need to do to defeat him. So yeah, I find that neither side of him is great into control. Because he deploys on 6, he's not super good into aggro. So again, mid-range is where you would think he would shine, but we saw here that, certain mid-range decks, especially if you've got more HP, you've got a leader ability that's clearly more powerful in hand 1, you can still win the race even in a mid-range matchup.
Yeah, the great strength of hand 1 since Jump to Lightspeed has been that the deck has been able to morph from a mid-range deck to an aggro deck. It can play the mid-range game by going resupply turn 2 and then Ewing reinforcement turn 3, and that's like the way it kind of like ramps into madness and plays some very large units. But it could play the aggro game simply by playing space units and space ballot on it. And here Mario took the right gameplay. I think it was correct for him to go the aggro route. He knew exactly what he needed to do to win this matchup. Just play aggro and just race them. And I think that was the right strategy against Cassian. So before we jump into our the next round, and maybe we have a little bit of a break, I just wanted to talk about a little bit about the Unity League, which is basically the way you'll be able to qualify for the TwoMoons Championship 2026, which is going to be the next edition of this tournament. And basically the way that works is like, if you have a shop that organizes an event, any event for Star Wars Unlimited, whether it's a Showdown, whether it's a PQ, if this store is registered for the Unity League and has registered its tournament to the Unity League, winning this tournament will earn you points towards the Unity League and towards the TwoMoons Championship 2026 and allow you to participate in that event later on. So this is a really, really great opportunity, because on the player side of things, you really don't need to do anything. Just go to the events that you would normally go to and earn points towards the Unity League. I think is really a great opportunity. And if you're a shop, and you're interested in taking part of the Unity League, please contact go on the Unity League website and participate, and you can organize events as an organizer for this league. So just for basic information, local tournaments or any like small can earn a 1 point modifier. If it's a district events, it's 2 points, and then if it's a qualifier, so if it's a PQ, it's 3 times the points. So that's basically how it works. So I think it's a great opportunity, because it's going to make your event, if you are an event organizer or a shop, it's going to make your tournaments more attractive at no cost at all on your side and at no hassle. Like it's all internalized part. It's going to be part of Melee. There's literally nothing you have to do on your side. Just sign up for it, sign up your event to it, and that's it. You have nothing else to do, and it's going to make your event instantly more attractive.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a great sell! Congratulations, Pierre. You did a fantastic job of selling that. I think honestly, something I would love to see more of in Star Wars Unlimited, and credit to TwoMoons for doing this, is just third-party leagues and things like that. Because at the end of the day, like, local play is the lifeblood of any card game. But then you need big competitive events, you need these marquee events, like Galactic Championship and all that kind of thing. But I think something that a lot of organizers miss is that you need the community support with lots of these types of tournaments. The prizing's there. You mentioned in your fantastic video you did on YouTube leading up to this event on Thork's Hot Takes that the prizing for this event is brilliant. You explain the situation with the event and everything, and I think that anybody who can potentially get down to this event or similar events, and especially for free, where you're encouraging your store to sign up for no cost to the store or to you, it's a no-brainer. Of course you should do it. Making your tournaments more appealing means more people will turn up. It means there's more support for the game. The game's going to be healthier and last longer. So I love that we're seeing these organizers do things like this, and I would love to see it more.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as we are heading towards rotation, there's going to be now multiple formats we can play Star Wars Limited here. Already, last year we only had Premiere. This year we have Premiere and Limited, and next year after rotation we're going to have Premiere, Limited, and Eternal. And I think those are it's a good way. It's healthy for the game that there are initiative outside of just Fantasy Flight Game themselves that is willing to organize tournaments. So then we can actually support the events we want to, because sometimes a company like FFG will push forward certain type of format that is beneficial to them, but what is beneficial to them is not always what the community perceives as the most beneficial for the community, and having other ways to support other formats like this can be great. Like, let's say if in your local community you like Eternal, but FFG is only organizing Premiere events, well, I think that option here, we can organize our own stuff and play some more Eternal tournament. That can be great. So I think that option to have in the future is absolutely great. Something I did not mention in my video because it was not communicated to me is that there's also going to be a live counter and a custom TwoMoons 2025 first place deck box to be offered alongside as a prize for this event. It's going to be a game-changing deck box, the exact same that you have with when you can put your leaders in a transparent slider on the side of the deck, and it's going to have a special TwoMoons Championship 2025 printing on it. It looks absolutely fantastic. I wish I could show it to you now, but it's going to be another prize that is going on top of the other prizes for the event. Just a reminder for people who haven't been following, a prize for the event is multiple, so it's basically booster box of the Jump to Light Speed collector booster, and depending on how you place in the event, you get various amount, and the winner also is gonna get a showcase version of the Vader, Vader, the first one, from Spark of Rebellion.
I mean, like you said, fantastic pricing there. That Vader, that showcase Vader, I mean, surely that's the most valuable showcase in the game, right? At this point, worth a ton. Even just for your collection, it's an awesome art. It's great to have a showcase from one of the very first leaders we ever saw. Obviously, it was the starter deck leader from Spark of Rebellion. So yeah, I mean, what a great prize. And Game Genic, people will have their own opinions and takes on which sleeve brand they might want to use or whatever. There's lots of different things there, but. At the end of the day, Game Genic, their deck pods for me are the complete best in the business. I've never ever come across a deck box or a deck pod personally that I like more than them. I think they feel amazing. They feel premium. They're reasonably priced. Obviously they're specifically designed for Star Wars Unlimited with the way you've got the base slot inside the deck pod and then the leader slot. I think they're amazing. I don't use any other deck pod ever, and ever since they were released and I discovered them, I don't think I'll ever change either. I think they're amazing.
Yeah, I got all 6 aspects of the single deck box,
Nice.
the regular ones. Most of them I won in tournament, and then I was like, oh, I have like 4 of them now, so might as well try to get the 6 of them. So I bought the 2 remaining ones, and I have all 6 colors, all 6 aspects of the deck box, games in the box. They look absolutely great, and I'll use them for other games as well.
Yeah. Same. I've been using them for other games as well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason to use anything else. Like I said, sleeves are a lot closer. There's lots of different brands that have good sleeves, so I can see arguments lots of different ways. But deck pods, I mean, the other brands need to catch up because they're really nice. I think with that though, we are going to go to a short break here. You will just, I think, see on screen at the moment just the same screen you're looking at now. But we'll go to a quick break, and then when we're ready, we'll be back hopefully shortly with probably a match in the losers bracket. I would have thought.
Okay, see you soon, everybody. Hi everyone, welcome back to the TwoMoons Invitational, where we are seeing here in front of you. This is me, Thork, as gonna be your caster for today, and I'm joined by, you can call me Hal. Hi man, how's it going?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, we had a cool match there. We got to see Cassian for the first time. Cassian and/or Climb, not performing, maybe at his peak, but it was interesting to see Cassian Cunning coming out in this tournament. Obviously, Mateus has done pretty well to get this far in the tournament. He was in the winners bracket up to the round three, sorry. And our next game is going to include him once again against a favourite that we've seen many times so far, and hopefully continue to see, and that is Tim from Team Enigma.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. It was good to see. So Cassian, even though Han1 is more of a kind of a mid-range deck, the way he has behaved in this particular match that we saw, it was pretty much a mirror of aggro. This time around, Matthias is going to be confronting to a control deck. A Ram control deck that the Yoda Ram deck updated with the card from set 6. So the deck has not performed really well in the aggro mirrors. You can see where Cassian's ability were pretty much useless. In this case, he's going to be playing against a control deck, so we're going to see how his ability performs in that context.
Yeah, and I think it should be more useful here, even though Tim's deck obviously does have hard removal. Mostly he's going to be using unit combat to defeat Mateus's units. So I suspect the ability will actually come up in the situation because, as you said, it didn't come up a single time in that previous match. But there are a lot of Sentinels. There's a lot of Restore. So there's a lot of ways here for Tim to stabilize this game.
Yeah. I think the other Achilles heel of the Cassian deck, so we saw obviously racing. Cassian doesn't like that because there's no interaction, his ability basically useless. He doesn't like hard removal because hard removal basically ignore the hidden abilities, so once again make Cassian's ability irrelevant. But there's a third counter, and this is where the list of counter really start to become really, really long. And the third counter is Sentinels. Sentinels are really, really strong against Cassian because, once again, they make his ability irrelevant.
Yeah, and I think what we'll need to see, I think, if Mateus is going to try and go on to win this match, is he's probably going to need to try and make more use of the space arena. Now, obviously, if he doesn't draw the space units, he can't do that, but he does run, I think it's like 11 space units in his deck, so there are plenty in the main deck. So if he can draw a few of those, that does tend to be a way that he can to try and combat Yoda. But here we see the two best cards of the set immediately on turn one.
Yeah, Mina Bonteri versus... this is a matchup that favors that basically you can kind of trade evenly. Mina can just go after the 3-2, and then the basically the spike tokens can just finish off the Mina afterwards. So it's kind of crazy that Karis, which is supposed to be a 3-2, supposed to be countered by 2-4s, actually does okay even against what is supposed to be our counter. And I think one of the reasons that makes this card so good.
Yeah, well, in this situation, though, just about to say in this situation, though, like, because of that ability, it means that Mina can't trade into it. So it's another one of those leaders that has a little bit of extra synergy with Karis. And this is the perfect answer to Village Protectors. As soon as Village Protectors was released, Fights for Freedom got a huge boost because, it is the perfect card to try and answer that because it can obviously get through the shield.
Yeah, well played though from Tim to go after the fighter for freedom. So then, if the fighter wants to go after the Sentinels, it will have to die as a result, and he still healed one. Mina Bonteri is really pulling her weight at this page, and here you trade. Yeah, still a good trade though for Matthias as he's getting rid of the shielded units, but overall I think that Tim is stabilizing this early game just fine.
Yeah, I mean, Tim's got to be happy with this here. I think, and again, it came down to that Mina Bonteri, really. A lot of reveals going on here, so there we go. We've got the spy token come out, and then Mina Bonteri also disclosing there to draw a card, so both players being able to trigger that. I do think a spy on board is more valuable than a card in hand in most situations, but obviously both are fantastic. And Itinerant Warrior here, no force, so it's not going to heal, but just a 4/4 shielded, pretty good.
Yeah, no, very well done here. This is a pretty big full 5. I think the only problem for Tim right now is like he hasn't been able to really ramp, which is very, very important to his deck, but he can ramp up to the last moment and still having some great value from it. I'm mostly thinking about using Resupply Carrier, which we've seen so many times being played in order to speed up the speed of the deployment of his leader, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good worth pointing out that if you ramp in the early game, while it tends to be better, it does mean that you're not fighting for the board. And he's done a great job here with that blue leader again, being the perfect answer to Zeton Moj as a way to obviously stop this aggression completely. And yes, we've got Lightmaker in the space arena, but at the moment here, the ground is completely, in favor of Tim. He's not going to lose the ground from here on out, I think.
Yeah, but if no answer to Lightmaker could be a massive issue here because this car is really putting tons and tons, dish out tons of damage, and even if Tim managed to deal with it, which he's probably going to want to do, he's still going to have to tap his entire board.
Yeah, indeed. There aren't that many answers to Lightmaker. Obviously, Tim does have 3 copies of Vanquish and 2 of Rival's Fall, but outside of that, there isn't a necessarily huge clean answer. And obviously, 5 is enough. And then if he does play the resupply carrier as well, that can eventually deal with the Lightmaker also. So there are enough answers in the deck. It's just whether he has one. And again, like we've seen kind of in previous times with things like Lurking TIE Phantom, oftentimes as an aggro deck, you will start in the ground arena, put pressure on, and then have to switch arenas to space and try and sneak the win through there. But there's only 3 damage on Tim's base. So yeah, there's a lot more to go, yeah.
Yeah, the Lightmaker being able to get himself a swing is a really big deal, and most likely, the resupply carriers comes out. I mean, he's going to be able to clear the Lightmaker this turn. That's a huge play here from Tim.
Yeah, it is. He does have it, and it's exactly what he needed.
Yeah, he needs to have one unit being defeated, so he can actually use Yoda's ability, because it is a 5-cost unit, so he can't just blindly deploy Yoda and hope to kill the Lightmaker. He's gonna have to use Yoda's ability, so he needs to find a way for unit to leave the battlefield this turn, which I think the only way to do that right now is just to sacrifice the blue leader into Cassian, which is not ideal. And that's why I think Tim is actually thinking about this. He's like, that's why he's reading NCL. Like, because the problem is, like, if he deals 5 damage to, I mean, the good news is, like, if he deals damage to Cassian, the damage does not go away. So you can literally just suicide into it, and then at some point take initiative and kill him. It looks like he's not going to do that.
No, interesting. So, I mean, there's no other way he's going to have to be able to trigger the ability now, right? It's impossible. Yeah. So he's just going to blind flip Yoda, I think. No.
He's taking initiative. Okay. Interesting play. Like, okay, this is a very, very interesting play. Though he's delaying his Yoda's deployment, making the resupply carry not as good of a play. He does have a Yoda unit in hand, though.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to slam the Yoda unit down. He's got the Force, so he can do that. And like you said, it means that Cassian has got no way to protect himself now. Cassian will be defeated. You can't. He's certainly not going to immediately claim the initiative next turn, even if you could. So yeah, I think an interesting play. I think he might have found a pretty good line here, though. Honestly, just as a way to make sure this Cassian does not keep surviving, because he needs to deal with it, eventually.
Yeah, like I was thinking of maybe just prioritizing killing the Lightmaker and then basically dish the damage to Cassian, and at some point just taking shift to kill him. Could have been a play, but looks like he's going to decide to go for something a lot more spectacular, even though it has required him to take a really, really bad turn. This is definitely a much more even situation. 16 damage being dealt to base. That's more than half of his HP. Remember, he's only running a 28 HP base, but he's going to be able to heal with Yoda and kill something right away. I think that's going to be the Lightmaker, but then all of his units will have to be exhausted as a result, so it's just a very tricky situation for him.
Yeah, it is. And it's nice to see Cassian, actually, his ability kind of coming up here, because we haven't seen it yet so far. And, the fact that it forced Tim into claiming initiative, I think, is a strong ability. And I think Cassian has shown that, in this situation, he's been pretty good. He made Tim have a pretty horrendous turn last turn, as you said. So I think he is showing his worth in this situation.
Absolutely, yeah. Prioritizing killing the Cassians, that means he's going to get another 7 damage coming from the Lightmaker. That is not good. But after this, Yoda will come into play, kill the 4/5, and then he's going to deploy the other Yoda and remove the Lightmaker. So he's going to be able to clean house, and he's going to be able to heal 5. So he's gonna go up to 16 plus. Heroic Sacrifice as well.
That's to exhaust the board.
Damn.
That puts.
I don't think that's going to be enough, though.
Yeah, it puts him to 27. So now.
On short, wow! What a
now
play.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. Yeah, he defeats the Zeton, doesn't he? Yeah, with the Yoda, heals the 5. Yeah, God, he was one short. That was really, really close.
And now the thing is, like, Tim does not even have to. I felt like the heroic sacrifice was kind of unnecessary because now Tim does not even have to kill that with. He can just get rid of the Cassian here. Is he gonna blind flip or is he gonna use Yoda's ability first? The benefit of blind flipping is that he doesn't take 3, but there's a chance he might miss. He doesn't miss though.
Yeah.
I think it's okay
Just
to
what he
blind
needed.
flip into a 3. To be
Yeah,
fair.
I agree. I think it's very unlikely, and honestly, even if you missed, I don't think you're that unfavored at that point anyway. So I think in that situation, it's fine to take the risk.
Yeah, I think this line of play here of playing the heroic sacrifice was kind of unnecessary in my opinion. But either way, I think Tim was just barely hanging on this game, and now he's in complete control. He goes to force. If he finds another way, if he finds like another internet warrior, it's again like healing and just absurd amount of damage coming from this Yoda, and the constant healing coming from the Yoda leader is going to be enough to stabilize this game.
I mean, I don't hate it because at the end of the day, Yoda's one of the only cards there that does stabilize in that situation. Because I don't know what's in the hand of Matthias, but if he had a For a Cause I Believe in, for example, then there might have been a way for him to actually force his opponent to have only Yoda to stay in the game. So I don't hate the heroic sacrifice play, but again, didn't work out for him here, unfortunately for him.
Yeah. So yeah, Tim gets this win despite no early game ramp, and the Sentinel unit not being so useful because of the Fighter for Freedom. So it was a really good hand for Matthias, and yes, that was not enough. The only thing I want to say though, the card I want to highlight in this match was Lightmaker. I think Lightmaker was very, very good. I think if it was not for the Lightmaker, this game would have been very, very one-sided. So I think Lightmaker has shown that it was a really good card, at least in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 HP makes a big difference in space. Being able to stop like a blue leader coming out and defeating it, it does mean that you minimize the options to be able to defeat the Lightmaker. Falcon can't answer it and things like that. So, yeah, I think Lightmaker, clearly a solid card. One of the only playable legendaries in the set. So I'm glad it is that way and it is playable. But yeah, it did show. I mean, 9 damage there from Heroic Sacrifice. Being 1 away was pretty sweet. I think to push Yoda that far, and Tim on Yoda is, he is a force to be reckoned with. He's fantastic on the deck, and the deck is strong. So I think it did show that Cassian does have, some game. But as you said, not actually getting the victory in a game that went pretty favourably for Matthias in the early game.
Yeah, I think Tim has proven he's won. I think 1 PQ with Yoda. He was the first player to pick up Yoda Green after the ban of 4th row. He's made some. I mean, he's not the one who created the deck. I think it's one of his friends who was first the instigator of the deck, but he's improved it and he's performed with it. And I think it's safe to say at this stage that he's one of the best, if not the best, Yoda player in the world right now. Yeah. And he's just a really, really tough opponent. So and Matthias definitely did really, really well in this game. It was just not quite enough. He was just missing a little bit of damage.
It's one of those things that happens as an aggro player as well. Well, when you're the aggro, the aggressor in a matchup, is that you sometimes at the end of it you're 1 or 2 damage short. It does happen a lot, and then you've got to look back and Matthias can look back and he can watch the video now in future and see if there was anything he could have done slightly differently, because obviously only he knows what was in his hand. We can't see that, but yeah, I mean, getting an extra point of damage here and there can absolutely make a difference. And there are a lot of games. I've recorded my own games and watched them back. There are a lot of games where you can actually squeak out an extra point of damage if you play it, perfectly. So yeah, it's one of those things that, in another world, Matthias could potentially have gone on to win that game. Maybe against another opponent, if it wasn't Tim, maybe he would have gone on to win that game. So yeah, and these are the tiny, fine margins that separate, the really great players from the strong players. Those 1%. 1%, 2% here and there can decide a tournament at the end of the day. The amount of times that people have won a tournament when they were like really close to being knocked out, it happens all the time. And it just, this is why you've got to really try and play cleanly and play as strong as you possibly can in all situations, because it really can add up.
Yeah, no, it's a great point you're making. And what separates the good leader from the great ones? well, the 1 point of damage, and then and you know what leaders actually gives you that extra point of damage? That's Mrs. Sabine. It's like I feel like Sabine would have won that game.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, Sabine. I mean, it's a great matchup for Sabine and Yoda anyway. But absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think Sabine would have won that game. Sabine, Cunning, even not just Sabine ECL. I think if we just replace Cassian with Sabine and honestly play the same deck, I think Sabine would have won that game. So yeah, I do think that's part of the problem with Cassian and part of it. Maybe post rotation this might change, but I think in a world with Sabine, and we've seen this so many times now for the past 6 sets, the aggro decks. There have been other aggro decks, there have been other strong aggro decks, but Sabine, I think, has caused so many leaders to fall by the wayside because of how powerful she's been. And it just goes to show if you deploy on 4, you've got reasonable stats, and you've got a leader ability that is actually good against control, unlike most of them, then it just stands you in really good stead to be a good leader, for as long as she is legal.
Absolutely, yes, that is very true. Yeah, I think the only other leader that has been doing that has been doing fine on this on the aggro realm is basically Hantu.
Yes, indeed. Yep, I completely agree. Yeah.
Oh, a card we haven't seen in a while here.
Yeah, Jin Urso. I mean, it's
the Jin Urso unit.
Comparing her to Nemec is, I mean, she is so much worse than Nemec. It's unbelievable. Like that card, when she was revealed back in Twilight of the Republic, she was already kind of not good enough then. Never mind now, 3 sets later. But obviously, if you're playing a Cassian in Cunning, and you need enough rebels on turn 1, so I can see why, you've got Sabine, you've got Nemec, but that's about it in red, so I can see why it's
racing situation here. That's not good for Tim here. No ramp on turn 2, and he's playing a unit, the Escort Fighter, which is absolutely the correct card to side in against his opponent. Unfortunately, this situation here not helping him stabilize the board here, and yeah, this is not a good situation for Tim at all.
No, and one of the best cards to have in a race situation is that Fighters of Freedom, because not only obviously does it have fine stats as a 3/4, and it can obviously bypass this Sentinel as well, but it's just going to ping in a deck with almost all aggression cards. The vast majority of Mateus's deck is aggression. It's going to ping. If that Fighters of Freedom ends up doing 2 or 3 extra points of damage, then it was an incredibly powerful 3-drop.
Yeah, Captain Typho here coming, taking over. Unfortunately, not really blocking much because Fighter for Freedom does have a Saboteur, and as a result, it's going to block the K2SO though, which is pretty relevant. But then in the meantime, this Fighter Freedom still dishing out some damage with their ability is a very, very annoying, and yeah, it's not a good situation for Tim to be in at all. He's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Let's see what he can do here to stabilize this game, and he hasn't been able to ramp. Basically, if you're playing as Yoda, you either want to ramp or you want to be in a situation where, okay, you haven't ramped, but at least you are healthy enough so you can get to the late game. And neither of those things have really happened. He does have a pretty decent board. Unfortunately, on this board, there's 2 units in space that are basically not doing anything. They're not going to be putting enough pressure to really race, and they're not stabilizing the board at all. They're just basically preventing Cassian from playing any space units, which is not good enough.
I just want to check there. Jin Urso attacked base there for 4, but what unit was defeated for Tim? There was no defeated enemy unit, right? So I don't think she should have had Saboteurs. I think a bit of an error there. She should have just been a 3/2.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like they're maybe going over. No.
Yeah. I don't know if we've got a table judge at all, but if we do, then maybe we can look at that. But yeah, the Jin only gets the Saboteur when an enemy unit's been defeated.
Yeah. So Captain Typho is doing his job here, killing off K2SO, also killed off the Fighter for Freedom, and also healing with his ability. So that was a great Captain Typho, despite the Saboteur from his opponent. And 15 damage is not the end of the world. Once again, it would have been a Sabine deck. The amount of pressure would have been far higher, but since there's no leader deploy, I think the amount of damage that's been dealt have been kind of like under control. And here, oh, great! You're my only hope into Luke Skywalker, the ultimate stabilizer here, the turning point of this game. Can Matthias come back from this?
Yeah, I mean, that is your only hope at its best, right? He had the Yoda leader ability, so he didn't have to do it blind. He just put the Luke back on top of his deck. And I mean, having that discounted Luke, a 5-cost Luke there is just so good. I mean, there is no better card in the deck in that situation. Not only does it defeat a unit, but putting a huge body on board to keep trading, and then obviously restoring 3 every turn. And that really has been what separated Luke, I think, from the other powerful 7-drops we've seen in the game. The reason why he's been the strongest for so long is because on top of, affecting the board like all of them seem to, he also has that restore to stabilize.
Yeah, and the fact that he had initiative here was super relevant because not only does he get to kill the Cassian and heal 3 right away, it also means that the Cassian otherwise would have had Eden from the Cassian leader. So just one of the best Luke we've seen the entire tournament, I think.
Yeah, I think that must be the best Luke I've seen. Honestly, that was incredible. It turns out when something's really, really powerful for 7 resources, it's absolutely busted for 5. So who would have thought it? But yeah, I mean, that's we talked about it yesterday a little bit. We alluded to it. You're My Only Hope. It can be a bit inconsistent, but I think the win rate it gives you when it does things like that.
Oh, the Cinta being played for the first time.
Yeah, so we finally got that
being
combo.
played for the first time.
Yeah, we finally got the combo now, and obviously the initiative is actually currently with Tim, so it means that Cassian isn't immune, so he's going to have to go base. He can't trade into this Luke because he'll just get defeated.
Yeah,
but it does put Tim to 25 now.
Yeah, it's still going to be really close here. The early game was so bad for Tim that it's still going to be very close. What he needs to do with the 6 resources is so important right now. I think if Aizen needs to kill, I think he needs to put a bunch of Sentinels. I think that's going to be his way out.
Yeah, I mean, if he had like a resupply carrier, he could potentially flip Yoda, Hail Mary, try and defeat the Cinta, and then like restore as well, defeat the Cassian, so potentially there. But as we see here, Matisse is just going to claim initiative, and now Cassian can't be defeated. So he, like you said, he really needed a Sentinel there, and Village Protector perfect to stop this Cassian.
Yeah, Village Protector is great. He would like to have something else to play for 3. Oh, looks like he's just playing this for 6. Ooh. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. But he's hanging on in there. He's going to have his Yoda flip. Honestly, considering the fact that Tim played 2 dead cards and has not ramped, he's doing great. But this is definitely not a good situation for him to be in.
No, but I mean, Village Protector, that key Sentinel, just because it has the shield, right? Because Cassian does have Overwhelm. Okay, so that'll be enough. Yeah, that's going to be... He's going to trade him with this into first, and then he's going to Overwhelm 8. That's 6 damage onto the pace. That is enough to end the game. Game 2 to Cassian. Yep.
Not a surprise here. Basically, no ramp. 2 space units that haven't done anything for Yoda. So this is obviously the nightmare scenario if you're running into this matchup. So... It is what it is. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game if you don't get the cards you need. So yeah, Cassian does have Overwhelm. I completely overlooked that. So this Village Protector was not protecting as well as it could have. I think he would have needed either he would have needed like a 2 Sentinels basically to hang on there, which is fairly unlikely. So.
Yeah, I mean, Rebel Assault again out of aspect there, showing that I think that card is key in Cassian, even if you're not in the colours for it. Just because, at that stage in the game, we've seen it so much with things like Surprise Strike, Heroic Sacrifice, Rebel Assault, even for a cause. Chaos of War is another card that sometimes gets played out of aspect, just because when you're winning the game, if it's your final card of the game, it doesn't matter as much that it costs more. Obviously, sometimes you need to weave in multiple cards together, and it does obviously have an impact. But it's much less of a problem when your burn card to end the game, costs 2 more out of aspect, when compared to like a 2-drop or something like that. So I think that's why we see Rebel Assault there. And again, this is the combo I mentioned right at the very start of the day when we saw Cassian last match. Being able to flip Cinta, attack with Cassian, claim the initiative, and then Rebel Assault both, because they are obviously rebels, is really the route to victory for Cassian a lot of the time.
Yes, it is, and especially against people who play bases that don't have a lot of HP, like Tim has. Basically, the prime with the Yoda deck, and has been its weakness, is like it's a deck that walks on a very tight rope, and it's a deck that if you don't get the right card in like one bad turn off curve can cause you to die, and obviously all those insanely powerful late game shenanigans have a cost.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Now, was there anything from Tim's sideboard that you think... We've already mentioned that he's brought in the escort fighters. Was there anything else? The Daughter, would you ever consider bringing that in here?
Yeah, I think Daughter is good enough in this matchup. It's also another way to spend the Force, so you can use in combination with Yoda. So I think it should be a pretty decent card. Depending on what he has to remove. I think he has quite a few cards he can remove, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and we've had the full gamut here of turn one plays from Matthias. We've had turn one, he had the best one in Nemec, then he had the worst one in Jin, and now it's right in the middle here with Sabine. Obviously, in this situation, Jin would have been a complete disaster because Tim had the initiative because he lost game one, so Jin can't just slam into base. It would have been value traded. So luckily for him, he does have Sabine, but again, Sabine a lot worse than Nemec, I think here.
Yeah, no, this is such a better start for Tim. Gets himself a restore unit on turn one, and a ramp on turn two. He's gonna be able to trade into another unit next turn with Mina, either on the Jin or on the Sabine, and heal again.
Terrible play as well. Jin for 3 resources. I mean, that's basically as bad as it gets on turn 2 for Cassian Cunning. That is a dreadful start for Matthias.
Yeah, no, and Tim is having a good start as well. So there's going to be something very spectacular that is going to need to be pulled off. And the question is, so we saw he also has a traitorous, so he's going to be able to take control of that injured Sabine, unless he has something better to do.
Yeah, so you obviously got to attack first here with Sabine, make sure you get that damage in. Traitorous on Sabine, I don't think is like the best play ever. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's going to do that. We know he drew the Village Protectors as well off Mina, so I think Village Protector plus Yaddle would be great.
Oh yes, 2/3 drops.
Oh,
so
no. He has the resupply as well. He could have even resupplied if he wanted to. Oh, okay, Tim has got everything he needs in this game.
Yeah. He just needs some late game card now. But even that is optional considering the fact that he's got... Yeah, I think you actually take out the Traitorous here because... he's gonna feel comfortable enough to play the resupply. And this is gonna be nasty here. We're gonna see double ramp, so that Yoda is gonna come into play 1 turn earlier than Cassian, which is just insane.
That's gross.
And the Yaddle here is gonna be able to clear up the Sabine and heal at the same time. All Tim needs to do now is just draw some late game cards, and with the amount of late game cards he has in his deck, plus the Yoda's ability to dig for them, it's very unlikely that he's not going to find some good late game cards. And even Trader, and even like Village Protector and Obi-Wans are not bad cards that are going to help him whenever Cassian is going to be on his flip turn. So it turns out Cassian Syntax doesn't do a whole lot when your opponent actually has already Sentinels on the board before that happens.
Yeah, just a point as well. Tim should have the Force here. I think he's forgotten to generate that from Yaddle, so he just need to remember to do that. I mean, it's something you can easily forget in this deck just because you so rarely use the Force. That it's a bit, like you said, basically only for Yoda. It's not like a hand 2 blue or something. But yeah, it does need to have the Force there. We've got a term for those of you who are like betting aficionados, that sometimes when the odds are so long on somebody winning a match that they will actually suspend betting, so you can no longer bet on someone to win a match. And I think honestly at this point, Matthias, maybe he's not quite at that stage, but I think there wouldn't be many takers for a bet on Matthias to win the match.
Nasty counter here.
Yes, the Lightmaker as well.
The Lightmaker being hard counted by the Escort Fighter. Completely turning.
It's a complete slaughter. He has everything. I mean, he couldn't have designed a better game for Yoda here. Complete and utter slaughter.
Yeah, this is a disaster here for Cassian, and this game. Unfortunately, Matthias, after an heroic game 2, I think also one of the things as well is like Yoda has those kind of plays with like You're My Only Hope that can really, really turn things upside down. Even if you're so far behind, I don't think Cassian has this kind of plays that can really kind of help him go back into the game when he's so far behind like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the route that you would take as Cassian is you have to have like a Lightmaker. Like you said, a Lightmaker unanswered, and that can maybe sneak it, but it got answered immediately. So yeah, I completely agree. I think Cassian's sort of way to cheese the game got shut down. And I'm not surprised to see, even though we're a couple of turns away from the game ending there, I'm not surprised at all to see that Matthias is going to concede there and give Tim another win.
Yeah, Oman is just the nail in the coffin here, and it hasn't been a good day for Matthias. He was undefeated yesterday. And now he's just picked up 2 losses, and just like this, he's just out of the tournament. So, and that's gonna be it for the Cassian leader. But fear not, there's still some 6 leaders that are in the tournaments and that can win and take the event home. But you see here, Tim will be moving on to the next stage of the. So if we look at the tournament bracket, so just take a look at it right now. Tim is going to be on the round 5 loser bracket of the loser bracket. He's going to be facing either Yona or do we know who won versus? We don't know who won between Edward
No.
and Nikos.
No, we've not got a winner there yet. I'm sure we'll get that result shortly. So Tim now at this stage, he's now, he's gone from, at the start of the event, he was kind of, let's run through it there, he was 5 matches away from winning it, right? If you win 5 in a row, you win the whole event, right? Because he won his first game, lost his second match there, put him down to the losers bracket. So at that point, after he lost round 2, so this was obviously early in the day yesterday, he was then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches away then from winning it. So further away than when he started the event. But now he's got himself within 3. So he's down to the losers bracket, losers round 5. He needs to win 2 more in the losers bracket, and then he'll have the grand final. So 3 more matches here.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough. But Yona, is on the round 4 loser bracket. We don't know who he's going to be facing. This might just be our next game. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll keep you updated. We'll keep you updated on how that goes. So
let's just have a look. Here and see. So who is actually left in the event? So in the upper bracket we had Edouard again, the one of the tournament organisers, store owners here. He's on the Han 1 blue that we saw yesterday, the Han 1 force base. A very standard list. I don't think any cards from the new set in the main deck there. He was playing against Nikos, who was on the Han 4 pilot Tarkin Town, which again I was quite excited to see that, especially paired with Tarkin Town. I love a good Tarkin Town deck.
Yeah, not a new leader, but at least a leader that uses plots a lot, and therefore a leader that benefits a lot from the new set.
And we've got Tim, who we've obviously already mentioned there. Tim, we've just seen, who is fighting tooth and nail, and well done to him for really getting himself through this losers bracket here. And then Yona as well. He's the last player in the tournament that we've yet to see. And what is Yona playing? Yona is on the. Is he the last player on the Palp, the new Palp 6 data vault? So he's the last player with a new leader left in the event.
Yeah, he's the last player who's playing a new leader. Unfortunately, the Padmes I've not managed to go through. Even though I think so, this is always a tricky part, right? Is that whenever you were saying a good player performs, you're always thinking, whether this is because of the leader is great or because the player is great. Yona is obviously one of the grand favorite to win the tournament. Mm-hmm. And I think his deck is really good, and I think Chancellor Palpatine is really doing a good job. The only question I want to ask, and I still don't have the answer to that question, but is he truly a better leader than Kylo? And the thing is, like, me personally, I don't know how you rate things, Hal, but me personally, when I see a leader that does exactly what another leader does, but does it worse, for me, I would always rate it lower. Even though the leader in a vacuum is very powerful, if the leader does the same thing as something else, but he does it worse, then for me he's not a very good leader. As opposed to some other leaders, like for example Mon Mothma or maybe Bail Organa, which might not be as good as Chancellor Palpatine in terms of like raw power. If you are building the best, you're running the best Chancellor Palpatine versus the best Bail deck. But at least Bail Organa does something unique that no other leader does, and in a certain meta could actually be very well positioned. And there's actually a meta where you could consider Bail as a very good deck, while Chancellor Palpatine is just theoretically, if he's just strictly worse than or like significantly worse than Kylo, then there's never any reason to run him over Kylo.
Yeah, I see your point. I think it's a really valid point, and it's a good lesson in evaluating leaders and new cards. But there's a couple, especially leaders, because obviously you can't play. If it was a new card that was worse than another one, you might just play them both in the same deck. But yeah, here I think that something else you've got to consider is because of the complexity of card games and of Star Wars Unlimited. I don't think it's going to take a while, I think, to actually fully evaluate like whether or not one leader is strictly worse than another, because even though they're very, very similar, even in a situation where we've got two very, very similar leaders, they do slightly, things slightly differently, and I'm sure there will be matchups where Palpatine is stronger than Kylo, even if overall he ends up being worse. At the end of the day, yes, his flip has seemed a lot worse, and I think in most situations his flip is worse. But his leader side ability, being able to pay one to draw a card, to me, in some matchups, is worth a lot more than Kylo's card sorting, sort of sifting ability. You know, if you're in a control mirror, for example, paying one to draw a card is fantastic, right? That's great. That's exactly what you'd want. So, you know, it's these are the kind of things you've got to weigh up. Now, granted, being good in a control mirror is not exactly where you want to be because there are so few control decks we typically see in any meta. But those are the kind of things that you've got to look at. So yeah, I think it's going to take us a while to find out exactly which lead is better because in a healthy meta, which we've been in Star Wars Limited for such a long time, and I'm expecting to be in this set as well, there might be 20 leaders, there might be 20 different decks, 15, 20 decks that see play, you know, somewhat regular play in different events. And that means that there are a lot of matchups that Palpatine could potentially get a slight advantage over Kylo, even though overall he might be weaker.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think we're ready to take a little break here and maybe move on to or maybe move on to the next game. I think we're gonna have a little break before that. Thank you so much for being with us to the Two Moon Championship, the first event for set 6 that we've had the chance to look at, and a great early look to the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I would have hoped for was a bit more Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, but I'm sure that will come in time.
Yeah. See you later, guys. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the Two Moon Championship 2025, the invitational tournaments. The first tournament in Secret of Power. I am Thork from Thork Optics and Team Enigma, and I'm joined by You Can Call Me Al. Hey man.
How are you doing, Pierre? Nice to be with you once again. Like I said, I've had a lot of fun casting with you this weekend, but we've still got plenty of matches yet to go here. We've got 4 more matches yet to come, 2 in the losers bracket and 2 in the winners bracket. And first of all, let's just have a look at that bracket, shall we, and see where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. So our next game is going to be Yona versus Team. So Team Greece versus Yona Rus. Team Greece, as you know, is T85 Challenge, the player from Team Enigma, one of the best, if not the best player in Germany, a very very accomplished player against Yona Rus from Switzerland. Is actually a local to Zurich, if I'm not mistaken, and he's the player who won the sector qualifier in Munich only a week ago. So a very, very accomplished player. I mean, a player that has recently has got the biggest win of his career. So obviously an amazing player. And I have a good news. We're going to be casting every single game that is left in this tournament. So there's going to be, first, this is going to be the loser round 5 between Team and Yona. The two
Oh, sorry
favorites
to
of the.
interrupt you there. Sorry, I think it's going to be Mario versus Nikos first in the winners bracket. That's
Okay,
what we're going to start
sorry.
with.
I've been corrected. So yeah, first of all, so let's talk a bit about Mario versus Nikos. So Mario versus Nikos, Mario was playing his An1 Data Vault deck, updated with some of the new cards, and Nikos is playing the Han 4 Tarkin Town deck, the aggressive space decks. This deck has been having a lot of success. It has gotten a lot better with the new set, notably thanks to the plot cards. That's going to be the game we're going to have for the winner for on the winner bracket. So that's going to be our next game. So what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, so space aggro is just one of those things. It's very polarized. Usually, it has some really great matchups and some much worse matchups too. You're, I would say, the hand one green expert, so you'll have to tell me how usually that deck fares. I think a lot of it will come down to whether or not Mario gets that Falcon early on. You know, a Falcon turn 1 can be incredible to be able to deal with all of the aggression from hand 4. You get to defeat one of the one drop spaceships immediately, and then obviously next turn you can immediately attack into another one as well. So I think Falcon probably the most important card in the matchup to my mind. Nikos's list, I think we saw a moment ago. It was really cool. I really liked it. Very clean list. Obviously, again, omitting that surprise strike because it is an even card. I think every card in his entire deck is odd. Yep. Except C3PO, of course, yeah. So every card except for C3PO being odd means you can draw from C3PO reliably. You can draw from the Boshek a lot more reliably as well. I think a really clean list. Tarkin Town's going to be interesting because it's one of those things where in some matchups you find it hard to use. You know, against the aggressive decks, it's amazing. Against some of the other decks, maybe not so much. But here, you know, against a true mid-range deck in Hand 1 Green, how do you think Tarkin Town will fare?
I think Tarkentown is going to be good in this matchup. I'm generally speaking not a big fan of Tarkentown in his deck because, as you said, it's only useful against certain type of matchup that actually wants to interact with you, especially with units. But in this case, that's exactly what's going to happen with Han 1. Han 1 is going to try to kill your turn 1 play, either with a Falcon, as you mentioned, but also with Blue Leader, and being able to basically kill those units for free after they ambush you and deny that value is going to be very valuable. With that being said, you're going with an 8 HP deficit against your opponent. That's going to be a really big deal. For me, really what's Handful is going to be looking to do is going to really take over the game with the hand deploy and really overwhelm his opponent. But that's not going to be easy to do because even that 8 HP deficit to come up with, and also hand one has its own way to kind of has a massive flip turn. We're basically seeing the two leaders in the game who have the most spectacular flip turn in the game. So that is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, like I said, that 8 HP deficit, you know, basically as big as a deficit gets. I mean, obviously we're seeing a bit of droid manufacture as well here for 9 sometimes, but 8 is basically as much as you can possibly have in Star Wars Unlimited. And yeah, I'm sure it will matter because at the end of the day, while Han 1 Data Vault is going to be the slower, more controlling deck, there will come a point where it's going to turn the screw and potentially go more to the base, and that HP is going to matter. Sanctioner's Shuttle is one of the key cards in Han 1, Han 4 for me, and it's a matchup where here I think it's really not that good because Obviously, like you said, the blue leader, like I said, the Falcon. There are a lot of ways to keep your opponent beneath that 3-unit threshold, which is unfortunate for hand 4.
Yeah, a couple of cards that Mario is playing that will do really well in this matchup. The 3 copies of the Marauder. He's playing all 3 Marauders, so 4/5 ambush for 5. Amazing, amazing card this matchup. The Minion Falcon as well. The Falcon from Secret of Power, which is also an ambush space unit. And also, if that was not enough, there's also 2 copies of Confiscate, which will be great to get rid of the pilot leader. It feels like the deck is stacked against Nico. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, but you can never underestimate these pilot leaders. They can just steal wins out of nowhere, especially hand 4, where, like you said, sometimes he's going to have a completely insurmountable flip turn. We'll have to see how it plays out. We haven't actually seen, of the games we saw yesterday for hand 4, we didn't actually see him have a particularly good flip turn, so we'll have to see if that happens in this case. But I think players are ready and we're good to go into game. Let's have a look.
Yeah. I think the list is pretty much the same as the one that Celine was playing. The only difference is that he plays Tarkentan instead of the 30 HP base.
But it also doesn't have the undercover operations as well that we saw.
Oh,
so
yeah.
No copies of that. Yeah, in Nico's list. Let's have a look. Players are good to go. Here we go. We're not sure who has the initiative there. We'll have to see who wins the die roll. I think the die roll, it probably does matter here, right? Because normally hand 1 loses the initiative turn 1 a lot of the time. But when your opponent's playing double 1-drop, there's an 11 roll there, so it's likely to win the initiative here. When your opponent plays double 1-drop, it does mean that sometimes you can maintain the initiative.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. So looks like Mario's going to have the initiative. As we said, I think we're definitely favoring Mario in this matchup, but we'll see how it goes.
I think the early turns will determine a lot of what happens here. I don't think the game will be decided by any means, but especially, again, like you said, with 2 of the leaders with the most spectacular flip turns in the game. But those early turns do matter. If Mario doesn't get one of his blue leaders or Millennium Falcons, and again, Data Vault means he's slightly less likely to do so, then I think Nikos has a potential chance there to run away with the game in the early turns.
Yeah, one of the things that is important to keep in mind is that Mario has no way to really kind of deal with a wide board. So if the board gets just too wide for Nikos and Nikos just gets too many things too quick, and Mario does not manage to shut them down early, it's going to be he has no AOE effect that can possibly just deal with an entire board. So that's going to make that's I think could be a route to victory for Nikos, even though it is quite unlikely.
Yep. Indeed. And, one of the things you've got with hand 1, Data Vault here, is a lot of 2-ofs, right? It's a very toolboxy type deck. There's lots of different 2-ofs in the deck so that you can try and have the right card in the right situation. Sometimes that can affect your consistency a little bit, so we'll have to see if there's ever any consistency issues here.
And just playing Data Vault itself, meaning he's less likely to find a key card, the Falcons, the blue leaders, and all that. Okay. That's going to be the Falcon from Jump to Light Speed. Not the best, but still a decent card to have here, and he's going to remove the Call of Spacer, or is he going to go face? So this is going to be a very important decision for Mario. Is like when you actually go for trades, when you actually go face, is going to be an actually difficult decision because you're supposed to be the more controlling deck, so you kind of want to go for trade, but at the same time, there is this 8 HP deficit that sometimes means that going the aggro route. So I think it really comes down to your hand. If you have a hand that is very aggressive, with a lot of pump spell where you think you rebuild a race throughout the game very consistently, then by any means just go for base and just ignore the board. If, however, you have a very controlling hand or you're not unsure that you're going to be able to maintain that aggression, then probably you want to go for trades.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on there, and your experience in the deck showing there. I think the decision has to be made at that point, right? Both routes are open. You can easily take both routes, but I think changing after that point is difficult. So I think you kind of need to make the decision and go all in on it there and then. And you know what? I would, like you said, depending on the hand you've got, I would be tempted to go face just because, again, it denies Tarkin Town as well. Here, Nikos is going to have a great Tarkin Town to be able to use in the Falcon. And it does mean that because of that, he is going to be ahead on board and in the race. But resupply, it's costly taking a turn off, but it does mean that hand is going to come down a turn before. I should say hand 1 is going to come down a turn before hand 4 here.
Yeah, so Mario has decided to go for the control route. And he's gonna get himself a very powerful hand flip next turn. I don't think there's any way for Nikos to stop that hand flip, so that hand to go for double ramp into 7 drops. So we could see the classic U-wing reinforcement on turn 3 that can come out with a lot of nasty stuff. The Marauders, as we said, the Lightmaker also very, very strong cards in the matchup. and obviously blue leaders, and even the combination of both could no, actually can't. That's 8. Never mind. But yeah, there's just a lot of very nice stuff that can come out from Ewing reinforcement possibly.
Yeah, and we also see there you go. So he does actually get to make use of the ability there as well. So he dealing the 3 damage to Mario's base. There is there would potentially have been an opportunity had Mario not have ramped where the wrong ride could have come out on Nikos
Yeah.
deploy, and that would have prevented maybe a big powerful hand flip. But obviously, because we're a turn early for that, we can't go down that route.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. C3PO is guaranteed to draw a card because thanks to the hand force ability, he's been able to see hand one ability that we always criticize. Actually, has been pretty good this game. 2 extra damage for free essentially, and this is when it happens. That feels great.
Indeed, yeah. You know, again, what I love to see is old cards from early sets that really haven't had much success being, getting a new lease of life. We saw Yomi
Killer and
Oniho being
Beck.
probably the best example in Yoda, but yeah, C3PO, not playable in any other deck, but great here.
Okay, Killer and Beck looking for a blue leader or a Millennium Falcon here, and he finds the Falcon.
Yeah, really good for him.
Oh, nice counter here with the Sanctioner Shuttle. Will deny the Falcon.
Yeah, now a lot of this game is going to potentially come down to here whether Mario can pop that Sanctioner Shuttle and get his Falcon back right, because it will come into play ready when it's recovered from the capture. So, is he going to is he going to find a way? I mean, I don't know how many cards he's got in hand. He can't have many left at this point because of hand one's ability.
Yeah, but he can find blue leader, he can find the Marauder, he can find Ewing reinforcement into a blue leader. He can also find Enfys Nest to bounce the dude, even though that means we'll get replayed right away, so not the best. So there's a lot of cards he can have here to kind of deny things. So that's going to be very interesting to see if he finds those. But yeah, things are not looking so great for Mario.
They're not, however, in the base race situation, he is still 3 points ahead on life at the moment. Also, he's representing 11, so it means that, he does have lethal in 2 turns if Nikos can't interact with the board. And obviously, that's only in like 4 actions as well, whereas Nikos, to be able to deal lethal to Mario, needs to take a hell of a lot of actions. So there could be a way here where he just, like as we said at the start of the match, he turns the screw, he ends up going face, and then that 8 HP deficit really mattering. How much damage can Nikos actually put out here? Currently on board, he's got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the leader ability plus the 3 from hand. So he's got at least 12 potentially. I'm assuming there's going to be more from hand as well, or from resources with plot.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. This turn is absolutely crucial. This action is absolutely crucial for Mario. The flip turn here coming from Nikos is going to be spectacular. You got so many units on board, so resourcing basically all 5 resources on flip is going to be nasty. But let's see if Mario's going to let him do that. So there's definitely a lot of things he can do. He knows that potentially from the flip of hand, there can be the wrong ride that can come out that can prevent him from playing his card. So he has to play around this. By the way, both players know each other's deck list. It's an open deck list tournament. So Mario knows that the wrong ride in his opponent's deck.
Yep, indeed. So he does have the opportunity to play around it if he wants to. In terms of playing something first, obviously he can't play around it, as you say, if he wants to play a 7-drop. There's no way he can do that because he has to attack with the hand one first.
And yeah, for the very first time this event, you're seeing players really taking their time to make their play, which I actually enjoy because both of us in this event have been playing very, very fast. But it looks like it's going to be a Deal Blaster. This is a bit of a surprising play. He's gonna go racing and see if that works out.
Yeah, so we can put his opponent to 10, which means the Kelleran's at 17, which is actually 1 point of damage still short of being able to defeat Nikos in 1 action next turn. So the Hotshot Blaster, yes, it's action cheating, yes, it's dealing 2 damage, but honestly, it's not really doing much to advance his game plan at this point. So I've got to assume maybe he doesn't have too much in hand. A surprise strike here would be lethal, obviously, in 2 actions then next turn, though. So if he does have some kind of damage from hand, it would change things a bit.
Yeah, that would be good. Oh, second Deal Blaster.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
And the Light Maker is coming in. This one is great because this will potentially, maybe, I haven't done the math, but this could maybe allow Nikos to get lethal in 1 action the turn after.
Yeah, but there's no way he's going to go in with initiative. So
Yeah,
again, it does depend on where we're at here. But I mean, he certainly can't have lethal this turn. You know, there's way too much HP. There's 24 he needs to get
yeah, but
through.
that means if Mario only has lethal in 2 actions next turn, he's
Yes.
basically lost the game. But he finds a Falcon that can actually give him the extra bit of damage that will give him lethal in 1 action next turn.
Yeah, and the problem here with starting with Lightmaker is that it does mean that he can't now interact with this Falcon at all. So now
Yeah,
Nikos is going to be put to 20, and that's 1 action away.
but he had to play the Falcon first because the Lightmaker first to be able to untap his resources.
Yeah, unless he had plot cards, but yeah, indeed, yeah.
So yeah, it just turns out that unless Nikos can win right now, he's lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, I
Uh,
don't think it's theoretically possible. I mean, the most he can deal from plot really would be a sudden ferocity for 6 with the hand. So there's just no way he's going to get there. Yeah, so I think that should pretty much be it. And again, it all came down to really, did Mario have another way to deal an extra few points of damage from hand? Obviously, this Hotshot Blaster play makes a lot more sense now that we know he had the Falcon in hand.
yeah, absolutely. And the ferocity, he's gonna push more damage, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. As we're looking at
No.
7 damage to the base. Put it down 22 is nowhere near enough damage. Even if Mario was running a 25 HP base, Nikos just still won.
Still be
I've
1
said,
damage short, yeah.
yeah, it's something that I've been saying since the Spark of Rebellion. I don't know if you follow the Thought Optics channel. I was probably the first player to ever put out a deck list, at least in public, of the hand one green. I've been working on hand one green since the very beginning of the game when the deck was not known. And one thing I've realized with hand one is like when hand one gets itself a resupply on turn 2, or even on turn 1, even though turn 2 is better. This is one of the best deck in the game. Like if you can ramp, it's one of the best deck in the game because it means getting your super crucial flip turn faster. And if you're playing against a deck that cannot interact with that flip turn, getting that Killer and Beck on turn 3, a Killer and Beck, which is normally is a card that is too slow and too grindy for most for the against aggro, in this matchup was actually insane because it was just a turn 3 Killer and Beck. Like it turns out that 7/7 has no immediate impact on the game, still good enough because it comes on turn 3.
That's it. Yeah, I mean it's ridiculous, isn't it? Being able to spend that many resources on turn 3 is just absurd, and it does put me in mind of a I hate to call it another card game here, but it reminds me so much of Druid in Hearthstone, where if you had Wild Growth on turn 2, your win rate would skyrocket. It would go, and it ramped exactly the same as Resupply. And if you didn't have it, your win rate would be a lot lower. And I feel like Hand One Green is precisely that deck, where Resupply it's never been better, I think, in any deck than it is in Hand One. When you do have it, like you said, your win rate just skyrockets in almost any situation, even against aggressive decks where you're skipping a turn, just because you get to do that 7 resources on turn 3, which is just absurd.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, obviously, this is one of the reasons why most hand one green have been going away from Data Vault and don't actually run Data Vault is because they want to increase their chances to find resupply, not decrease it. So it's been an argument for both, and the 3 extra HP definitely is sweet, but that's the reason why the standard version of hand one green does not run Red Vault with just a 30 HP base. But now that we have more cards in the new set, maybe there's an argument of that there's enough good cards in the game now that you can justify playing Data Vault. And Data Vault is only going to see more and more play as more cards are being added to the game. And I'm expecting Data Vault to be an absolute standard whenever it rotates out in Eternal. I think most Eternal deck that play greens will play Data Vault.
Yeah. So looking at the sideboard then for Nikos, is there any cards there that stand out to you as cards that should come in?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're gonna see the Fang Fighters is gonna come in. Maybe I don't think maybe the outmaneuver could come in depending on what you want to side out. Um,
There's not too many cards that are bad in the matchup, though, right? Like even the wrong ride, which you could see coming out in certain matchups, is probably if your opponent doesn't resupply, it's probably quite a good card in this situation. But yeah, there's not too many cards you could even take out that wouldn't affect the integrity of the deck.
Not maybe Daring Raid is not that good. There's no units in Hans deck that has 2 HP. As far as I remember, and if you want to finish off units that have ambushed you, you can use Tarkin Town to do this. So I think Daring Raid is not amazing.
It
You
does
could
give you the
justify
option
it
to go like 1-drop plus Daring Ray Tarkin Town and getting control if your opponent didn't play like Blue Leader or Falcon. But yeah,
Yeah,
obviously not super useful if they did start with those.
yeah, but that's very specific. But yeah,
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, on top of my head, that's the card I can justify the most. Mario has some solid. He already has his main deck. He's already very, very well equipped for this matchup. I feel like, but his sideboard is also quite nasty. He has a third copy of Confiscate, two more Bamboozle. He also has two copies of 10T4, which is going to be a great way to block the Space Arena on 7. A card that we haven't seen many copies of in being played, but honestly, if you're looking for something that blocks the Space Arena in hand 1, it's actually the best option you have. And then we
Yeah.
also have Cunning, which is a really good card in the matchup as well.
I mean, yeah, Tantive 4, like, it's just one of those cards where, again, it just looks so unassuming on paper, but because in hand, especially if you resupply, you can play it on turn 3 again. I mean, again, it really is probably the best 7-drop you could hope for, right, in this situation. So I can see why, even cards like that, again, we mentioned earlier with You're My Only Hope, C3PO, cards that just don't see play in any other deck would have a place in this deck, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, I feel like Mario is going to benefit from his sideboard a lot more than his opponent. Like, he got so much going on. He has so many cards. He also has so many bad cards to side out. Those smuggle cards are not doing anything. I forgot the name of the 5-drop 4/7 that
Zoe Bliss.
smuggles. Yeah, thank you. Zoring Bless, and then the Captain Typho doesn't do anything. Han Solo, Audacious. I'm sorry. Reluctant Hero is terrible. Karen Beck is good, but he's not as good as 24. So you could always Tech is terrible as well. There's just so many bad cards to remove. So he's gonna benefit from his sideboard an immense amount. Like his deck is he's basically siding in 7 cards and he's taking out 7 bad cards of his deck.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, honestly, like, and this sounds going to sound crazy. Trade route taxation, like, just shoving in there because all you need to do is resource it at any point in the first like few turns, and then you shove it in. Really, you're not. I mean, I guess top decking it's probably means so that you wouldn't bring it in, but if you could just like sometimes fill it, weave that in on your flip turn to stop your opponent playing like a. I guess Sudden Frost is an upgrade, right? So it would just all it would stop is the aggressive negotiations. But yeah, you probably don't bring it in, but I could see that being better than some of the cards in this deck, honestly.
Yeah. I would rather in that case I would rather if there's more bad cards to take out, I would rather see Amidala.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She does put some good pressure and she can be played as early as turn 3 as well.
Indeed, yeah.
Fairly easily. So I think I don't hit Amidala in this deck either. So yeah, it's just a nightmare. This seems to be like a kind of a nightmare matchup for our friend and for to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nikos he's got his back to the wall here. You know, the position you really don't want to be in is when you lose game 1, you having very little to do with your sideboard or your opponent having an amazing sideboard against you. I mean, that is a really uphill struggle. The advantage here that Nikos does have is the silver lining to that cloud is that he is in the winners bracket still because he's won 3 matches so far. So it does mean that even should he lose this game and go to the losers bracket, he will still have a chance to come back up to the winners bracket for the grand final.
Absolutely, yeah. Nikos is not out of this event by any means if he loses that, which is great for him. So he's still gonna have a chance to battle it out, even though he will have to go against the 2 favorite of the event, regardless of who wins. Depending on who wins the, so it is still gonna be tough though. Like anybody who's falling into the lower bracket, it has been the case since last round, is falling into a death trap.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's an oubliette of doom that you're falling into there when you've got to deal with Tim and Yona.
Yeah. And this is exactly what happened to Edward, who was actually nice and cozy in the upper bracket until today, and then he lost his game last round, and then lost to Yona. And same thing happened to the other player. Same thing,
Matthias.
yeah.
Yeah,
The same thing
indeed.
happened
Yeah.
to Matthias. And Matthias
They
were
get
feeling great going into these days too. Oh, we're on upper bracket, but they both fell into the oubliette of the of the
we'll call it the
bracket.
Sarlacc pit of the lower bracket, right? Tim and Yona are the Sarlacc, and they're getting falling. They fall in and get digested immediately.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then
Why is that not a
and
card in? Why is that not a card in Star Wars Unlimited? Why do we not have Sarlacc pit? Come on.
it's only
What are they
it's
doing?
only it's only a matter of time. Well, the
Yeah,
only thing
indeed.
is like, and also the thing is like they're both control decks, so they just like the Sarlacc, they also take forever to digest you.
That's amazing, yeah. And they suck the life out of you as well, right? Control decks, really, they drain you. So yeah,
This is
it's
the
a nice
perfect
analogy.
analogy, guys. This is like I couldn't think of anything better, guys.
make sure we get those players to remember to take that token off attacking town. It's not been used. Can't use it before the game.
Yep, yeah. You wouldn't want to.
No.
Unless you get some turn zero combo with Sindels and Magic. Decks that are able to win the game before the game even starts.
Thank goodness we don't have anything like that here yet.
Okay, double one drop opening here for Mario.
Yeah, and it all comes down here to what does Mario have, I think.
Okay. He does have the blue leader. One of my favorite looking card in the game, by the way. Blue leader prestige. This card looks so good.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous, absolutely. So Tarkin Town does at least help Nikos keep on the board, and this is the advantage of Tarkin Town, I think, over a 30 HP base. Obviously, it's not always preferable, but I think in this situation it is really useful, because otherwise he's in a position where, you know, he might end up having both of his turn 1 plays value traded if he doesn't hit off his hand ability, which is a terrible position to be in. So at least now he can recover some board presence.
That was really well played. And he decided to resource a Marauder. Interesting. That means he really has a very, very strong hand here, because Marauder is a card I would definitely want to keep in this matchup, especially since Darkin Town has been used.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he could have 2. And
yeah, he does play 3 in his deck though. It feels like Mario knew that handful was going to be popular for this for this event. So it really, when you look at his deck list, he's kind of obvious that he's very, very well prepared for the space decks, which is interesting.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. And I think it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that space aggro is going to exist in this set. I mean, there are so many powerful things that decks can do on the ground that making them all kind of redundant with space aggro is just clearly a very appealing strategy to a lot of people.
Yeah. Ooh, no turn 2 play here for Mario. This is a disaster.
Ooh.
Oh.
You were saying earlier, I remember you saying earlier, you sort of jibing me about how the fact, when does hand 1 never have a 3-drop? Well, he didn't have a 3-drop there.
Yeah, but that is very, very unlucky, because looking at his list, he has a tremendous amount of 3-drop in his deck list, so it's very, very surprising here, and this is kind of a disaster, and maybe a glimpse of of hope here for Nikos.
Yeah, indeed. And, maybe his hand is so good that he doesn't need a 3-drop, but yeah, I think in a vast majority of situations, you would prefer a 3-drop over anything there.
By the way, if he does have another copy of the Marauder, he can actually attack here and ramp with the Marauder.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Because there's a copy of Marauder in the Skyfire, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly right.
But instead, it's going to be a Han and another 4/5 ambush, but this time on the ground. Will take out the C3PO, which is arguably even better. But still, missing a turn 1, an entire turn of play against an aggro deck is never what you want to see.
And this space rush is starting to build up. I've got 4 units in space now, which means there is absolutely no way Mario's going to be able to deny a flip from Nikos. So I think the question for me now is, this is a super key turn, of course. Which player is going to be able to have the more impactful flip here? Nikos, if he has a couple of these plot cards in his resources, he could have a really nasty turn here.
Yeah, this could shape up to be like an insane turn. He also managed to draw a card from C3PO as well, so he shouldn't be running out of cards. He might also have some plots, which is definitely the new things from Secret of Power, which does make the flip turns of handful even better than what they used to be. Mario is going to have something really spectacular. Unfortunately, it's going to take him a while. We also know that Nikos is playing the wrong ride, and being able to exhaust 2 resources on the flip turn of hand 1 is absolutely game-breaking. It is definitely something that I would be very scared of if I was Mario.
Indeed, yeah, I completely agree there. What can Mario do now to try and stop this onslaught? Again, we know that the Tantive Force have probably been brought in, and they would certainly help.
Yeah, but that would assume that you can actually go for double ramp, which is going to take forever. By the time it happens, all your opponent units have already attacked your base, so it's not even the best. I think the Marauder, just initial copies of Marauder ramping and getting rid of that 3/4 is probably the best thing you can do right now.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think it.
It looks like he doesn't have it. Otherwise, he would have done it.
Yep.
And we're going to see another attack with a bonus attack with a Boshek being revealed. I think Mario is probably going to ramp into 6, deploy his leader, and try to play a 7-drop. But this is just not looking so good for him.
No. There's definitely a way out here. There's more games to be played, but if this Falcon goes unanswered, I mean it's a huge unit, right? It's going to have 7 power just with the hand leader alone.
Yeah. So yeah, keep attacking with all of your units, of course. 10 damage to base already. Does he have a way to stop the flip turn? Looks like he doesn't. Or maybe he might actually deploy his leader after the attack of Han, and in which case he won't get to exhaust any resources. So it looks like Nikos is not playing in a way that indicates that he has the wrong ride in his deck.
Yeah, that's right. Or well, he may not just have it in his resources. Yeah.
That's going to be the Light Maker, a card we've seen quite a bit in this event. I actually see more Light Maker than Queen Amidala at this event.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. I think we saw a couple, maybe a Queen Amidala very early on, but other than that, I think it's probably just by virtue of. I mean, there's only 16 players, so just the decks they've brought. Oh, Bamboozle here, really, really
Beautiful
good.
Bamboozle.
Yeah, that's giving him a chance here.
Yeah, and also interesting that he's actually playing. He's still playing the full 7 smuggle in his deck, despite what we were saying. I was expecting him to side this card out because it's a bit slow, and indeed it's not the card he's looking for here. Despite that Bamboozle, I still think he's very far behind.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, like you said, there's so many bad cards in the deck that maybe Zori Bliss just edges out over some of the others. It's very hard to say. I think what exactly you want to take out in the matchup. So how much power is that now in space? That's 3, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 7 is 18 damage in space. We've got now 14 damage on the side of Mario. So 14 plus 18 is 32. So we're actually 1 damage short at the moment. But that doesn't mean to say that Nikos has no way to produce any more damage. On the side of Mario, he's representing 12 damage himself. There's 7 damage on the base of Nikos, so that's 19. So he's 6 away. So, realistically, he's probably not going to be able to get there this turn. It's very likely he's going to be able to get there this turn. So I think he's going to have to try and disrupt. He's going to have to do 2 things. Mario's going to have to disrupt Nikos' lethal, which is going to be hard enough on its own, and then probably set up his own lethal first action next turn as well, which is going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, this seems to be a pretty desperate situation, pretty much a nightmare situations. Like, not only did he miss his turn to play, he also did not really have much going on after this. Just literally ambushing to C3PO is kind of underwhelming. His flip turn, the only good thing that he had going on in his entire game was the Bamboozle on the leader. That's pretty much it. Okay,
yeah, I mean,
really good Waylay though.
Yeah, Waylay on Lightmaker there. He's checked the first box. He's stopped his opponent's lethal. There's no way now that Nikos is going to be able to get there this turn. So that's Sun Frosty on top. Yep, so we can deal 3 damage there. So he's not going to be able to do it this turn. So he's passed the first test, but he's still got a couple more things he needs to do. He still needs to set up his own lethal for next turn.
I think a Deal Blaster maybe would set up a lethal 1 action next turn, maybe?
Yes, it would, yeah. It wouldn't.
Okay, so Deal Blaster, here's what we're looking for Mario. Does he have it? He's looking for his resources, looking for the blasters, and did he find it or not? Did he find the blaster?
Maybe it's a bluff, right? Like it's one of the things you can do. You can look at your resources. You can try and indicate to your opponent they've got a hot shot just to try and
Boshek.
play around it.
Does Boshek get anything relevant? Nothing relevant, I think.
Well, he can still play the Sudden Frosty this turn, so he does get to put a bit more damage in. So he might be able to set up his own 1-action lethal here.
Oh, yeah. Gets into the resource here, and looks like he doesn't have blaster. I think he would have played right away if he had it. Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have the blaster. Very unfortunate for Mario. Until the end, he's not going to find the right cards. And the fact that he had
a surprise strike, to be fair, and he would still win with that.
Oh, really? So it's like, yeah, so he's in 15, yeah, 19, yeah. A surprise strike top deck wins the game. 19? No, also top deck blaster wins the game too.
Yeah, top deck blaster as well. Yeah, both of them get there.
Oh my god. The fact that Mario still has way to win the game, despite everything that happened, is insane. Like, it's honestly crazy. That Mario still has...
sorry, I can't see that card on the far left there, but there's 7 more damage coming out here from Nikos potentially with the Sun Frosty. So that puts Mario to 31. What card is that just on the far left next to the Republic Y-Wing? Is that Is that unit attacked? I can't quite make out what
I
that
think
is.
it's
But
another card spacer.
okay, and has it attacked yet?
Yes, it's
Okay,
exhausted.
right. So he's got 2 damage short, Nikos. Yeah. So I mean, there is an out here. Absolutely, he's played to his outs. Mario's
Yeah,
got
and
an out to win.
yeah, Mario has basically 5 cards in his deck that can give him the win. That is crazy, considering uh, everything went wrong for Mario from beginning to end, and yet he still has a way to win. That is incredible. He could
But
also
Bamboozle
just,
playing a key point in that as well. I mean, that sideboard card obviously really worth its weight in gold here.
yeah, Bamboozle and Waylay did really well.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
5
so
cards.
yeah, not much for Mario to do. How many cards in question does Nikos have? He would need to have for aggressive negotiations to win the game. He would need to have, I think, 6 cards in hand, which is just a 1 too many. I think 1 or 2 too many. There's no way he's got that many in hand.
Yeah. Aggressive negotiation, of course. Another card, another good card from Secret of Power. It's Mono Red got a lot of great cards set.
Yeah, they did indeed. So that's 20, 10 to 31. Yeah, that's what we thought. She's down to
And Mario
31
is going
here.
to take initiative, of course. Did he find it? Did he find the out? He resourced fairly quickly. That's a good sign.
All comes down to this.
Now he's getting rid of the 2 cards. No, 1 card. 1 or 2 cards. Wait, 2 cards. No, 1 card only, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be close. Did he find it or not? It's unbearable. No, he didn't find it.
He didn't find it. We're on to a game 3. Ho ho. Well, there we go. I mean, who would have thought it? Obviously, he only had 2 outs there. He didn't find one of them. Great game there. I mean, like I said, everything going wrong for Mario, and he still had that potential chance to win. But in the end, we're down to a very thrilling game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was incredibly close. Despite I think this is a sign of that you are running into a really bad matchup. Whenever your opponent get everything wrong and you got everything you need, and yet the matchup is so close, you're like, this is such a bad matchup.
Yeah, indeed it is. But at the end of the day, no matchup is 100-0. You know, a best of 3, difficult as it may be, it's definitely winnable for any deck in any matchup. You know, maybe a Palp against Sabine, probably pushing that a bit too far. But yeah, I think this matchup is certainly winnable for hand 4. And just think of it, if he can beat this, if Nikos can go on to win this and go into that will put him into the grand final, right? So he'll have to win whoever wins this needs to win 1 more match to win the entire event. I mean, what a great position to be in, and what a David and Goliath story to be able to come through in such a bad matchup.
Yeah, and also I think the hand 1 red, he knows that if he wins this, then he will have to face either one of the 2 aggro decks, or will have to face the same deck again. It's possible that he might face the same deck again if yeah, the odds are still extremely stacked against him. The odds are still pretty much against it. We've inspected the decks, and there's so many good things going on in the N1 deck. And once again, whenever you see something like this, when you see everything going wrong like this for N1 and still almost getting the win, as I said, 5 cards in this deck that could have 5 example of the other cards that could have won in the game. And that is crazy. So hopefully we're happy to get into game 3 and see how that concludes.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well. I mean, there's all this. Obviously, it's a high stakes tournament. There's a lot to win here. You talked earlier about the prizes and stuff, and there's some great things on the line. And I did notice there from Mario when he was there was a little bit of shaking in his hands there, which is completely understandable. I think you'd be crazy not to feel some nerves in this situation, being 1 game away from obviously the grand final, where you're a match away from winning it. It's very tense. Both players under a lot of pressure here, and I think that's part of the great thing about card games, right? Yes, you can sit and play in your online clients or in your local game store and have fun, but you know, this is the bit I love to see anyway. I really love these really competitive events where both players are really battling out. There's a lot on the line, and they're desperate to win.
Absolutely, no, you're completely correct here. I also think that, like, in this event though, it is the good thing is, like, it is a double elimination tournament. So that means if you are out, you're not out. If you lose, if you're upper bracket, you lose, you still have the second chance. So this kind of help alleviate a bit. Like imagine when you're playing the World Championship, you know that if you're out, this is it. This is it for you in top 8. The good news though, if whenever you're playing a major tournament and you're already in top 8, usually your nerves are kind of okay because you're already very happy to be here.
Yes, indeed.
But
Yeah. It's the most nervous game is that last round of Swiss where you need to win it, right? That's
yeah,
the one you really want to win because getting top 8 at any major event is it's an amazing achievement as it is.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. One of my worst, personally, my worst one is the last one before getting into day 2. That for me is the one I hate the most. The one I get tense the most about.
Yeah, that's your anxiety game. Honestly, I'm quite good with that. I've not reached enough top 8s compared to a lot of these players to maybe know, but I've played a lot of card games over the years, and I do tend to handle myself quite well. But I think I tend to relax maybe a bit more. But the top players, they really care. I think they're honestly the more nerves they feel, probably the more likely they want it, and the more likely they are to do really well.
Yeah, so double 1-drop opening again, and Mario did not interact in space. He went directly for the ramp. Ramp turn 1 is not ideal in hand 1 unless you have a good 4-drop to play. And unfortunately, I don't think there's many great 4-drop that can really help in this matchup. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see Mario having like any amazing 4-drops here. But if you got nothing else to do, then I guess that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 4-drops here, not amazing. Kira, probably the best you can hope for, but again, not great in this matchup really at all.
Okay, I think he's gonna stop the. Okay, this is actually interesting. So either he stops the Falcon here, or he could stop the ad maneuver. Ad maneuver could interrupt the hand 1 double. So if you have a 7-drop that you really want to play next turn, if you're Mario and you want to make an opponent to have no interaction with it, I think you want to name ad maneuver. In any other cases, you are naming the Falcon.
Yes, I completely agree there. Yep.
Because obviously, if the ad maneuver he's going to name ad maneuver. There's a 7-drop he has in hand that he really want to be able to ramp into. And I think ad maneuver was literally the only card that Nico could have possibly had that could have stopped that.
Yeah, it's the only card that interacts with it. But like we said, the only other card with the wrong ride, and that's if your opponent doesn't ramp. So yeah, the only way in the entire deck and sideboard to stop that is the outmaneuver.
And it's actually the wrong ride being revealed from the top of the deck. So, but unfortunately for Nikos, Mario will be able to go for deploy Han, and get its ramp before his opponent can interact it with the wrong ride. Unless he plays the wrong ride from his hand. Yeah, he could play the wrong ride from his hand.
He could do, yeah, and honestly, that would be a really big brain play. But when you know your opponent's picked out maneuver there, alarm bells have to be ringing in your head. You've got to be thinking, okay, really, Falcon typically is the pick. So if they're picking out maneuver, it must mean they're desperate to attack with their hand next turn. So I don't mind playing wrong ride from hand here and just stopping that whole thing from happening.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's a kind of a gamble play because if your opponent does have a great backup plan, then you spend 3 resources to tap 2 of the opponents. It's not amazing, and his opponent still got a hand deployment. So I'm not sure how amazing that is if your opponent does have that. But if it doesn't, and if you prevent your opponent from doing anything because of that, then it's obviously amazing.
Yeah, I mean, one thing as well you've got to take into consideration is that because of all these reveals, it's kind of funny here, but Nikos obviously revealed the wrong ride with the hand ability, so Mario's now aware of it, so he's more likely to try and keep a backup plan. He knows that there is a way to interact with him if Nikos wants to, and honestly, this is a really, really big, great in-depth play, and I would love to see the players take their time with these turns because it's super hard to work out what to do here.
Yeah. I guess it gets more obvious if you know what you have in hand and what your options are. But the wrong ride is dealing things first. He's attacking with Kira. No reason to be in a hurry. See what opponent does. Maybe he's gonna tap his whistles early, and that's gonna make it much easier for you to safely deploy Han. But yeah, as I said, the wrong ride not nearly as effective as an out maneuver because you still get to attack with Han obviously and gets your damage in.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're paying the plot tax there, really, aren't you? I mean, the card's obviously a lot worse, but obviously it can be played from plot. So, I mean, this turn's obviously crucial, right? This flip turn is really, really important. We have to see what happens here. I'd love
Yeah.
to see the wrong ride come up big and actually stop a hand. And at the end of the day, Nikos, he's got to recognise he's probably quite behind here. Your opponent had the resupply. We talked earlier about how important that is. They've gone all in on Mario's gone all in on getting this 7 cost card, like I said, by picking the out maneuver. So really, everything should be screaming to Nikos that Mario's got a great play, and if he gets that 7 drop down that's relevant, then he will go on to win the game. So I actually like the high risk, high reward strategy of playing the wrong ride.
I agree with sayings. I see we're on the only Ans meta. Yeah, that is true. From a thematic standpoint, those characters are the same, but from a gameplay standpoint, they are radically different leaders. So yeah, in one end, I do agree, but like in terms of meta, it's completely fine because those leaders are vastly different gameplay wise.
Yeah, it's completely superficial. I think similarity, even with hand two, although hand two is aggressive, like hand four, and he has the discount, a similar discount effect in a sense to hand one. He does play the wrong ride. Okay, he's going for it. Okay.
Oh yeah, he went for it. He could have waited until hand
Yeah.
one deploys,
Yeah. I think I
but
do like waiting there because at the end of the day, like if you wait until he deploys, then your opponent might just think, okay, go all in on it. So I actually would have waited myself, but yeah, we'll have to see. Does he have another play?
yeah, he probably does. Once again, he didn't know about the wrong ride being drawn here, and he's gonna have a Falcon deploy. Falcon deploy. Does he go face or does he go after the ball? Looks like he's gonna go for the racing again. I think it's the right choice. There's just so many
Yeah.
filling off the card spacer here doesn't really change much, and only spending 3 of his 5 resources. So the wrong ride was very effective. Obviously, we don't know what Mario would have played if he had access to his 7 resource, but definitely, nevertheless, possibly it was a correct play from Nikos, most likely.
Yeah, I really love that play. I think a lot of players wouldn't have gone down that route. It's really risky, but I think again he's identified he has to play a risky strategy, and that's something that people don't do enough, in my opinion. Again, something that separates the really top players from slightly weaker players here is that they play not to lose instead of playing to win. You've got to always play to win. You've got to look at if you're in a bad situation, you have to increase your sort of riskometer and take more risks to try and win that game. Outmaneuver here still being prevented by Kira, so Nikos still doesn't have a way to prevent Han from playing a 7 drop this turn. So that is going to come out. There's nothing that Nikos can do really to stop that unless he had another wrong ride in his resources potentially.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. So this will be Lightmaker. In play, so this is one of the awkward thing with Unfold is that because you want to be able to deploy the leader and then unexhaust all of your resources, this forces you to play your card first, which leaves you with no ready resource and no possible answers to what the hand player can do. So that can be a problem. And Lightmaker not having an immediate impact on this game, but will potentially give him some great, maybe a lethal in one action on the turn after.
We've seen Lightmaker now. That has been the play that Nikos has played all 3 games. He's opened up with the Lightmaker. And again, this is the kind of problem that I thought plots would help to solve. And obviously, they do help a bit. But from what I've seen so far this weekend, Hanfor is still struggling in very similar ways that he used to. Again, he's still struggling with this ability to make use of his resources because you want to flip first with Han. You want to get that attack in. You want to put the pressure on. Get an immediate lethal next turn. But you just can't seem to do that even with plot cards.
I just want to mention though that in the other upper bracket games that we haven't casted, 2 out of the 3 games were won by basically Deploy Han, Sudden Ferocity, and the Wrong Ride in 2 games out of the 3. So the plot card definitely did matter in that previous matchup.
Okay, good. All right, well there you go. So it's going under the radar for us watching, but not so much for the players. Now look, this is where this 8 HP base race situation is causing a lot of the 8 HP differential is causing a lot of issues for Nikos. He's now, what is that, 17 to 14, so he's actually 11 damage behind in the base race, which is a huge amount.
And he hasn't used his Tarkington either, so he's not even getting the benefit of being. This is by far the biggest factor in this game. Like just the 8 HP deficit is just such a big major issue here for Nikos. And yeah, I just feel like the 30 HP is the right way to go for this deck. I just don't like the Tarkington. So Sudden Ferocity is gonna get played here indeed. to create a very, very big unit.
Mhm.
But
8
17 damage
power.
and still hasn't spent any resource. He's playing it on a different unit to play around Bamboozle, which I think is the correct play.
Yeah. The obviously
Does
disadvantage
Mario?
here is that it makes it harder to win in one action next turn, though.
Yeah, that is correct. True, but I think he would dish out more damage with Lightmaker regardless. 7
It would be
or one
one
more. Okay.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mario at this stage can have many cards. Whaley would be great. Cunning that he does have from his sideboard. Out of aspect Cunning would be great. Bamboozle would be game breaking. Even like the not as good but still pretty good. The 10-4.
Yep. That'd be great here. Yeah. There's so many ways for him to go on to win this game. If his hand has got nothing really of use, then Nikos could still sneak it, but it's going to be really tough from here. He's
Yeah.
going to at least Mario's going to at least be in the position where he can put Nikos to 20, and therefore put him within one event, Hotshot Blaster or Surprise Strike, one attack of lethal with those. But he might not be able to put Nikos within one guaranteed action of victory. This
Yeah,
is where
Mario
maths
is.
comes in. Maths is fun, folks. This is where you've got to do all the calculations, and it could all come down to 1 point of damage.
Yeah. Mario is really taking his time here. The fact that he's taking so much time is good news for Nikos because it does mean that Mario doesn't have an obvious amazing play. So this is good news for Nikos, but Mario is really thinking what he could possibly do here at this stage, and obviously with 7 resources available and all the cards that he has in his deck that are so amazing in situation, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have something good to play. But obviously, it is still possible.
Yeah, indeed.
But at least it's safe to say that he doesn't have anything that is like literally out of the game breaking.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this is probably the longest we've actually seen over the weekend of somebody take an action. Just shows the stakes that these players are playing at. It's all come down to this. It's one game each. They both players fully understand. Even though they're not going to be knocked out of the event, it's going to be a lot harder to win 3 more matches after this than it is to win 1. So that this loss does put you behind a lot in your campaign to try and win the event.
Okay, it's been said on the chat that Nikos should be on 5 resources, and it looks like he's only on 4. Maybe there's one card is hidden underneath
I
something.
think it's probably just hidden underneath, right? He spent 3 for the Sunfrost.
Oh yeah, okay, he's on 3, no problem. Yeah. Okay, not a great play here. Only an attack from Kira. That means he has no interaction against any of those units here. That is not a good news for Mario. And this is a great news for Nikos.
So there's 10 damage on the side of Nikos at the moment. He still has 2 resources left. That puts Mario to 24, which means he's 9 away. So, again, he wouldn't be able to have a lethal potentially 1 action. Unless he himself had some sort of pump spell like aggressive negotiations.
There you go, the 7. What is it? Ewing Reinforcement. Could find many cards here. Another Falcon. Also a Marauder. Marauder is actually good. No, he's not good enough to kill the Y-Wing. Obviously, we could also end Fizz Nest.
Yeah, the Y-Wing's only got 3. It's only got 3 HP.
Oh yeah, never mind, because this is +3/+0. Yeah, so
yeah.
Marauder would be great. Blue Leader even better.
I mean, honestly, almost all of his deck is good. Like, there's so many good things he can pull here. But I would be completely unbelievable if he pulled something that wasn't useful here.
Yeah, I think it's the reason why it took such a long time to play, because he was thinking, should I play this Ewing right now, or should I attack with Kira first? And I feel like you should play Ewing first.
Yeah, but the Kira is always going to be able to attack. There's nothing that Nikos can do to prevent that. So I would have liked to have seen the Ewing first. Yeah.
And actually, sometimes there's an argument for like wanting to take the first action, and maybe the Kira attack might actually not matter. So having the option to not attack with Kira and take initiative instead is also an option that you want to have. So probably playing your Ewing Reinforcement first would have been better. Honestly, don't think it's going to make a big difference this game, but worth noticing.
So, Jump Flight Speed Falcon's not useful at all here. And what's that? Tech?
Oh, and a tech?
Completely missed.
What
Oh
the
my
hell?
goodness. How did he miss? There's so many good cards. I cannot believe he missed from that.
This is unbelievable. The other unbelievable part is that tech is still in the deck. Like, how
Yeah.
in the world do you keep this card in the deck? Like, I can understand, like the other card, the smuggle card, I forgot his name again. To have this card in the deck.
Zori Bliss.
Zori
Yeah.
Bliss, thank you.
It's all right.
Uh,
I mean, whew, that is crazy. I mean, obviously, Data Vault does make it slightly worse, obviously, but only 10 additional cards. It doesn't make it like that much worse. And a lot of those additional cards are useful. So I cannot believe he missed there.
yeah, but like I also
Maybe it does bring into question some of, like you said, some of Mario's sideboarding decisions. I mean, we've seen so many of the bad cards still in the deck.
yeah, it's like Zori Bliss and tech have no business being in the deck after sideboard. Like,
Hmm.
this is just weird. Like, once again, either he's unbelievably unlucky or either he's made some very questionable decisions. So obviously he hasn't lost the game yet, and he still has plenty of ways to win this game. But being in that position after what happened this game is truly unbelievable.
So there was 4 damage there from the Republic Wiring, right? He was on 19, so shouldn't he be on 23 there? This damage matters. So maybe we can get someone to quickly look back and just make sure that damage is correct there. But the damage really matters here. Maybe I missed something, but so that's yeah. So we're just double checking there. Make this is you got to be super careful, guys. I know I bang on about it every broadcast I ever do, but 1 point of life matters, and the amount of times people miscount in this game, it's unbelievable. It happens all the time. You've really got to make sure you're doing this correctly. So it was the Republic Wiring attacking him for 4 damage. Mario was on 19. That should take him to 23. And then a further 2 damage there. Yeah, so 25 is right.
25 here. So far, Nikos does not have lethal in one action. That's because he put the ferocity on the Cattle Spacer in order to play around Bamboozle. So he played around Bamboozle, and as a result, he's not having action lethal in one action. So Bamboozle not even being played, but having an impact on the game,
I mean,
which is
honestly,
really
though, like, this is the thing you got to look at. If your opponent has Bamboozle, I think you basically lose anyway. So I think playing around it here from Nikos might have been a grave error. Because, like you said, not being able to lethal in one action here is huge. It means that, Nikos. Oh, he has the
surprise
surprise
strike
strike. Oh, from the tech, he had it in the
from the
resources.
tech.
Tech was vindicated all along.
Yeah, I still believe tech is no business being a deck after, and there's
No.
also a chance, but
And there was also lethal there from Nikos. He revealed he had the hand pilot, so he did have the
oh,
one action lethal himself
he
on the
did have
light
the one
maker.
action lethal. What a
Yeah.
close game! What a close
Oh,
game!
came down to one action. Unbelievable. But it is taken down by Mario on the hand one data vault.
Yeah, no, uh, yeah, I think it might have been maybe he had better plays than the tech out of the wing reinforcement, but he decided to take the tech anyway because he knew
Yep.
all along that he had the surprise strike in his resource, and it's like,
Mhm.
my tech is giving me lethal next turn. I'm gonna take tech.
I mean, in that situation, Tech's the best card in the game, right? So there's no way your opponent can actually lethal you that turn. It's impossible. So you know that there's no way they can interact with the Tech. So if you just pick the Tech, he knew he had the surprise strike. There's nothing your opponent can do.
Yeah, regardless, well played by him. Even though it is a very, very, very favorable matchup, you still got to pull the win. It's not, you still gotta make the right plays. So yeah, well done by both players. Nikos is not out of the tournament. He's simply just gonna get into the. He just fell into the Sarlacc pit. He's gonna have to
Yes.
play against the two favorite of the event. Slowly digested by both of these players who are playing control decks. To be fair, they're playing soft control decks, so they're decks that even though they do play a defensive strategy, they do win the game pretty quickly though. So it's not exactly the end of the world. So just before we get into our next game and maybe a bit of a break, I just want to talk about very quick about the Unity League, which is going to be the way to qualify for the next TwoMoons Championship next year. And I will just let you know a little bit, give you a bit of an explanation on how that works. So basically, any game store can enroll any of their Star Wars Limited event for the Unity League, and when they do,
things that really help to keep the game alive and support this a fantastic game here. Again, I've played a lot of card games, dozens of card games, and the core rules for Star Wars Limited are the best I've ever played, and this game deserves to be supported. So please do what you can, support the game. Sign up for these things, show the organisers that it's worthwhile to do it, and there is interest, and then there'll be more Star Wars Unlimited going forward.
Awesome, yeah. And as we said earlier, the importance of maintaining a healthy competitive scene outside of the official tournament circuit is also really good. It gives leverage to the community to do what they want for the future of the game. It gives agency to the community to tailor their experience around what they truly value. We know that sometimes the interest of the community and the interest of the company running the game do not always align, and having leverage for that is great. And the only way to do this is to have your own events. So all this is really, really important, and it's going to be great moving forward.
Yeah, completely agree there. Think we've let's have a look. We've got the bracket now, so let's take a look at what we're doing with the bracket here. So as we just saw there, we have Mario take the win there against Nico, so he is in the grand final with Han 1 Data Vault. So a deck that we've seen many times over the months and years now. Star Wars Unlimited. He's finally through to that final bracket. He's gone undefeated, obviously, in the winners bracket. That's 4 matches now, 1 away. And now next we are going to be going over to that losers bracket where, again, we've talked about them already. In our opinion, the favourites for the event, Yona against Tim. Who is going to take it down? We'll have to see.
Yeah, this is the big match that everybody was kind of like looking forward to see. I just want to mention, special mention to Dominic Grabber. Dominic Grabber is he's also a very, very big player from Switzerland. Has the reputation of being the best Swiss player since a very long time now. And unfortunately for him, he basically faced off against Yona on round 1, fell into the lower bracket, won his lower bracket game, and then he fell off against Tim and lost to him. So a bit of an unfortunate turns of event for Dominic. I think he had the potential to do really well in the event. A really amazing player, but just fell off against the 2 favorite, and as a result, kind of got an early exit. But yeah, that can happen when like double elimination bracket is still a little bit more forgiving, but you can still have some really bad pairings and just get yourself an early exit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's card games at the end of the day. There's a lot of variance. There's variance not only in what you draw and how the game plays out, but also your matchups. There's so many different variables that go into it. And obviously, the really top players will try and be as consistent as possible. But every one of the best players in the world, the Galactic Champion, better than himself, has gone out in the early stages of tournaments before. It does happen to everyone. It's just one of those things. This isn't chess. This isn't, football. Like, the best teams don't always win, don't win even, that much of the time. And, it really is about being as consistent as possible to try and give yourself the opportunities to win these events.
Yeah. I don't want to be rubbing salt on the wound, but even Sip went 1-3 in the Boston Munich. So you see, if you guys do even being good doesn't mean you're gonna win every time. That's for sure.
Of course not. Absolutely. And here we go. So looking at the list, we've seen it several times so far over this weekend. We've got there Yona into the lower bracket, as we said here. He's in the lower bracket already. He's been battling his way through. He's got the final leader now in the event out of the 4 players that are left from the new set, Palpatine. The constant debate we've had whether Kylo or Palpatine is a better leader rages on. And again, I don't think we'll get our answer before the end of the event today. I think we're going to have to keep testing it moving forward. But yeah, I mean, this is probably the deck that uses some of the most number of new cards in the set, right? Because even though some of them aren't amazing, I'm thinking of Dogmatic Shock Squad, they just have to be included because of the plot card. Now, we'll have a look at Tim's list as well. Again, we've seen that a few times already. What do we think in this matchup? Who do you think's favoured, Pierre?
Yeah, I think this matchup is going to favor the more controlling player, and in this case, it is clearly Yona. He has 3 copies of Super Laser Blast, which are basically a trap card. If you are falling behind, all you gotta do is blast it away and suddenly reset the board. Tim has it's just going to be a tough matchup because of that. Tim does have some really powerful recursive like Carolyn Beck and Om1, and even additional copies of Om1, and he also has 2 more additional copies of Om1 with the restock in his sideboard. So it's going to be about recurring those threats over and over again. Also, the most powerful card of Tim's deck is not that good against control. Like Yoda It is an amazing card against mid-range and against aggro. It's not
Yeah.
an amazing card against soft control. It's really bad against hot control, but it's actually not against soft control. It's significantly better, but it's not amazing because not only is the user removal and heal your base not that valuable in this matchup, which is mostly a value focused matchup. The fact that you're also basically not um, the fact that you're unlikely to have a wide board in this matchup, it also means that the damage dealing actually doesn't really kill anything. So it's going to be an issue. The constant source of card advantage coming from the Chancellor Palpatine might be coming into play in this matchup. So yeah, it's not looking amazing for Tim. I think it's a bad matchup for him. But I think after sideboard, he effectively will have 5 copies of Om 1
Yes.
in his deck after sideboard. So I think after sideboard, it's getting a lot better.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I was about to say, we're not past game one just yet, but the sideboard does make a big difference here. That salvage is there, really in particular for these kind of situations. So perfect here, having multiple copies of probably the most important card in the matchup, or certainly I think. But also, just worth pointing out, I mean, this is one of those matchups that I think we could potentially see go close to time here. I know the players have a long time to play, but these matchups are best of 3 in such slow decks. Battling it out can take a long time with the amount of value these players are putting out. What do you think the chances are that we actually, approach going to time here?
So 2 things to take into account. The first one is like those players have 75 minutes to play these games as opposed to the regular 55 minutes for Swiss games. The second factor is that both players are really quick. Tim, he's a fast player, and so is Yona. If we go to time and we end up having, we're gonna have to go through tiebreaker rules. There's no tie possible, so that means whoever has the most damage on base loses the game effectively. No, I think who has the most damage left on base wins the game. And I think in this case it does advantage Yoda because Yoda has a lot of healing in his deck, a lot more healing, and it is slightly more aggressive, I would say. So I think if we end up in a situation where the last game has only let's say 5 minutes on the round, and they have to play out that last game with 5 minutes left on the round, it will definitely benefit Tim.
Yeah. Also, just worth pointing out, both players German here, so we are a battle of the Germans here. We had, I think, 5 German players coming into this 16-player event. Then we had one player who was from the US who obviously lives at this part of the world now, and then we also had the rest of the players being Swiss. So a couple of Germans here battling out. One of them will be taken down here, and then I believe they will be the final German of the event after this point.
Yeah. Interesting though is that both players are friends. Actually, Yona and Tim know each other very well, and they have actually played each other this week. So they actually played this matchup. They trained for this event, and they actually both played this matchup, this game. As you can see, both players are playing blisteringly fast here. Turn 1, ramp coming from Tim, which is turn 2 ramp, sorry, which is great. He also put a threat on the board, which matters as well. Going to force this to a merciless contest to be used.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's going to be hard for us to keep up, but I suppose, again, maybe if it was 2 other players, time would be more of a consideration. But again, the fact that there's 75 minutes, an extra 20 minutes there is a big deal because it's, again, that third-party event. And, well, also the top 8, in a sense, we've got to the sort of day 2 stage now. And also that these players, like you said, know each other very well, and they're just known for playing fast. I mean, look at how many resources are already. We are going through this so quickly.
Yeah, this is gonna. So here, yeah, basically Tim and earlier of the game is just gonna be looking to stick a threat on the board, deal a couple of damage. The something we haven't noticed as well is this also could very well go to Meal as well. And in this case, Yona has another avenue to win condition. If basically both players neutralize each other, Yona will probably win by Meal because he has 10 extra card in his deck, and he also has Vigilance in his deck. Team does have some restock after sideboard, but even restock might not even be enough because all Yona has to do basically is keep 1 vigilance up, and as soon as restock gets played, just mill it out. So I'm not sure how relevant that is. So we're going to see Condemn here coming down. At least Paradox Side versus Contest is not going to be a factor moving forward, or at least not anytime soon. And we're going to see another ramp here. We'll see if Yona is just a team is willing to deploy is Yoda early, even though he knows he won't get the damage in just because he gets get of damage. Looks like he's not going to deploy Yoda. He's aware that he needs to keep the ability. He finds also from the top of his deck sorry, an home one. I think in this matchup, you really want to keep your home one to reanimate some really nasty things. I think really what you okay, sorry, it's going too fast. The Palpatine is going to deploy here. It's going to find the Light Maker, going to find the Palpatine, the Chancellor Palpatine. So a pretty decent deployment here for Yona. What I wanted to say though is like in this matchup, Home One needs to be used as what we call a Russian doll. The Russian doll strategy. The Russian doll strategy is Home Ones gets Kalarian back, gets something big. Like it's that kind of plays that you can make in very late game situation. That really gives you insane value, and that's the kind of play that you need to pull off if you are the Yoda player. So we should see Yoda deployment coming out, try to stabilize this board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think well spotted there. I think both deploys very similar here. I think, but both one obviously removes a threat, one of them plays multiple threats. But I think first light in combination with Palpatine is basically as good as the plot can go. Right? I mean, there's not much better plot that you could possibly hope for, being able to put 4 threats onto the board.
Okay, so the Kalarian back is coming in. So this one, you want to get it nice and early, so then he goes to the discard pile, and then you're looking to go Han Home 1 into Killer and Beck later on in the game, so that's perfectly well played here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to try to take over the game. Something that you can do if you are playing Yoda, you're actually not trying to clear out your opponent board. You actually want to go to base, because as long as there's a unit on the board, on Yona's side, he's not going to be looking to power that, to super laser blast. You do not. I repeat it. You do not want to clean your boards very aggressively, because all you got to do. How's going to happen if you do this is you're going to get blasted, and that's going to be it. So just go for the race. Rely on your healing. And if you go into a racing situation, then this is where Yoda feels a lot stronger.
Yeah, I completely agree. Great bit of analysis there. Something that may not be necessarily obvious to people who haven't played the matchup or who don't really understand exactly how it goes, but it's a really good point. And it just goes to show the difference that Super Laser Blast has on impacts in the game, right?
Absolutely. That's why I'm going to be really sad when this card go away. I know there's a lot of haters for this, but it's a card that undeniably just changed the game in such a way that makes it a lot more interesting, in my opinion. Super Laser Blast just got played, right?
Yeah, yep. That was a blast. Yeah, I didn't actually see the blast itself come down, but yeah, that was.
Yeah. We've not even seen the discard pile, but yeah, it's the Shadow Blast. He recognized that he's behind, but he has to kill so many of his own unit to do it. I think Tim is not too unhappy about this, and as we know, he's looking to go. He's basically setting up for that crucial. He also drew a card for Mina Bonteri. He's going to put some threat on the unit, and he's once again kind of just cooking and preparing the massive Home One, which is really his win condition. He also finds
the one copy of Clone, absolutely. So that's going to help as well.
Yep, he can actually go Home One and then play Clone, copies Home One, redo it again. This play is susceptible to Super Laser Blast, but if Yona does not find a second Super Blast on time, he might just die really quickly.
So should be 2 extra damage there with the Maul onto the blue leader right at 5 HP. So 2 overwhelm onto Tim's base, which should be on 6, I believe. Easy to forget that Maul has overwhelm. That's probably one of the cards that people seem to forget the most for whatever reason, but it does have overwhelm.
Yeah, overwhelm is so incredibly relevant on Maul. It's the card would not be nearly as good. So he's gonna play the Yoda here, as I said. It's this threat is big enough that you're willing to, and your board is small enough that you're willing to do this. And he's gonna heal his base. Yeah, this Yoda is pretty good, and he's protected from Paradox Iceland and Mina Bonteri. And Mina Bonteri is gonna come in. And yeah, keep on putting pressure. You need to be resourcing every single turn into team. I don't think you never stop resourcing in this matchup. It's just because it just makes your, I guess if you are on 7+8, but even then the Keller and Beck can pull out even bigger things.
Yeah, you just keep going. Yeah. Do you keep going as Palpatine, or do you think there's a point where you stop as Palpatine?
I guess I guess you have to keep. You're basically never running out of gas as Palpatine, so I think you probably keep resourcing. Double removal, and that's going to be Home One. He's actually revealing Home One and a clone from Mina Bonteri, so Yona knows what's up.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, maybe there's an argument there just to reveal the Yaddle instead of the Home One, just so your opponent doesn't know they have it in hand. But I suppose without the Bazines obviously are in the sideboard for Palp, so there's no way to actually interact with the hand anyway at this stage. So You don't mind revealing it, really.
You're my only hope. Oh, he's gonna be You're my only hope to get his even cheaper Home 1, so he can go Keller and Beck and get something. He can get up to a 4-drop.
Yeah.
So this is the Russian doll Home 1 that I was talking about earlier. Absolutely essential to this matchup, to the late game. And he's gonna find something really big. Yeah, so there's basically 3 bodies for the price of 1. Entrench is gonna come in. Entrench means that, once again, Power Dark Side not as effective. And that's going to be a swing coming from Home 1. As you know, Yoda is very much the aggressor in this matchup, and Tim understands the assignment. I mean, obviously, those players have playtested the matchup before, so they know exactly how this matchup goes. Even though, Council Palpatine is indeed a new leader, the decks pretty much plays the same as the classic soft control decks that we've seen over and over again, so not exactly something new for Jonah. For Tim, sorry.
Indeed, just slams into base there with the Home 1. Obviously, again, you want to push that damage. 33, it's a lot of base HP, but it's not infinite. So you do need to keep chipping away to get there eventually. And like you said, in the very, very late game, if things go as long as they possibly can, then that does favour the Palpatine. So you do need to actually get there.
Yeah, so a couple of comments that are relevant here. You can't clone the Home 1. Yeah, my bad. Clones can only copy non-vehicle units. And also, he's going to copy the Kalan back here, which is the best card to copy in this matchup.
In fairness, Clone, not a card that was seen outside of this deck really very much at all. So
No.
It's kind of a Yoda special.
That's going to be a Luke Skywalker. It's okay. It's not, yeah, Kellenbeck into Luke. In most matchup, it would just be game ending. In this matchup, it's a little bit of a different story. Mm-hmm. Basically, at this point, if you are the Yoda player, you kind of have to pray that your opponent does not find Super Laser Blast.
Right. Yeah.
And it's really basically all about all in, and Palp is basically full on defense. He actually played Vigilance here to try to melee his opponent. The deck of Team is already running thin.
Yeah. Look at those resources. So many. He's got access to so many.
Yeah. So does Yona has a blast here? He's gonna have timely intervention. Timely intervention into Devastator. Ouch! That hurts. Yeah. That hurts. Yona does have the answer to it, but Tim has the answer to it, but it's still 2 big units, and once again, 1 step forward for him to get closer to lane game. He did take a lot of damage, and the 18 damage to the base is actually not bad at all. Mm-hmm. And here we're gonna see probably the Yoda coming in to finish off the Devastator, but still not ideal. You don't want to overcommit to the board, especially if you don't have a lot of gas in hand, because you always have to be mindful of Super Laser Blast. Hello comments from Pancake says, Queen Amidala seems like an auto-include in main, at least inside for Yoda. Yeah, Queen Amidala is definitely a card that we considered. Mm-hmm. And he's going to be, could be a really helpful matchup against, card against control. But unfortunately, this is a card that is really bad against aggro. And whenever you're playing Yoda, you're mostly concerned about like the very aggro deck. So it's and also probably going into this tournament, he was probably more expecting to see aggro deck than control deck. But yeah, it's definitely a card that we considered.
Oh, I've been very surprised by the number of control decks we've seen, and they've all been the Palpatine, but it's crazy. I mean, was it 3 or 4 Palpatines going into the 16-player event, which is a huge number, really.
I think it's only 2.
No, it's definitely more than 2.
Okay, well, it was definitely 4, not 4.
Yeah, it must be 3 then. We had Yona, and we
did not use the meal this time around, and the condemn just enough to turn off this Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, perfect. They have to answer Luke as well. Basically, another entrenched. We had Yona, Peter, and Simon. There was 3. Yeah, which again, 16 players. That's quite a lot of proportion, really.
Yeah, I think Tim has another Home 1 in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Well,
I think that card in the middle is Home 1. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a big deal. That's going to be his last. This Home 1 is probably going to be his last chance.
Mm-hmm. Again, I'm assuming he wants to save it here. He's trying to save it until the second blast comes out.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to bait the blast and then play the Home 1 after. And he's hoping for his opponent to not have exactly what he needs, at least during 1 turn, and just dish out so much damage. And yes, no blast here, so an opportunity to deal 5 more damage with the Yoda here.
Yeah.
That's a big
He's
deal.
getting there.
28.
He's 10 away.
It's getting
Yeah.
close. It's going to be very close, guys. It's going to be very close. And keep in mind, the matchup gets a lot better with Tim after Sideboard. That is the 3rd Vigilance, guys. Oh, he mills the Killer and back. That's a big deal. Still a few cards left in the deck. And that means another attack possible with the Obi-Wan. And now he has to play more threats. But he needs to not overcome it too much. He's going to play the Luke, forcing a card to be revealed from Yona. Maybe he's going to reveal a card that is relevant. It's going to be very close.
Got another Luke in hand as well.
Yeah, the Luke don't matter too much. He's just putting small bodies.
This has to be blasted now, surely.
Yeah. He find another one. Okay, that was the 3rd one. He find it. He find the one. That's a huge deal. And we're gonna see. He might need to count his resource, so then maybe he's looking to. But the only problem is like the Killer and Big needs to find something big out of the deck. Maybe there's nothing left in the deck by the time he plays the one. So that's gonna be something he has to be careful about. But all 3 Visions have been played.
Yeah. So
does he have the blast?
We haven't seen any walkers yet from Yona, but basically this 22 is basically all he's going to be able to work with. So
all the plays that Yona has would be Timely Intervention. Walkers is another good play, even though any unit that he plays, you just get smacked by this Killer and back with Entrench. Let's see what he does.
That looks like a blast. No. It's just
okay. This is not amazing. This is not amazing for Yona here. Oh yeah, no, this is Timely Intervention. Okay.
Yeah. So he does dig deeper to the blast as well, though, right? So it means that if he can survive one more turn, he might be able to get to the blast. But again, we've got 2
and also heal 6
in Tim's hand, though.
Yeah, it's also heal 6 for sure. Oh, another 7 here. Oh my god. And he's also losing the walker. Oh, all the dice have been knocked. How many damage are we on?
Yeah,
Rook is going to attack as well.
28, yeah.
Okay, what do you play here as a follow-up? Honestly, if Yoda had an infinite size deck, this could be this could be a good matchup for him, but like that's unfortunately not the case. Mina Bonteri. I don't think you play anything more here. I think you got enough. Okay, Captain Typho. He's confident in his own one being able to. I don't think he needs more than. I think he could resource one of his hard removal and try to give himself an even better mothership.
Home one, yeah. I mean, he honestly might just be able to pick whatever he wants anyway, right? So I can't see how many he's got, but yeah, I don't think there's any blast. Yeah, no
GG.
blast.
That's obviously the inconvenience of running Data Vaults is that you don't always find the card you need.
Yep.
And even if a blast would have been played, Tim had the Home-1 to completely repopulate his board. Home-1 into Keller and back into another card.
He had 2 Home-1s, right? So he could have repopulated twice.
Yeah, did he have 2 Home-1?
I think he only played 1 and he drew 2 more. So I think he did. I'm maybe not sure on that, but anyway, he had another Luke as well potentially. But yeah, I mean, great play from Tim there, showing that knowledge of the matchup. Let's see if we can see these lists now and see what we've mentioned the sideboard already a couple of times, but I am interested to see Yona's sideboard because there's a few cards there as well that I think might be able to help here.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it at all, but there's definitely some cards. But the fact that Tim won game 1 is great news, because this is, as we said earlier, I think it's great news for Team Enigma, and bad news, of course, for Yona, because this is not an easy matchup for Yona at all.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see. I think we've got a bit of a.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a glimpse here at what Yona has. So, okay, Yona is gonna have 2 Pap Return, which is gonna help him grind the game. Is gonna help him like reanimate some Devastators. So that's gonna be helpful. He also has 2 Bazine, which is definitely gonna go in. He's going to be looking to discard those Home-1s. It is an expensive card to play in this matchup, where obviously you are on the back foot, you are the defender, and having to spend so many resources into something that doesn't affect the board could be a problem. But it is definitely a card that he's going to have it in. What do you not want? Maybe Barrage is not great.
Yep, you could take out Barrage.
I don't think you need restock in this matchup.
Slime Ore. You don't need Slime Ore. I know you need enough plots, but she's doing nothing, right?
Yeah, I think restock is definitely going out. There's no way you get outmilled by even though
Yoda,
the games go long, there's no way you get outmilled by Yoda.
Yeah.
I don't like Cad Bane. Actually don't like any of the plot cards, to be fair. Like
No,
honestly, like
yeah.
what the flip that he had first light into Palpatine was pretty much the best flip he could have got. Like generally speaking, the plot cards are very very weak in this match. In this matchup, Dogmatic Shock Squad is decent.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just
I mean
awkward, isn't it? You
between
got that balancing act of like, do you want to not only weaken your flip, but then make your leader side ability so much worse by taking out the plots?
yeah, that's a good point. But for sure, he's gonna add the two Bazine and the two Palpatine's Return, and then what he takes out is kind of up to him. He could just shave a few, but for sure he's getting rid of his stock. He also has Emergency Power. Emergency Power is the kind of card that he could also that you want to play whenever you are taking the role of the aggressor and you want to have a surprise win out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if he's gonna be in an opportunity. I think the likelihood of Emergency Power being good is fairly low in this matchup.
Yeah. It's hard, isn't it? Because having it as a one-of option, I don't hate, especially in a 60-card deck. But yeah, again, maybe it's just weak than one of the sideboard options. You've already mentioned with Tim here, the two salvages, the home one, obviously they're coming straight in. They're going to be incredible here.
And the restock as well. The restock will force. Basically, restock is in, even though it's not basically the right strategy for Palp is to just wait, is just to keep one vigilance in hand and wait for the restock to come in to just mill it out. But the fact that he cannot play that vigilance up and have to wait for the deck to be empty to then and answer it to restock, that's already gives Tim a little bit more time to before he gets decked out. So that restock is actually going to modify the play pattern of Jan and force him to keep his vigilance for the last possible turn, and therefore that's going to give Tim a little bit more time before he gets decked out. And for that reason alone, restock is going to be worth it.
What do you take out? I mean, do you take out Spark of Hope? I mean, is that going to? I mean, it will probably could trigger. I mean, do you take out You're My Only Hope?
Yeah, You're My Only Hope is very situational in this matchup, so I don't like it for sure. You're My Only Hope. Spark of Hope is good because your opponent's gonna have removal. It's gonna be very easy to trigger. So you're adding in 4 cards, and there's 3 cards. The 3 You're My Only Hope. So there's just a matter of one more card. I think in this case maybe Typho is not great. No, the traders are not amazing either. Traders can stealing a super technician can put you so far ahead.
Yeah, but that's like the only time it does anything, though, right?
Yeah, I think Traitorous is too situational. So probably you remove the 2 Traitors, you remove 2 You're My Only Hope. That's 4 cards, and you add in the 2 the restock, the 2
salvage and the home one.
Salvage, thank you, and 1 on 1. And I confirm, by the way, that he only had 1 and 1 because he only plays 2 main, so he played 1. The other one. So. Okay. And I think the dark card that we were seeing was either an Obi-Wan or a blue leader.
Yeah, indeed. And we do have confirmation that Tim did mulligan, so if we do see a poor hand here, then that might be part of the reason why.
Finds Mina Bonteri, which is great. Good start. Mina Bonteri is such a great card because it's both good against aggro and control.
Yeah, I mean, we see here, this is exactly it, right? Like, against aggro, the restore really helps in the stats, but then against control, it's one of the only ways you can actually get value after your opponent merciless contests, and that's just fantastic. Just replacing itself as a card in hand, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better 2-drop against control.
Up here, just putting up threats. Last game, he did go for a ramp with a resupply. This time around, he's just playing straight like this. I think to force the condemn that early is kind of a good news here for Tim because it means that Paradox side is now turned off is going to be turned off potentially for a very, very long time. So usually whenever you play like cards like Condemn or Entrench, you usually want to wait later on in the game to start playing them. But the fact that you had to play it on such a small body that early in the game is not ideal.
Did he miss with his pulp trigger there? I didn't see him take anything.
I didn't realize the players are
Yeah,
playing
he
so
did.
quick.
That's the first time. Yeah, he's missed. That's the first time I've seen it so far this weekend. He actually missed the pulp trigger, and maybe that's because he's taken out some of these plot cards to make
Yeah,
space.
yeah. To be fair, missing out on your Palpatine pickup is not the end of the world in this matchup.
No. I mean, one card for you in hand though, it does matter. But yeah, you're right.
It does matter, but it's not the end of the world by any means.
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely can happen whenever you side out.
He missed again.
He missed again.
Yeah.
You might only hope into. Oh my god, this is so good. You might only hope into resupply carrier to get himself into a quick ramp. A bad news here for Team Isaac. He hasn't dealt damage to the base, but now he has plenty of resources. And he's going to be able to get himself a deploy.
You must be deflated here now as Yona. I mean, double missing your opponent with the ramp there. I mean, it's brutal.
Yeah, he did find Slime more this time around. He's going to think about whether, just last game, he actually delayed his Yoda deployment because he had nothing to kill. Let's see if he does this again or if he decides to play it on curve. But it looks like he's going to go Luke Skywalker on curve. Yeah, no Yoda. Even though Yoda could have going in for 4 damage here, he still decided to prefer to keep it as a leader.
Yeah, I must say I'm a bit surprised by that. Yeah, I agree. You know, I think both have got merit. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm obviously an aggressive player by heart. I would have loved to have just seen Yoda deployed there, but you know, because Super Laser Blast is a way away from being played yet. But yeah, I mean, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
And the Cat Bane on the Palpatine, and he's going to be playing. I can't believe in this matchup we might see, like, if Tim wins this game, we might be able to see this matchup ending with 30 minutes on the clock. Just look how quick those players are playing. It is just.
Yeah, okay, good. He does remember to attack the Oban. I've been waiting this whole time to see if the free attack is able. Does Tim do it? And Tim knows what he's doing. He attacks with that Obion, makes sure he gets the reveal. Also generates the Force as well.
Yeah, very important. Generates the Force. I mean, not very important, but especially since Tim is fully healed at this point. Yona is not having the best time here, but we know that the Super Laser Blast can completely turn this game upside down. So he's gonna go power deploy. What is he gonna find from his deploy? He's gonna we know he has gonna have Slime more. He's gonna also have the Sentinel units as well.
Dogmatic Shock Squad, is that the one he's got?
Yes.
Did we see that? Yeah.
Yeah, we saw. We also saw Cat Bane, even though Cat Bane doesn't do anything.
Oh. Yeah, I think he's. That's it. Is that it? Or are we just checking the ruling of that and the ordering he has to do? Yeah, you have to do it all at the same time.
Okay, there's also Pap unit.
Yeah,
double Pap unit, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I think, as far as I've seen. That means 4 restore units, so for sure Yoda will be deployed. It looks like it's only 1 Pap. Only 1 Pap, sorry.
No, but there's one in the discard pile, though.
And why is there only...
there should be 4 spy tokens there, yeah. He definitely played 2 packs. Look, his resources have been exhausted. He paid the 7, so he should have 4 spies.
Yeah, okay. Maybe there's a reason why there's no 4 spies, but anyway, Yoda will come in. Okay, finally he puts them in. That's a big deal because, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it also means that it actually is a big deal because otherwise he would have been able to flip, kill one of those spies, and get himself another attack from. To be fair, this turn Tim is not going to be looking to deal damage to base. Between the Slime More and those spy tokens, there's just not much damage to be taken. However, he's going to take over the game. He's going to be taking over the board. Decide to not flip the Yoda again. Wow, I'm very, very surprised by this.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Again, not wanting to overcommit, I guess. You know, he's deeming it. He's still trying to play around this blast as much as possible, despite the fact his opponent has 5 units himself. We saw from last game, Yona is very willing to just play it, slam that blast out. And there it is, yeah. And see, he got rewarded there. Heavily rewarded for not deploying Yoda.
Yeah, Tim is completely proving why he's a better player than us, at least on this deck.
Yeah.
This was very well played by Tim. And just like the real character, Yona is completely willing to kill his own kind in order to achieve victory.
Yeah, indeed.
Killer Beck coming out. Killer Beck with
rebuild
3
begins.
spare resource here, so he can play a 6
Yeah.
drop. Even though there's no 6 drop in Tim's deck, but
That was a resupply carrier.
oh yeah, resupply carrier would be neat.
Yeah.
Or you can play just a 3 drop alongside that Killer Beck. A double 3 drop also works. Nothing to. Oh, he found nothing with Summon Killer Beck. This is a big deal. This is really bad. Oh, this hurts. Even a 2 drop here would have been great.
I mean,
and
it's
still
one
no
thing.
deploy on your Yoda. And still no
Yeah.
deploy on your Yoda.
It's one thing missing with the Palpatine plot a couple of times, you know, and in a Data Vault deck, but in a 50 card deck, missing with Beck, I think is a really big deal.
It's a really big deal. I also think that not deploying Yoda here is again whenever your opponent is tap out is also very strange.
Yeah, this one because he really doesn't have a threatening enough board to even get anywhere near Blast yet. So
yeah, exactly. He's nowhere near close forcing Blast yet. So maybe he forgot his Yoda is undeployed.
No, surely not. Surely not.
I mean, we've seen. If you remember the semifinal of Munich, Tim got himself forgot to get himself an extra resource from his resupply carrier.
Yeah.
So
I will say as well, one thing I'd say, I think he would be made aware. He is aware. Something I will say is that when somebody, I think it was the stream manager, they put a token on Yoda's base to represent that he was last game, to represent that he was, you know, his epic action had been used. But then Tim threw it away. He said, "No, I don't want that." And you know what? It would have been poetic justice for Tim to then be punished by such hubris as to not want the epic action token, but to then forget, right? Because that's why the epic action token exists. It's so that you don't forget things like that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, he's keeping the pressure on here, keeping some units, lots of gas in hand. So we're kind of in a similar situation that was in previous game, but this time we go to see Avenger ECR. Avenger ECR is actually Avenger Ambush is actually not that great because you get to remove the unit that gets attacked.
Yes.
So it's actually
Yeah. No, you get to remove the he has to choose the target and then you just choose that to be defeated. Oh, but of course, it gets the when played as well, right? So the when played triggers first. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it does work.
Very, very strong Avenger here.
I mean, Yoda's ahead on board. How has this happened?
You mean Palp? Yeah.
Yeah, Yona is Palp. Sorry, you thought I said Yoda. Sorry, Yona.
Keep in mind, he can put like a 9-drop on top of it. But does he have any 9-drop? I don't think he does. So I don't think there's any way for him to Yoda flip and kill the Avenger.
No, there's 8 is the most, right, with home one.
Yeah. He's regretting not putting that the new Bo-Katan card.
Yeah.
In his deck.
$12 resources, I think, for Tim there.
Yeah. This is if there's one moment to play Vanquish in this match, it has to be now. Mina Bonteri follow up, and still no Yoda deploy. When is he going to deploy it? That is so interesting. He's waiting to find the right thing to kill with the Yoda deploy. I think I think the only reason why he's not deploying Yoda is because he wants to find the right unit to kill with him. He's looking for a specific unit that he wants to kill with him. Very, very interesting.
Oh, home one salvage! Home one and salvage milled.
Home one and salvage, that's a big deal, but he does still have 2 more copies of Home 1 and salvage in his deck, so it's not the end of the world, but still a great meal coming from Yona. And even though early game went really wrong for Yona, the mid game has done great for him. He's going to get Home 1, and once again, Killer and Beck, the Russian doll strategy, comes into play.
So he did
and
find
still hasn't deployed Yoda either, so this is another very, very important thing to understand. He gets himself.
When do we, the Phoenix saying, when do we reach the record of the longest game where a leader hasn't been deployed yet?
I have no idea.
Because I feel like we must be approaching it here. We're a lot of turns into this game.
In our control mirror, that can happen. But this is obviously not a hard control mirror. It is a control mirror, so it's not exactly the same.
Mhm.
And in those matchups, we tend to see leaders being deployed far earlier than this.
Yep.
And that's, again, another massive power play here from Yona. Timely intervention into Devastator, killing off the two larger units on the board. And still a unit that cannot be killed by Yoda deploy.
Yep. Indeed.
But that means Yona is tap out. And we'll see if and the thing like Yoda's ability is also we talked a lot about Palpatine's ability, but Yoda's ability is also just a great way to always find the card you need.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful, beautiful Luke Skywalker here.
Oh yeah.
Putting another massive threat on the boards, getting rid of the Devastator, and allowing the Phoenix Squadron to get in for 3 more damage and 20 damage to base. This is a lot of damage.
It is, yeah. And we're getting
No
to the
Super
point
Laser
now
Blast
where...
being played. Sorry.
No, we're getting to the point here where Yona's probably going to have to be forced to use the Super Laser Blast. He's trying to cling on. I don't know if Yona has it in hand, but if he does, he's really trying to cling on and not have to use it.
Yeah, I think so. Devastator, the Cyborg card, the very important Cyborg cards from Yona is obviously the Palpatine's returns into Devastator. It looks like this action has been rolled back. Now he prefers to go kill the dragon first, but
okay, right, yeah, okay.
At least Tim has the information now that Palpatine is upon hand. So he might want to attack. Yeah, he's going to attack with the Phoenix Squadron first before that gets blocked.
Oh, this is
23.
close. This is a close game.
23 damage. Damage to base. And anyone's game, really, at this stage of the game.
Yep.
Keep in mind, I know it's hard to believe, but Yoda still has not been deployed.
And we're getting to the damage totals here where Yoda might be the difference here. You know, like one attack with Yoda, 1 or 2 attacks could be the difference. There's 23. We're only 10 damage away here on Yona's base.
Yeah, Slimore just being played. Will deny Amina Bonteri from attacking, so she's still bringing value to the table, even though she's not amazing in this matchup.
Oh,
and the barrage.
Yeah, it stayed in.
The Phoenix Squadron and Amina Bonteri is going to take a few damage in. That means Slimore will be able to attack into Amina Bonteri and kill it, and then finally Yoda comes in to clear out the Slimore. And do you deal 4 damage here, or do you deal only 2?
No, it's when played, so it's only 2. She doesn't have to be alive.
Okay. That's a bit of a bummer here.
Yep.
Yeah, Slimore has been great. Forcing the Yoda deploy.
It's crazy, right? Yeah, Slimore was actually good.
Yeah, she forced the Yoda deploy, and she denied 4 damage from his opponent. That is a big deal. So now he's going out to 25 damage to base. We're going to 23 to 25. And he does have a salvage in hand, and I think he has 2 Yodas in hand as well.
Just seeing what the players are discussing something here. They might be discussing the Slimore interaction.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, Slimore has been spectacular in a matchup where she shouldn't be. 25, and indeed they decided to roll it out this way. 25. And 9. That's going to be the Russian doll. This time he's giving an opponent a huge blast. So I don't know how I feel about this. That's
his last. I mean, it's his last home one, right? He milled 1. That's the second one he's played. So there's only 1 salvage left now for another copy of home 1.
Yeah. So he has 1 more copies of home 1. So I'm not sure how I feel about this play from Tim. He's really giving Yona a very, very powerful blast, and there's very low chance that Yona doesn't have a blast at this stage of the game.
Yeah, does he have it? He didn't draw it.
I'm pretty sure he has.
Something green there.
Yeah, I don't understand why Tim has played like this.
Maybe he's decided that his chance to win here is all reliant on his opponent not having blast. But yeah, like you said, super unlikely.
Yeah, but it's 25 damage. He's nowhere in a hurry. Like.
So Yoda, he does have the other salvage in hand. Yeah, so he's got his final copy of home 1 left. Maybe that's what encouraged him to do it, because he thought, well, I can survive 1 more blast.
Yeah, but like I feel like his opponent would have blasted anyway without, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's enough units on the board. I just don't understand the way he played this one. There's a couple of play that game that I simply don't agree with.
So that's 12 resources.
Oh, he does. Oh, the restock is so there's 3 cards left in the deck, and one of them is restock.
Okay.
That's a big deal.
So it's one more board that needs to be dealt with here, and then if it is dealt with, again, we're relying on Yona having held on to that vigilance. He hasn't used a single, only used 1 vigilance, so he does potentially have 2 more.
He did one, so... the fact that apparently Jonas said, "Oh, I might as well concede the game" whenever he missed his 2 powers in activation. I honestly don't think it matters, really.
No, I don't think so.
Like in this matchup, it really doesn't matter. Like,
I think just having cards in hand, I think it does to some extent. But yes,
yeah, it's nice, but it's like it's nice. You know what I mean? It's not the same as missing with Skeller and Beck for sure. Okay, looks like the Home-1 will be able to get through, and he's gonna put his opponent up to 32. Yeah, he's 1 damage short.
Once again, how many times have we said it today? I'm going to bring back to it. I mean, 1 damage could end up, mattering, right? This 1 point damage could end up being huge if there's an answer here.
Absolutely, yeah.
No glory on the results.
Defeats. He does have a pretty big hand. Did you draw the restock? Is the big question I want to know.
I didn't see it.
And also, he also has a Karen Beck, but does he have any unit to pick up with Karen Beck? He might not.
Seems doubtful. Okay, is that? Oh, he must have the restock now. He's drawn through his entire deck.
Yeah, so he's basically gonna put the only card he can play from Karen Beck. Reinforcement Walker is really good right now. But Tim has the answer, but every healing that comes out from Yona is a very big deal. The only thing that is a bit annoying, we don't know how many cards Yona has in hand.
Yeah.
Restock is going to be played. Now the big question is, does Yona have the vigilance to deny?
All down to that, right?
I mean, the good thing about Restock, right, is like he's going to be able to put a great card to pick up from Keller and Beck.
Yeah.
On top of his deck, which is great. But yeah, if Yona has the vigilance, for sure Yona cannot play vigilance right away, which is great news. That means he's going to get at least 1 draw from his restock, and that's why he's prioritizing putting the best card of his deck here, salvage and Home-1 and a restock. He might not want to go for the all 4 cards because you want to. No, I think you go for all 4 cards here, and you would just put more copies of Home-1.
Wouldn't 3 copies of Home-1 just be better than the restock here? Why would you?
You won't restock anyway. No, you won't restock anyway. Because if you
I meant salvage. Sorry, not restock. Salvage is what I meant.
Yeah, it's whatever. Like, really whatever. Honestly, man, whatever. Technically, you're right, but whatever. And Keller and Beck into Home-1.
Yeah.
And he's going to have at least 1 draw of Home-1 too. This restock is so huge. And the fact that that Yona could not answer with the vigilance is a big deal.
Yeah.
Wow. GG. GG.
Oh.
Well played by Tim. Well played. He saw the opening here. Beautiful restock. I mean, this was not only an exciting game, but it was also peak Star Wars into gameplay right there, in my opinion. Yep. What do you think?
I mean, it's amazing, right? There's so many decisions over the course of that game. Some decisions from Tim that seemed crazy and we wouldn't necessarily agree with, and I think some were vindicated, some we'll have to ask him about afterwards. But yeah, I mean, what a crazy game. So many, I mean, it really is the complete opposite to some of the other games we've seen with like kind of fast, space versus ground aggro rush. I mean, that was just so grindy. Those tiny decisions mattering. 1 point of damage ended. It didn't end up mattering in the end because Tim won, but it could have come close and come down to that. And yeah, crazy. The fact that he played the Reinforcement Walker, turning off his ability to play the Vigilance immediately. I mean, there's an argument maybe you don't even open up with Reinforcement Walker. It's so hard to know at that stage. But yeah, what a crazy game. So many decisions, just endless decisions being made, and a great play from Tim, I think.
Yeah, I think the nail in the coffin for Yona and the mistake he made is like he should have kept mana up for Vigilance, I think. Like, I think that playing the Walker here was wrong. Especially, your opponent has barely any card left in the deck. Restock is in the deck. Restock is not in the discard pile. Very, very high chance that there's no way with resources restock. So you know that your opponent has the restock in hand. So you know this is going to happen. So I think you're not just maybe not not understanding the threat here of the restock. Even if the restock having at least one extra draw step with the restock, and also giving the restock is enabling the Keller and Beck to put an insane board right now. Never had seen a restock having such immediate impact on the game like this.
Yeah.
Another interesting fact as well. In fact, I don't think I've ever casted a game in my life where I disagreed so much with some of the plays he made, and at the same time, being so impressed by some of the other plays. Like the polarizing between some of the plays he made that I still believe are wrong, even though I could be wrong myself.
Yeah.
Versus the amazing plays that he's made that are plays that I don't think I would have thought about. Those are just amazing.
It's crazy. I mean, this is the kind of gameplay you get in not only in Star Wars Unlimited, but also in these types of matchups, the grindy matchups. You know, Vigilance, Heroism, I've always said is so grindy in almost any version of the deck you play. And then in this Yoda deck can be, there's just endless decisions. We also just got some context there as well. At the beginning of the game, Tim did put the restock at the very bottom of his library, of his deck, sorry, with Yoda. So, you know, that just to protect it from the Bazine, obviously, he knew his opponent was bringing in the Bazines from the side as well.
Another amazing play that we didn't get the chance to really appreciate. So, yeah, truly showing his knowledge of the matchup here, showing how that one copy of restock can completely turn the matchup upside down. I was not expecting restock to be that good, not even close. So,
well,
very
in
well
fairness,
played.
I mean, maybe it shouldn't have been, but yeah, absolutely, it certainly ended up being that good.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it should not have been. Maybe, as I said, very much if you are the way you're supposed to play this, right? If you are the Palpatine player, and I said it at the beginning of the matchup before the matchup started, you're supposed to be keeping, as soon as your opponent is close to be milled out, when your opponent has no library left, basically, you're supposed to always keep the 6 resource up, and which you should be able to afford to at this stage of the game, and it just goes, as soon as your opponent restock, use Vigilance. Because it's a win, you put yourself in a win-win situation. Your opponent restock, you win the game. Because you just Vigilance win the game. If your opponent doesn't restock, it just dies. So it's you put yourself in a win-win situation. And Jonah here made a big misplay here by not respecting that.
I think maybe again at the end of the day, I think the reason you're right is because he knew he must have had the restock in hand, so that takes all this kind of randomness out of the equation. You know, he may have been thinking if my opponent just slams a threat, if he didn't have an answer in hand, I mean, I find it hard to believe he had no answer, but maybe Reinforcement Walker's 3 heal wouldn't have been enough. So if his opponent plays a unit, he plays the Walker, maybe at that point he'll just lose on board. So maybe that's why he had to do it if he had really no removal in hand to answer the threat. But yeah, it did seem as though maybe it wasn't the right play in that instance.
Yeah, then another great, obviously it's always take everything the casters say in general in all trading card games with a grain of salt, because we do not have complete information. We don't know what the card that he was working with. Maybe as Hal said, maybe he was in a situation where he had no other choice, that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to play this Walker.
Indeed. I think we have time for a little quick break now. Nice little break just to get yourself a drink and get ready for one of our final 2 matches of this tournament. We've got the lower bracket final. And who will that be? That'll be Tim, the winner of that match we just saw there, against Nikos, who we saw earlier on lose with his hand for Pilot on stream. So that will be our lower bracket final before we finally reach the grand final of the event. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Two Moon Championship 2025. We have 3 games remaining in this tournament. No, 2 games remaining. We got the lower bracket final and then the grand final. And we have 3 players left alive in the tournaments. 2 players are going to be fighting off doing the lower bracket final. And then they're going to be joining Mario, who is already qualify for the final, and we have 3 decks: 1 mid-range, 1 control, and 1 aggro deck, which is very, very exciting. That means we're gonna have, despite only 3 deck left, still a great diversity going on, and no mirror match whatsoever. I think in the entire that we've casted in this event, and a lot of great showcase. No more new leaders left. The last new leaders was played by Yona, and he got beaten 2-0 by Tim in a thrilling games. Even though he did win the series 2-0, those games were extremely close. I am joined today by, you can call me Al. How are you having fun so far?
Yeah, I certainly am. Yeah, I'm having a great time. We've had some fantastic games over the past weekend. You know what? Only a 16-player event, but it just goes to show you don't need like a 1,000-player event to have a great time. We've seen 16 really strong players, some of the best players in the world attending this event, and it's great to see so many close matches. There's been some blowouts, as you'd expect, but there's been a lot of really close games and a lot of really intense matches to see, and we've still got 2 more yet to go.
Yeah, I just want to specify that this is not a 16-player tournament like your local Showdown. It is an invitational, so it's not an open tournament. Only players who've won previous events that were part of the circuit were actually qualified for the event, and there were a couple of players who were sent invites due to their great performance. I think Tim is one of those players who got invited, so there's definitely a lot of interesting. So that means that yes, we only have 16 players, but those are some of the best players in Central Europe. So definitely a lot of great competition. I think the quality of the game we've been casting from the very beginning shows that.
Brilliant. Well, there you go. We just had word as well. Yona, he's opened his prizing for the event. Obviously, he just got knocked out there, but he did open a serialized card from his Carbonite booster boxes. So congratulations to him. He'll be happy with that. I can maybe pick up his mood after that unfortunate loss there to Tim. But yeah, next match we're going into now. Obviously, we've got Tim again. We've seen his deck a lot, so we know now that what he's expecting to bring. And then we have seen Nikos a few times as well, but just to go back over what he's bringing. He is on the hand for Tarkin Town. So, what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be another not an easy matchup for Tim. But let's take a look first at Nico's deck and see what is his deck trying to do in this matchup. So I think what he's going to be trying to do, of course, is overrun his opponent in space, and try to really take over the game in space as quickly as possible. Using his space unit. I don't think there's no much in the sideboard for this matchup. Just probably the 2 jam communication you're going to be adding in after sideboard. I also think that maybe I don't even think that Guerrilla Soldiers is particularly good in this matchup, as obviously Tim is looking to play some units early on, so the indirect damage unlikely to actually matter, especially high health units. So just put the indirect damage on them, and not much else happens. And yeah, get yourself a great flip. It's very straightforward for Nikos. On the side of Tim, the problem is like he's gonna have a lot of bad cards in his main deck.
Yeah.
All those sentinels on the ground, not redoing much. Spark of Hope, very difficult to trigger in this matchup, because unlikely you're gonna have a unit dying. So I think also sideboard is gonna have a lot of dead cards, so that's gonna be a bit of a tricky matchup for him. After sideboard though, he has a lot of great things. He got basically the 3 escort fighters, which are going to be great, and obviously the 2 hyperspace disaster, which actually seen that hyperspace disaster in action against An4 earlier in this event in a different matchup, and it was really amazing. What do you think, Al?
It's incredible, honestly. That hyperspace disaster, I couldn't have imagined. I mean, I knew it was going to be strong, but in this matchup, it's so good because hand 4, it especially against Yoda, where Yoda's got a lot of restore, a lot of ways to stabilize, and the ramp as well. Like it could be that Tim has to survive 1 flip turn, and then the hyperspace disaster completely resets the board, and then he can stabilize from there. So I think that it's going to be difficult. I think for Nico to to actually win this. I'm not sure if he's I think he probably is favoured, like you said, but I'm not sure, honestly, that especially post-board, because that hyperspace disaster, it just stops all the inevitability if it can be drawn. And as we mentioned before, Yoda, obviously, with the filtering effect, does draw into his keycards more often.
The tricky part for Tim, right, is especially before sideboard, is like he has so few space units that if he cannot basically get himself a space unit early on, and in this case he does, he opens up with the A-Wing, it's going to be very hard for him to use Spark of Hope and also to use You My Only Hope as well. But he opens up here with the A-Wing, which is absolutely amazing for him. That means it's going to be easier. He's going to be able to kill one of his opponent units right of the start, and he's also going to be able to possibly trigger You My Only Hope or Spark of Hope.
Although, I mean, granted, if you can trigger the Spark Hope or You're My Only Hope, that's great. If Tim doesn't have one of those two cards, then this is slightly unfortunate, really, because he can't take a value trade into any of Nikos' units. If he had a 1 HP, I suppose Tarkin Town's not going to be super relevant anyway, but if he had a 1 power, 1 drop Nikos, then potentially Tim could have tried to get 2 trades in with his Phoenix A-Wing.
Yeah, but it's better than nothing. Like, think about it. Like, he would have opened with literally anything else. He would have literally had that unit hanging on the ground, not doing anything, just dealing damage to base, which, as we know, is not really the game plan here for Tim.
Yeah, I mean, Mina Bonteri would have been nice healing 1 every turn, but yeah, it wouldn't have been as good as the A-Wing, absolutely.
Okay. Turn 2 ramp is always great. Basically, Yoda at this stage of the game is either looking to prevent any damage, or... And here, Tim is getting a little bit punished here. He could have... he should have probably go for the trade here first. He had no hurry here to play that resupply, and decides to go resupply first, and getting really punished by it. So a bit of a misplay, I feel like, from Tim.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to do there is he was hoping that his opponent, he's trying to prevent his opponent from playing like a pilot or some sort of upgrade or maybe a bigger 3-drop that you can trade into first. But as you said, Daring Grade is so punishing there that I think that it was definitely the wrong play, in my opinion.
So
Let's
yeah,
just see here. 4 damage being pushed here. So, granted, Phoenix aiming into resupply is pretty much, you're very happy to see that as Tim. I will say, though, that, again, pre-board before the hyperspace disaster, there is a chance that Nikos can just build up a completely insurmountable space presence here.
Oh, a Vanquish on a 1-drop here is not what you're looking for here for Tim. Not a good value play. He did manage to ramp though, but earlier, so he's not in a horrible situation. But that 5-1 is not what you're looking for.
And you know what? This is perfect for Nikos because the one disadvantage to him going 1-drop turn 1, 1-drop Daring Grade turn 2 is that he might run out of cards. But C3PO was the perfect way to refill after that.
Absolutely, yeah. He's still on top deck mode, but that is definitely going to be good. He's going to need. This is where the plot cards. Oh, looks like Tim is conceding. Wow.
Whoa. Well,
that is
that was
very
a quick game
concede here.
Yeah, I mean. Oof.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the kind of thing that can happen. He did had a really good turn 1 and turn 2, but then a bit of a misplay coming from that Daring Raid, and then not finding anything after. I think I must assume that the reason why he conceded is because he find literally nothing else to play afterwards.
Yeah,
but we do know the matchup gets much better after sideboard.
Yeah, of course, and the Vanquish play. I mean, obviously it was a really super weak play, and that probably put him on the back foot. How much do you think? I know Tim, he's obviously a really great player. How much do you think the Daring Raid thing played on his mind? Do you think that affected him in that situation? The fact that he thought maybe I played that wrong?
Yeah. Tim is a player that does get tilted quite a bit. He's not super expressive, but in his mind, he does get tilted a lot. So maybe the Daring Raid misplay did tilt him and encourage him to concede the game faster than what he would, however, otherwise do. But I of course, he's an amazing player, so I do have to trust that if he conceded there, that's truly because he had nothing to go for afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not a big proponent of conceding. Sometimes it's the right play, logically because of time constraints. I think here it's safe to say that they're going to be able to finish the match in time. So personally, I don't love conceding there. Of course, it's worth pointing out that if you think, he's very good at the deck, he knows the matchup. If he thinks that the win rate is, the chances of winning that game are like sub 1%, then maybe just the effort it's going to save mentally. He's had a long day already, had a long day yesterday. Maybe the effort it's going to save if he goes on to win the event, is worth it. But to me, I like playing out there. I don't think the game is absolutely over at that point. But again, I didn't see his hand, so.
Yeah, so we do know that the matchup gets better after sideball, so we'll see exactly how it goes. But definitely very, very nice for Nico to give himself almost a free win here on game one. So we talked about the card that he wants to side in, the 3 escort fighters and the 2 hyperspace disaster, and also the daughter is another really good card in this matchup.
Oh yeah.
If you can get enough force hits on the board to get yourself the force multiple times per turn, then the daughter is also another amazing card. What do we want to take out in this case?
Well, I mean, I think Clone can come out right. Like, I just don't think the game's going to go that way. Obviously, if you play it on a Yoda, it's amazing. But I think that's Christmas Land. Honestly, I don't think we want that card in the deck, in my opinion. I mean,
Element deck definitely has to go out.
Yeah, Keller and Beck. So we're at 3 cards there. So then we just need to find space then for these the hyperspace dastards and the daughter. How do we fit them in?
I think the Spark of Hope can be taken out.
Yes.
Spark of Hope is too difficult to trigger unless you get exactly A-Wing turn 1, and then Spark of Hope. Then Spark of Hope is great, but otherwise it's just difficult to trigger.
What about Village Protectors? Right, they can come out, right? They really don't do almost anything here.
Village Protector is really bad, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that's like 7 cards we can.
Yeah, Typho's obviously not great, but I think he's a lot better than Village Protectors here, just because it puts more pressure
on. Yeah, so I think it's probably. Yeah, I would say it's probably you keep 1 Spark of Hope just in case, and then you take out the 2 Killer and Back, the Clone, and the 2 Village Protector. Maybe the Typho is also a card you could take out.
Yeah. What do we bring in here?
Lots of bad cards to take out for sure. On Nico's side, I think it's pretty straightforward. Tim is not playing Traitorous, isn't he?
Tim he's got 2 copies of Traitorous.
Okay. So he's gonna add in the Fang Fighters just for that. I don't think he wants the Sanction Shuttle.
I don't know, because like at the end of the day, you go double 1-drop if your opponent starts mean up on Terry. Like Sanction Shuttle to tee that up is pretty good, right? Like it's obviously vulnerable to blue leader, so maybe it's not the best, but I don't hate it. But again, I mean, the rest of the cards are great here, right? So
yeah, no,
it's funny. Daring Raid won the game last time, but honestly, do you want Daring Raid? I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Daring Raid is basically only good against A-Wing.
Exactly.
And he shouldn't even have had the opportunity to use it if Tim would have played outright.
That's right. It's only good against A-Wing and only if your opponent misplays. So,
yeah. But he might be baited. Some players get baited like this when they just had a great showing of a card, and they're not able to think like rationally. They just think in terms of emotionally, and they say, okay, this was great last game, I'm gonna play it again. Not really understanding the circumstances that made the card good in that very specific situation, and understanding that situation is very unlikely to repeat again the game after.
Also, just want to point out here, you can see the top results in the bottom right corner there for Nikos. It does say here that, I don't think Tim's actually going to have a chance in this game. Nikos always able to connect to USB first try. Like, this guy's crazy, right? Like, you must be super skilled. I mean, I've never been able to do that first try. So, like, this guy, like, what kind of world are we operating in where he can do that? He's the best limited player ever.
Yeah, you're completely correct here. I think being able to connect USB on the first try is probably one of the most difficult skill, and it shows a superior brain. Like literally, someone who has like a superior intelligence, and that kind of intelligence can only be used for great effect in a game like Star Wars Unlimited.
And I'll say he's operating on another level, right? Like the rest of us plebs just have to do it. Sometimes you have to do it 3 or 4 times, right? You flip it over, it still doesn't fit. You do it back again the other way. But yeah, this guy, first time every time. Nice.
Absolutely. So we're back into the game again, and Nico is obviously Tim is now 1 game away from being excluded to the tournament. It will still be regardless of who loses, you still do top 3. So just to give you an idea here, if you're top 3 in this event, you gain 1 carbonite. You basically get 18 boosters, so 1.5 carbonite boosters. If you are 3-4, if you do get
boxes, right?
Second place, the booster box. Sorry,
yeah.
If you get into second place, you get 2 carbonite booster box. So right now those two players are basically fighting for 6 carbonite boosters, basically.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and obviously the chance to go on to win it as well. Yeah,
Absolutely, of course. And the
and he
prestige
was,
coming from
of course. And I mean, honestly, here Sanction Shuttle would be pretty good, right? Yaddle's another example where if you just leave it, he is going to heal for a lot over the course of the game. But there is the blue leader in this case. So
blue
good for
leader
Tim here.
is great. Yaddle also is going to give him the force, which is going to be relevant, especially if he plays internal water. He will be able to heal him.
Nikos deciding to attack first with the Wolfpack escort instead of delaying actions to potentially deny the adult restore. Something you can
Yep.
sometimes do.
Yeah, he could have done it notably with the Tarkin Town, which is most likely going to use follow up here on the
as well.
Falcon.
I think he's lost a point of damage there because Tim's going to want the initiative, so he would have ended up attacking with the adult beforehand. So I think he's actually lost a point of damage doing it that order.
Yeah,
these things add up.
Yeah, those could be a difference maker, especially in this matchup where you're only running on the 20 HP base.
Yeah.
Missing that point of damage here definitely can matter. Follow play with the Falcon's very powerful, but also having to pay the Falcon tax could be an issue. We'll see how big of an issue that is for Nikos.
Yeah, this the other Han is much more accustomed to flying his Falcon than this guy, unfortunately. Resupply again, but this time off curve.
Resupply off curve, yeah, not as great, but I think it was better to play the blue leader the turn before. So
yes, agreed.
And not a bad game for Yoda, but both players are having a great game. So
yeah, I mean this is
finds only one.
Oh.
The Wojciech completely missed. He found double C3PO, doesn't draw any of them.
That's unbelievable. The odds of that are astronomically low. I will tell you. Looking at 2 cards and there being the only 2 out of that, 44 cards or whatever's left in the deck, like that, or 42 cards, that is unbelievably low. Wow.
Oh, yeah, this is absolutely incredible here. And not having those extra cards might make the hand flip a lot weaker than what it would normally be.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe you missed both. I mean, missing one sometimes does happen, but it's like those times you throw a cause and you hit 2 damage. It's like, oh, that is just brutal.
Yeah, and 4 cause is far more likely ever than this. I mean, I think it's the equivalent of just going for a cause and having only 1 hit.
1 damage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Crazy. It does happen, 1 in 100 games or something, but wow. Nikos has got to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, so but he's still, of course, in a decent position. He's dealt 11 damage to base, which is a lot. There's no much bolt for Tim, and the bolt from Nikos is quite big, so anything can happen. We're going to see resupply carrier, which is going to allow him to deploy Yoda, but is it going to be enough here? Well, we'll see.
He's going to deploy Yoda before hand 4, which is the ramp, honestly, in this deck is so funny.
Yeah, the ramp is just outrageous. This reminds me of the old days when I was playing Vader 4, Vader 1 in Spark of Rebellion, if you remember. Yoda blind flip into the Wolfpack. A bit of a misplay, I think, to attack. He should have attacked first with the Wolfpack, because it's less likely that Tim is going to open. If Tim goes right away for the flip, he has a chance to miss if he targets the Falcon. So, in my opinion, he should have attacked with the Wolfpack escort first.
Yeah, it's tough though, right? Because you really want the Falcon to stay alive here, I think. But yeah, I agree. I think again, it's denying you a resource next turn potentially. The resupply carry can trade it into it anyway, so I think I do agree that was slightly suboptimal play there.
Yeah, very very small. So right now, lots of damage to base and still deployments to go.
He's attacking. He's attacking without deploying the pilot.
What is going on here?
Units.
And he was ready to do it as well, but something changed his mind. He has to spin his missiles first.
I was going to say, it must be another Falcon, yeah.
Okay,
this is where... Falcon. Now, I'm sorry, this is where attacking with that Falcon first was a really poor play, because you had another Falcon anyway.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, he should, yeah. But yeah, another Falcon, which explained the reason why he delayed the deployment of Han. Gets a Han flip on it. Does he have anything good to play with the extra resource he has? No plot card, and jam communication... Okay. Oh, the Epic disaster! Oh! What a clutch jam communication! Absolutely clutch here. It's still not game over, but 9 damage away from victory, but there's still a lot of heal going on. Keep in mind that Yaddle also gives extra restore to
Yeah,
Yoda. So this is actually restore, we're looking at restore
4, right?
4 on the ground, and now the
Yeah.
Yoda top deck as well!
Oof.
Ooh! Despite the hyperspace disaster being discarded, Tim might just give himself a ticket to a third game here in this game. It
That
looks
Yoda
like
is so big. And I mean, really, it's the double ramp that's made this possible, right? And here we go.
absolutely.
Game 3.
Yeah,
I concede from Nikos.
absolutely. Yeah, really well played here from Tim. Did a couple of misplays here coming from Nikos matter? Do you think? In this,
So I think in the end, it's hard to say. So the 1 point of damage definitely didn't matter because he would have lost either way. The 3 from the Falcon would have been defeat the Falcon. I don't think it would have mattered in the end, but obviously those are things that do add up, and you want to try and play as cleanly as possible. But yeah, I think in the end the Yoda was just too much. It turns out double rampant Yoda is just disgracefully powerful against an aggro deck. But yeah, here we go. Final game here. Post board, we did say Tim would be better off, and I think he's shown that he is.
yeah,
Obviously, the Hyperspace Disaster got discarded, by the Jam Communications. Both cards got brought in, but in the end, I do think the deck is more refined and stronger in the matchup post board.
yeah. I think Nikos did try to do well here, but this jam communication was absolutely backbreaking here. But it turns out he had another great card to play on that turn, and because of the double ramp, he was able to curve right into it. The Yoda is just the ultimate aggro stabilizer, healing 5 and being able to kill a large unit simultaneously in the single motion is just incredible, and that's what has made this deck very strong. Like, if you want to know why is this Yoda deck strong, literally that game was the perfect showcase of it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I mean, we saw earlier from how strong Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight is, from set 1, just because he defeats a unit, he puts a stabilization tool in play. Yoda, obviously, I'm not saying he's stronger, he comes in a turn later, but he defeats a unit almost always, and then heals 5 immediately, so he doesn't even need to attack to get that restore in. So you can stabilize the board the very second you play it, not having to wait another turn potentially to do so, like Luke.
Yeah, the deck building constraints are significant here. Having to run the Force is, I think that it's safe to say that it's pretty. Yeah, it's safe to say that the Yoda deck would definitely play Data Vault if this card did not exist.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, there's just so other. I mean, what are the only other ways you use the Force? Is like the daughter in the side. Is that the only other way? And obviously,
Now
the
there's a Turret Warrior.
Itinerant Warrior. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, but he's moved away from even using Chirrut, right? So there's no Chirrut in the deck. So
Yeah,
he replaced it with Captain Typho. So there's just so few ways, which just I think goes to show the power level of a Yoda that you're willing to take 2 HP less on your base every single game. And that matters, right? Like, there are a lot of games against aggro decks where Yoda's too slow. If you don't double ramp, there are games where you don't even get to Yoda, the Yoda unit. And in those situations, that 2 extra HP base really matters.
absolutely. Yeah.
Let's see
I'll
here.
probably
Yeah,
get
so
to
we're
get
just
into the
getting.
next game.
Yeah, players getting ready here. Looks like Tim has had to take a mulligan again. So game 1, he had to take a mulligan, and he ended up getting very quickly defeated in that game. Let's see here. What have the card game, the top deck gods, what have they given him in this game?
Yeah, this is definitely scary to have to take a mulligan on such a crucial game. After sideboard, though, it does have definitely a little bit more redundancy. We saw the Escort Fighters, notably, on top. He has both 3 copies of Escort Fighters and 3 copies of Blue Leader after sideboard. So he definitely has a lot of ways to interact with his opponent. So he should be fine, but this is definitely going to be it's always scary when you have to pick a mulligan and you only have one game.
I do wonder as well. Mario watching on and awaiting the winner of this in the grand finals. Who is he rooting for? I wonder. Is he like, okay, I want to beat the hand for once again, or do I want to play against him?
He 100% wants to play Nikos for sure.
Yes,
Like,
indeed, yeah.
it's such a better matchup for him. It's not even close. So he definitely is rooting for Nikos at this point. It's also his compatriot. So
Indeed, yeah. And here we go. Same start as last game. Yaddle on the ground, double 1-drop in space. So no Phoenix A-Wing for Tim, which is again not ideal.
Yeah, team does have a resupply in hand, so that's nice. So you got a really good turn to play.
Okay.
Last game he went for blue leader. This time around he's going for the ram directly.
Now, again, we see in Sanctioners Shuttle, it's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to steal the
Yep,
Yaddle. There's no blue
that's
leader now to answer this immediately because the resplay's already been played, so that Yaddle's not going to restore. It has been taken down. A
yeah.
unit's not been defeated. No, 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 no. A unit has not been defeated. Tim,
No, he
do not
left
look
play.
at
He
that
left
card.
play.
Left play.
No,
Okay,
Yoda
okay.
is defeating left play.
Yes, indeed. Okay, thank goodness. You could see him taking a second himself. He's like, hold on a minute.
No,
Is
Infinity
Yoda?
left play, so
Yeah.
he can. It's a very, very even with bounce it works. It's a very flexible ability. It's quite easy to use.
Indeed, yeah.
I played my fair share of Yoda myself.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And there we go. So we get to push now. That'll be 5 damage in total here.
What a great start here from Nikos.
Yeah, so we got the C3PO. Yep.
So yeah, team indeed has the blue leader in hand.
So why have we only got 4 damage on the base there? Because we hit with the Han ability, right, on C3PO?
Oh, no, it's not. It's not an odd card.
So once again, the only even card in the deck, punishing Han.
No, it also doesn't work if any one drop wouldn't work either. It has to be a different odd cost. So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's a different cost, but then but it also is even. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the blue leader, Tim did have the blue leader this time as well. So he played a slightly different order the last game. Played the blue leader on turn 2, then the resupply. Did it the other way around here, and can free his Yaddle. You know, not that many answers in the deck to the Sanctioned Shuttle, but he did have one.
Yep. Yeah, it's and he's probably gonna force the use of Tarkington as well. So yeah. The wording on hand 4 is incredibly confusing. It took me an ungodly amount of time to understand this ability and how it plays out.
So he hits Lightmaker that time, so he does trigger the ability. And he's got the Bowsheck, so he gets to draw the Lightmaker, so he's not going to miss twice like he did last game.
Yeah.
He's kept the Daring Raid in, it looks like.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The Daring Raid can kill Blue Leader, but he might prefer to use Tarkington. So no, it's a decent position. We are basically in a very, very similar situation as we were in game 2. So Yoda has managed to ramp. It has a little bit of bold presence, and he's going to be looking to stabilize his game by going for another with a resupply carrier. Oh, he does have a Spark of Hope.
Yeah.
He's waiting for Tarkington to be used, and then he can ramp without having to use resupply carrier next turn. That would be huge. Daring Raid goes to base.
Is there ever a time? Because that's a brilliant play from Nikos to Daring Raid base there, because he forces his opponent to now pass.
Oh yes!
He passes and claims!
Well played, Nikos. Very, very well played, Nikos. He smelled the Spark of Hope. He was like, you have Spark of Hope in hand. I'm not going to Tarkington. Very well played from Nikos.
I love that Daring Raid base. There are so many players that would have Daring Raided that blue leader or just Tarkington first. And honestly, that play might end up winning this game. Like that makes such a huge difference. There's the difference between a free resupply and not, and deploying Yoda this turn or not. It's huge.
Yeah. The bad news though is like Tim will now have the opportunity to use blue leader to kill something.
Yeah.
And reduce the board of his opponent. But still an amazing play from Nikos.
And it's not a risk, right? Because he found the correct line, it means that he waits for his opponent. If his opponent passes, he knows he has it, right? So it's not like he has to just, take the hit on blue leader and hope his opponent had it. He knows. So yeah, great. What a great play. And this is the importance of sequencing, especially for aggro decks. This is the thing that people think, oh, aggro decks, they're really easy to play. You just go face. You've got to sequence correctly. And we've seen Nikos already showed both sequencing, I think, incorrectly and correctly over the course of this match.
Yeah. And Nikos is showing off his superior brain power.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to use Tarkington this time around, but obviously the resupply. So now Tim will be able to play Spark of Hope, but not being able to play it on curve and having to play it one turn later is definitely going to be a bit annoying, to say the least.
Yeah, and obviously at this point he was always going to be able to trade him with blue leader anyway, so there was no way to prevent it.
Yeah, there's literally no way. So the white wing coming in. 16 damage to base now. Still anyone's game at this point. We're going to see an escort. You're my only hope after putting the card on top. That's going to be... Oh!
Holy moly.
Oh, God.
Once again, You're My Only Hope showing once again just how unbelievable that card is in Yoda. Oh, my goodness me. That is just the best possible situation.
And the thing is, like,
to heal and defeat a unit.
It's so well played, but because Tim could have been baited to playing Spark of Hope here, but obviously the Yoda You My Only play was better.
Yeah.
It's just so great because yeah, it's still not over yet. There's going to be a lot of a big swing.
I mean,
The
how
swing
many
turn is going to be
resources are we on though,
really
right?
good.
We're still a turn away from Hyperspace Disaster. No, next turn he can Hyperspace Disaster as well. So I mean, that you could come down to that. Lightmaker gets played.
Lightmaker is the big one too.
Yeah, but he doesn't get to push any more damage this turn with like Sudden Frosty. So I mean, Hyperspace Disaster here will win the game on the spot, right?
Yeah, but does he have it?
He doesn't have it. I don't think he has it.
No, I don't think he. So what are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying. If
Okay.
he had it.
It's like,
there is a world where he has it. We're in a multiverse, right? There's a universe where he has it.
Okay, he does have Escort Fighter. He can deal with the Lightmaker, but there's still a big bolt coming in. And the thing is, like, killing the Lightmaker is good, but you also have to exhaust your entire board. And there's a Yaddle that could have healed too.
There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 damage being represented here.
Whew. Yeah. Oh yeah, Lightmaker here is putting good work and showing why this card is really good.
Puts him to 23. There's lethal on board here. Tim needs something else here right now.
Yeah, he does. He does have something.
Okay, so that means there's 3 more damage coming out. That's only 26. 2 more puts Tim to 25. Yoda can heal back down to 23. These are such fine margins here.
The fact that the Lightmaker could exhaust both units is a big deal. Those could have healed 2 and add 7 more damage to the base.
Yeah, we've seen that ability come in clutch a few times this weekend, absolutely.
Lightmaker has been a great card. So now he's probably going to get rid of the Y-Wing. Can he just take initiative and win with Falcon? I think he can,
6.
Right?
So yeah, it is 6. Well, his opponent does have 4 resources. He's got the Cassian, which again, it's 1 damage short. Yeah, he could have claimed that. Interesting. His opponent's got 4 resources though, so I suppose it's slightly risky to claim.
Yeah. No, I don't think it is because I don't think there's anything that killed that Falcon.
There's Itinerant Warrior that would heal you out of range.
Okay. Good lord. It's going to be... I think Nikos has it.
Yeah, puts Tim to 27. He can't heal out of range, I don't think. Even another Yoda would only heal for 5.
Well played.
That's got
well played.
Wow,
Nikos takes the win and takes out Tim.
Wow, I mean, Tim, he's had a great showing this weekend. I mean, he went into the loser bracket fairly early on, and he's just battled his way through, chomping through players, showing amazing play on Yoda. I think showing great knowledge of lots of different matchups. He's been close to being knocked out many times, and he managed to hold on right until the losers bracket final. 3rd place for him, which is a great showing, I would say. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. I mean, knowing Team Enigma members, he probably won't be happy with that because they don't like anything but winning. But at the end of the day, it's a great performance by him. But honestly, Nikos back into the winners bracket now, and it's going to be an even tougher challenge here to try and beat this Han 1 Data Vault.
The only thing that makes me a little bit sad is that I think a final Yoda versus Han would have been far more interesting than a final Han versus Han. I mean, Han 1 versus Han 4. Because I think this matchup, as we saw in the during the upper bracket final, this matchup was pretty it seemed to be extremely favored for Han 1. Like, not only is this matchup naturally quite favored for Han 1, I believe, Mario is playing a specific version of the deck that is even more tilted towards winning this matchup. So it's going to be a tough battle for Nikos, but we hope he can do it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, 2 things. One, I'm sure everybody knows now, anybody who's familiar with me, I'm an aggro player. I love aggressive decks. This Han 4 deck in particular really excited me with the new set, and it's really cool to see a leader that's, maybe it seemed okay at first, but hasn't really lived up to its potential, actually getting, a bit more screen time and airtime now. So I am excited to see an aggro deck in the final. I love aggro. I think it's a really fun way to play the game. And we'll have to see. I do agree with you. Maybe the other final might have been a bit more interesting to watch, but I do think that this is going to be short, sweet, and I think there are going to be lots of little minute decisions that might end up deciding the winner.
Yeah, no, it's going to be super interesting for sure. I wonder. I actually wonder if the You My Only Hope Yoda play was the best line. Thinking about it a little bit more.
Spark of Hope into deploy Yoda might have been better.
And then because you're playing Spark of Hope, and then you still have 5 resource left to work with. alongside this.
Maybe it depends on what else you had in hand, I suppose.
Exactly. I think it depends on what you get to do with the 5 resources left, and then play the Yoda the turn after.
Yep, indeed.
Maybe could have been better. I wonder. I would like to kind of like rewind his hand and see if this play, which obviously was spectacular, ended up being the best play. I really wonder.
I mean, for me, my award for the best play of the tournament that I've seen, or the coolest play for me, was that daring raid base. I know it seemed like a really, really minute thing, and you think, well, he daring raided base, so what? I think he loses that match if he doesn't make that play. Loses that game, sorry, if he doesn't make that play. I definitely think he does. So honestly, I think it's very rare you see one of these plays where you think most people will miss that. I think a lot of people will miss that, and they never would have known. They never would have thought back and thought, oh, I made the wrong play there. They would have just carried on with their lives. But you know what? I think that deserves shouting out. I think he made his own destiny there, and he deserves a place in the grand final.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree here. I think this was definitely the most impactful play of the tournament. In terms of I don't know if it was the best play of the tournament, but it was the most impactful for sure. That play, which seemed very, very unassuming, basically made up the difference between losing and winning, playing around, and it was not an obvious play to make at all.
No. And for me, these are the, every deck has these decisions, I think, over the course of its lifetime. But for me, this to me is why part of the reason why aggro is so interesting, because I do think the slightest little misplay in those early first 6 turns of the game can just completely change the result. And I love that. I love those tiny little plays that end up deciding the game rather than the big, powerful, massive Yoda, you're my only hope plays. Yes, it was really cool, but I love the little minute details of the order when you play your daring raid. It's great.
You're a modest man. You want to see. You want to see people winning because they planted their stick 5 centimeters on the side. You don't want to see you don't want people to do like a 360 into a slam dunk in NBA. This doesn't interest you. You want to see the curling where the guy just washed the ice a little bit more and allowed the stone to go.
That's amazing.
You're curling enjoyer.
My Star Wars Limited casting career is over. I'm going to go move to curling. I want to be a curling commentator because you're absolutely right. Those are the plays that really excite me. And you know what? That's not true for most people, but we take all kinds in Star Wars Unlimited. We've got something for everybody.
Absolutely. There's something for everybody in this game. It is true in Magic. I think I think they managed to replicate that in Star Wars Unlimited very, very well. It's just this open-ended game that really offers great things. And some people say, well, the game would be better off. So something I've been talking a lot about, and a big debate in the community is whether we want control to be a thing in the game. And I'm talking about real control, like hard control. And I believe that and the analogy that I love to take about that is the analogy of snipers in first-person shooter. Nobody likes to play against snipers in first-person shooter. Nobody likes to get sniped by across the board. And yet, in every single first-person shooter game, there's a sniper class, the sniper weapons. And why is sniper so important in the game? Because a sniper exists, it's actually worthwhile to, instead of just shooting at whatever you see, instead try to take different routes on the map, try to go around enemy lines, and try to shoot down. And when you manage to do this and manage to kill like 5 snipers who were just hitting in a building because you managed to go around the line and find a secret pass that nobody knew about, or maybe they knew but they were not attending to, getting rewarded for that kind of play is amazing. And I think this is the same thing with Control. Control is important for trying card game because they do offer all the ways to play the game, and they offer a way that allows you to reward certain type of play, certain type of card that simply wouldn't exist if Control did not exist. So I think Control it makes the game more interesting than Control is. That's what we said earlier about Super Laser Blast. Super Laser Blast is one of the most and the reason why Super Laser Blast effect has existed since the very beginning of TCGs back in the early 90s is because they create interesting games. They force you to play differently. They force you to think differently. And that's why
we saw the best example of that I've ever seen, really, with that game there where Tim was playing on the Super Laser Blast, not deploying his leader. It created a fascinating gameplay. From another angle as well, just as the last point on this, Power of the Dark Side, to me, I've always considered it one of the strongest cards in the game, not just because of what it does, but because of how it's affected deck building for so long. The amount of, decks, as an aggro player, building aggro decks, the amount of times you have to, it's the card that always comes to your mind. You're thinking, how do I interact with Power of the Dark Side? Do I just lose to it? Do I play double 1-drop? There's so many ways that it affects your deck building, and it's all because hard control exists, because hard control is full of these types of cards: Super Laser Blast, Power of the Dark Side, Vigilance, all these cards that affect the entire meta around them. And you know what? I don't think playing against hard control is not fun. As an aggro or a mid-range game, I think playing against hard control is really interesting. The only time where I think it gets a little bit suspect is when it's full hard control against full hard control, and
Yeah.
then maybe it can get a little bit where the first 10 turns of the game don't matter. I'm not as big a fan of that, but outside of that exact scenario, I think hard control is fantastic for the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the reason why we are forced into this very ugly out control mirror is because vigilance is the only viable win condition. Like,
Yeah.
if FFG would print us better win condition for control, I can guarantee you that hot control mirror would be much more interesting.
What are you talking about? We've got that new 10 cost card, right?
Oh, please stop teasing me with this. I'm.
I thought that was the new one to play. Right, I think that means, and with that jibing, I think that means we're time for a little quick break now before we come back to see. I think we might be able to have a quick look at some of the prizing when we come back as well, and then into the match we've all been waiting for, the grand final.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Two Moon Championship 2025 Invitational. I am Thork from Thork Hot Takes and also part of Team Enigma. And I'm joined by, you can call me Al.
Yeah, not part of Thoughts Hot Takes, but I am part of Enigma, so peaks and troughs.
You almost did. I mean, we did shoot a video together, but ended up never posting it. Anyway, so what I'm trying to so this is the grand final of the event. We're gonna have two players battling out for the championship. It's gonna be Nikos, a caller from Switzerland, the player who always able to connect USB file, USB first try, which is obviously an incredible skills, and he's going to be playing against Mario Gotes, also from Switzerland, who is going to be running Han 1 Daredevil. So it's Han 1 Daredevil versus Han 4 Tarkintown. What do you think about this matchup, Al?
Well, we've seen it once today already in the
Oh, that was against
semi-finals. No, it was this matchup. Yeah.
Cassian. That was against Cassian. So the same color
we
combination, but
we saw Mario versus Nikos play exactly this matchup earlier on in the
okay.
semi-finals, the winners bracket. So we've seen it already today. Mario won that 2-1, so it was a close run affair in the end of it. But yeah, clearly I think we're in agreement that Mario is favoured in this matchup, or at least a lot more than he would have been into the Yoda had Tim have made it to the final. So he'll be happy with that. Battle of the hands. Somebody said earlier in the chat, they made the comment of, it's a hand meta. Honestly, like you said, these two decks could not be more different. One of them, more mid-range. It's hard to identify exactly what hand 1 Data Vault is. It's it's a mid-range kind of value type deck. Hand 4 very much an aggro space deck, and I'm excited to see it again and see if this time, maybe having learned from the previous match, if Nikos can try and take it down.
Yeah, I think hand 1 is an hybrid space aggro deck that can morph into a mid-range value deck depending on the circumstances, and that flexibility is what makes this deck so powerful. So, two Swiss players ended up being in the final. So great for Switzerland to showing off that they are here and they are completely able to defend their home turf, even though obviously there were a vast majority of Swiss players in this event. So and here we're showing off here the prices for the event. Obviously there's also a couple of booster boxes, if I'm not mistaken. There's so if I'm looking at, there's actually one carbonite display for the first player and two carbonite display for the second player, but obviously the winner also gets the Darth Vader showcase that you can see here.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this card is yeah, I think this card is about 250 quid on card market, very expensive. And then we also got those beautiful game genic deck boxes. We sung the praise of those boxes earlier.
Yeah, in depth, but yeah, just to say it again, they are amazingly made, and we also see there's also a champion and a finalist runner-up live counter as well that also look really nicely well made. So awesome prizes there, lots of stuff, like I said, carbonite booster boxes and stuff like that to get the value up, but also those unique prizes you can't get anywhere else, which is really nice to see. So yeah, great prizes for this event. So kudos to the organisers for putting together a great event.
Yeah, no, it's great. Also think that I'm also a big fan of live counters. I personally use a digital live counter on my phone whenever I play, which is, by the way, completely allowed in tournament, if you didn't know. But having a physical one is also great. At least this one never runs out of battery, and it's, in my opinion, far superior than using dice or tokens, which you get to swap them around. You have to count them, which are, in my opinion, extremely tedious to use, and also lead to cheating as well, or mistakes very easily when people just don't put the right tokens, and sometimes you have to do conversions of tokens. It's just a whole mess.
Now my question to you, PA, is what do you think I use?
I hope don't. I don't know, man.
Pen and paper, baby. Pen and paper, as well as
pen. Yes, pen and paper.
Always use
pen and paper is.
Event.
Yeah, pen and paper is great. It's just a little bit tedious.
Hey, as we know, I like tedious. So yeah, I want to get all those things noted down. Also helps when you're trying to note down cards that have been disclosed, for example, which is new in this set. Yep. But here we go. Here's the bracket. We're here now in the winners bracket, the grand final. So it does mean that records-wise, Mario has obviously won all 4 matches he's had to play. So he's 4-0. Nikos Won 3, and then he won another one. Yeah, so Nikos has won 4 as well. So actually, both players have won 4, but Nikos has obviously had that loss already to Mario, which creates this interesting situation where if Nikos goes on to win the event, he could potentially have the same score as Mario. Or well, he would have one, but he'd go 5-1, whereas Mario would have gone 4-1. So they could have had a very similar score at the end of this event. But we'll have to see. It all comes down to this match.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be tough for Nikos. I think that Mario was very well prepared I don't know if he knew, but he simply has a deck that is extremely well stacked against space decks. He's notably playing a lot of cards that normally you don't see in Han 1 Green. This is obviously due to the fact that he's playing Daredevil, so he has extra slot to dedicate to it. But he's playing 3 copies of the Marauder in his deck, and there's actually a card from the Secret of Power which Siege plays in both players' decks. It is the Light Maker, which in my opinion has been the card, the legendary, the set 6 legendary of the event, if I may say. So way more plays than Amidala.
Yeah, it has. And again, it might be just by, we've seen no hand 2s, right? If we would have seen more hand 2s, then I'm sure we would have seen more Amidalas, hand 2 ECL, for example. But yeah, absolutely. For the event, really it's a 2-horse race, right? Lightmaker and Amidala are the only legendaries that are in that race. But I think Lightmaker from this event has certainly shown its worth, and it's been fantastic. But yeah. You know what? I think this I'm really interested to see how we get on here. It does see that Nikos has the initiative. He's won the initiative there. Now, normally the die roll doesn't matter too much against hand 1 Data Vault. However, in a matchup where you play double 1-drop, which Nikos looks to do every single game, having the initiative does matter. So it's a good initial start for him.
Yeah, I just want to remind players of the record of the players. Mario is not an unknown player on the Switzerland team. He's been 2nd place to one of the PQ, also 3rd place to the TwoMoons Championship 2024, which we also casted on Thog Hot Takes, and he also has 4 store showdown wins. So he's definitely not a newbie. He's not an unknown player on the scene. Definitely someone who's been having a lot of tournament success. While Nikos, on the other hand, a lot fewer tournament wins to his pedigree.
Yes, indeed, and maybe this will be his first big win. I think on his record, we'll have to see. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Mario. There more certainly, I think the favorite going into this game.
Yeah, both in terms of matchup, but also in terms of past accomplishment.
Indeed, yeah. Okay.
Double A-Wing, which is also a new card from Spark of Rebellion, even though it is a very simple one, but it's a card that has made going double 1-drop opening in space a lot more consistent, because it's just simply a great card. It's a 2 damage in space with 2 health is just simply really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great. It goes in pretty much all the space aggro decks that can run it, all the cunning ones. We saw resupply turn 1 from hand 1, which, like you mentioned earlier, not always necessarily the absolute best time to play that, but in this situation, does have a 4-drop to follow it up, so not too bad there.
Yeah, I think you're naming Han Solo pilots here. This is the card that pushed the most damage, and the Sanctuary Shadow can only capture units that cost 3 or less, so can't really interact with Kira here. So for me, he could also remove the I mean, he's gonna go. He's gonna be forced to use Daring Raid plus Talking Town to get rid of that Kira.
Yeah, but honestly, like, wow, okay, just plays out the Sanctuary Shuttle. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Personally, I would have gone Daring Raid plus Talking Town to get rid of the Kira and then play the Han. So for me, that would have been a much better play. Not sure why he did that.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure why he went down there. What was named, sorry, by the Kira?
He named Han.
Han, okay.
But it didn't matter because he can just get rid of it with Talking Town plus Daring Raid. So definitely a major misplay here from
for both players, right? He should have just named Daring Raid as well to prevent the Han from coming down, right? Because naming Han, all it does is allow the Daring Raid option.
Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he did.
Oh, maybe he did. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have to. I think we'll have to assume that's right, because otherwise, both players with a pretty big misplay there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think he probably named Daring Raid and.
Yeah, indeed. Which is good. I mean, Sanctuary Shuttle here being pretty poor here. Just a 3-cost 2/3, not exactly where you want to be.
Absolutely not. No, but Han has not been able to interact much. But to be fair, 8 HP differential, and you get yourself a very nice. You can basically go into double 7-drop. Not much Nikos can do. about it, and you can just race really, really hard on the ground.
Yeah, indeed. What is Nikos going to do to answer this? Just pushing more damage, but once again, we've seen so many times over the past 6 to 12 months of this data vault. 33 is such a chunky base to get through.
Yeah, even at this stage, Mario is actually ahead in HP because even though there's actually 10-7, Mario is still ahead in HP, which is just incredible.
Yeah, and he's going to go even more ahead when this hand one gets a chance to attack as well.
Yeah, and let's see what sort of 7 drop he's going to be looking to play after this, but anything that costs 7 here would be fantastic. Keller and Beck can just raise just as well. I think Enfys Net would also be great, which we haven't seen being played, at least on camera so far, but an incredible card in this matchup as well.
It's a pretty good position to be in where any 7 drop in your deck is fantastic. And that, again, has all really been caused by that resupply, right? Resupply was just on turn 1 has just made this all possible. And we've said many times today, I'll say it again, resupply in hand 1 probably has to be one of the highest win rate cards in any deck.
Yeah, it's amazing. And that's the reason why most hand green don't play data vault, is they won't have more chance to find that resupply. Cassian here as well, not the best follow-up here, playing once again on the curve. And not having the most aggressive follow-up. Let's see, but obviously, if Mario doesn't play anything good here, this could be an even game. But it's very low chance of happening.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you'd have to really flop here. And honestly, the turn from Nikos, not that great. Ewing reinforcement, fantastic here to see what he hits. But yeah, the turn from Nikos, Cassian plus maybe a Daring Raid if you still get that in hand. Really not a great turn for.
You can't play Daring Raid if it's been named by Kira.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
See what he gets. Ewing reinforcement, my favorite card from set 1.
Oh yeah, such a
finds Killer and Beck.
Mm-hmm.
Killer and Beck here. The ideal here, Killer and Beck into blue leader. Get rid of the sanctioned shuttle would be great.
Yeah, or Falcon, yep.
Falcon is good too. Especially won't have to pay the Falcon tax next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Did he whiff? Oh, he whiffed! That's unfortunate.
Are you sure?
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
I think you're jumping the gun there. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think I was watching the wrong stream and.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh.
What is going on here? Okay, $80.
Mm-hmm.
Not the best, but not the worst.
It's fine, yeah. I think it's a good middle ground here. You're in a position where you're so far at, well, you're in a big lead here, so I think a hole is pretty good.
A big question here for Niklas is that, okay, so no, Daring Raid was not the card being named by Kira.
Whoa, that is mad to me.
That is crazy. Now he can use Talking Town and steal the Holler.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think going all the way back to that other turn, I think playing Shuttle was definitely the incorrect play, in my opinion. But it does mean that this is a great use. Yeah, we just got confirmation. Hand Pilot was named by Kira. So Daring Raid, Tarkin Town, play Hand Pilot was the play. Crazy.
Yeah,
but anyway, we get
very big misplay by both players, and also another misplay as well. If you know that your opponent has Daring Raid in hand, you don't play that Etioler.
Yeah,
you're giving it 3/4/5 to your opponent. So maybe
if it's the only thing you can play, maybe you still do it just in case they maybe resource Daring Raid. I don't know, but yeah, wow. I mean, I think honestly, like Mario might have squandered this.
Yeah, this is just a very Though obviously we're very late to the tournament, so the nerves can come into the finals, especially those players are not used to be on camera and stuff. So there's a lot of things that come into play whenever those events, but those are nonetheless some major misplays here that could cost them the game.
Yeah, again, obviously without having the hands, we can't say for certain, but I can't think of any scenario where those plays are correct, to be honest with you. So yeah, very, very
strange. You do not want to, your opponent has Daring Raid and Takitan available. You don't want to play ATLer and give your opponent a 3/4/5. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, almost free.
Thinking back to that Kira play, I think it is actually strictly incorrect because they can just play the card anyway. So yeah. Anyway, back to hand here. So 4 more damage. It doesn't mean, these plays aside, doesn't mean that Mario is out of this game at all. He's still well ahead in the race.
Yeah. If Killer and Beck does not get interacted with, that Killer and Beck is just going to be pushing an incredible amount of damage.
Now the question, we need to start putting our maths heads on again here. Maths teacher Al coming in. So we've got
Yep,
3,
I'll
4,
let you do
5,
this.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage on the side of Nikos. So that puts Mario to 25. Now, 25. Yep. I mean, we're obviously going to get there in 2 turns. That's very doable with the hand flip. Let's see what have we got on the side of Mario. 10 more damage coming in will put Nikos to 21. So he will not have lethal with a hot shot or a surprise strike. So there's a route here for Nikos potentially.
Yeah, I mean,
If Mario doesn't have a
he's
way
gonna,
to prevent, if he doesn't have a way to prevent a lot of this damage, then there is definitely a route here.
he can set up an absolutely insane. He can set up an absolutely insane handful flip here with his leader deploy.
Yep, he can. And we've said that so many times of this weekend, and we've very rarely seen it in the same one. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be Enfys Nest. Bring the hauler back into my hand, please.
Heals for 4. The hauler in hand really doesn't matter because, at the end of the day, he's not going to have a chance to play it anyway. So, yeah, the healing for 4 is what's really good there. Again, Nikos could be put here to 21, which means 1 action lethal next turn from Mario. So what Nikos needs to do is kill him this turn, really. That's his only out.
Really? Wow. Okay. So if that's where we are, that's where we are. And Nikos...
8 damage from hand. 8 damage from hand. How is that doable? It is theoretically doable with the hand flip readying resources, but you'd have to have a very
sudden
specific...
ferocity could be a card that we could see. I'm going to put that card on screen. A card from Secret of Power here, which does make hand 4 deployed far more powerful. Maybe at least 1 sudden ferocity combined with another card, the one that deals damage for every card in hand. I forgot the name.
Aggressive Negotiations.
Aggressive Negotiation here. A combination of those things maybe could push enough damage, depending on how many cards he has in hand. He has not played many cards. He only played double cards on turn 1, so he might have...
No. And honestly, I think these little things are what might end up holding back this leader, because having to play aggressive negotiations instead of surprise strike is a very big deal. You don't ever have that many cards in your hand. You just don't in this deck, even with Boshek and C3PO. It's not like a Dead Ramiro where you get to attack for 10 with aggressive negotiations.
Exactly. Yeah, aggressive negotiation. It's a good thinking. Like, you want to have some sort of card like this that can. I think players are just going to go back to play to playing probably Heroic Sacrifice, which is something that has not cause that actually
I like that.
Does push damage and.
Oh yeah, I think, and you've got enough units that you can draw the card and sacrifice a unit with it as well. I actually prefer Heroic Sacrifice a lot more to Aggressive Negotiations because I think honestly it never attacks for more than 2 or 3 anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, fairly unlikely. Yeah. The card just vomits its card way too much, especially since it's a card you might have a few cards in hand before the hand deployment, but once the hand is deployed, you're very unlikely to have a tremendous amount of cards in hand.
Yep. So that's now. So that was 3 damage, right? So that should be 21. Yeah. So they're going to fix that. Now it's 21 damage on the base. So again, either way, it is lethal in 1 swing. There's nothing that Nikos can do to prevent that anyway. I'm just thinking, does he have outmaneuvering? It's in the side, isn't it? So we can't.
Okay, the sudden ferocity is going to get played on the A-wing.
8 more damage there. That's 28. He's still 5 short at the moment. I don't see how he can do it. How can he get 5 damage out? That's
not the ferocity.
He's too short. He's too short. 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, that's 11 damage. He's too short. Yeah. Wow. That was close.
And you what? Maybe the Daring Raid that got played on the... But honestly, if that Daring Raid was not going on ATLer, then the ATLer would have just...
You had to do that,
you did. And then Enfys Nest would have been able to bounce something else. So...
Yeah, I think it was the right play at that point. But yeah, crazy. It came up to 2 damage. Makes me think that, honestly, if he would have gone for the Daring Raid plus hand play, I think he wins that game. Because at the end of the day, you get an extra 2 damage in that turn, and you get a big unit. Instead of a 2-3 Sanction Shuttle, you have a big unit in play. Yes, you can't, Daring Raid Target Town later on, but I think there's a very good chance that if he makes that play, he wins that game. Crazy.
Yeah,
it comes down to
that. Yeah, no, it's always it always comes down to the small things like this, and this was that turn 2, right? When Kira came down, Kira named hand pilots.
Yep.
And instead of going, he had tools to deal with that Kira and then play the hand pilot anyway. and decide to play Sanctuary Shuttle instead, and I think that play lost them the game.
Yeah, I agree. Crazy. Oh, it's just, I mean, honestly, people give misplays a bad name, but I think misplays are part of the fun of this thing. I love seeing little things like that because it shows these players care. It shows that this is a high stakes tournament people care about. The pressure's on. And, if it was just two robots playing against each other, it just wouldn't be anywhere near as fun, right? We like humans, we like emotions, we like to see players make misplays. It's exciting. And, it's not nice for the players, but at the end of the day, we all do it. And it's part of
Yeah,
being human.
exactly. Yeah, I want to make everything clear that misplays are completely the natural part, and there's no even Tim made a lot of misplays throughout this tournament, and at least what we think are misplays, and there's nothing. Yeah, it's just part of the game. I think if we were in a game where misplays are very very rare, it would be extremely boring. Because it would just be it would just come down to the matchups and luck of the draw.
Exactly.
It would be so the player wouldn't matter. It would just be okay. Well, it's just how well are you drawing and what are the matchups. It would make the game extremely boring, and that's the reason why I prefer games like Star Wars Limited, which are more like skill intensive, where there's more opportunities to make misplays than in games like Magic where opportunities to misplays are a lot fewer, because then it means that more often than not, the winner of the game in Star Wars Limited comes down to the player's skills rather than luck, if you compare it to other games like Magic.
Yeah, and now just sideboard here. We've talked about the sideboard matchup already when we watched this in the upper bracket earlier on. Jam Communications potentially could come in, maybe as a way just to discard a Ewing, but again, I'm not sure about that. The Fang Fighters, there is obviously Traitorous right on the side, so they could potentially come in as well. Outmaneuver would have been pretty good in that situation. Potentially, it could have potentially saved the game there, so we might even see that come in.
Outmaneuver is great. It gives way to stop the double run into 7.
That as well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, indeed. So yeah, a few cards we can bring in there. If we just have a look at the other list and just check if there's anything there that's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, his sideboard is insane. We already saw it.
We bring in so many things. Yeah,
there's at least 7 cards that you can bring in here. The 2 Cunnings out of the spec Cunnings are great. The 24 is great. The Bamboozle is amazing.
Just want to point out though,
the Confiscate is decent.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but Mario, like we saw actually all the way back in the winners bracket final when we saw this match for the first time, we actually ended up seeing the the Zori Bliss. We ended up seeing the what was the other card we saw? What was that? Sorry,
Tech.
Yes, the Tech. Yeah, and the Tech ended up winning the game. To be fair, but we saw the Tech, we saw the Zori Bliss, we saw cards that we would expect to come out. So if he's not taking them out, what is he taking out of this deck?
I have no idea. I also wonder if he, by any chance, watched the game. Because that's actually possible. He had a lot of time between the winner bracket final and the final. He had a lot of downtime where he could have possibly watched back on the stream and maybe he took some notes from the game that happened.
Possibly, yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe he's just better than us and he realized that there's better cards to side out than those. There's definitely other cards that are not great in this matchup. That Captain Typho is very useless. Karen Beck and Han Solo could possibly remove. Karen Beck is not bad in my opinion.
No, I think Karen Beck's okay. I mean, Han, I think you can safely take out Han, but yeah, the Karen Beck I think is solid.
Yeah, that's only 3 cards though. Like, we've only talked about 3 cards.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I have no idea why he kept the Zori Bliss and the Tech. I'm really trying to think of because it's perfect. Like that's 7. Yeah. Like you got 2 Zori Bliss, 2 Tech, 2 Typho. That's 6 plus Han. That's 7. That's 7 cards right there. And you take out, and that's it. So, or maybe he takes out the L337. L337 actually is not completely terrible. She can actually save someone from a sanctioned shuttle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the only times that ability might come up. Yeah, the thing is about Tech, like obviously he went on to win that game, and maybe he wouldn't have done otherwise. So you know what, it was useful. I could see Tech having a use. Zori Bliss less so, but you know what, like. Tech only has there's only 2 surprise strikes, right? There's like the hand pilots, but then Hotshot Blaster already can be played from resources, obviously. So, at the end of the day, there's not that many pump spells you can pull from resources with Tech to get a surprise win. So, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. Yeah.
You know what's the best way to not need a Tech to play surprise strike from your resources is? Just don't resource it.
Yeah, but as we've talked about, we did mention earlier on today that sometimes you're forced to. You can't always keep the hold that burn spell. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. Surprise strike. Yeah, in this matchup, you rarely should resource it. Yeah.
Yeah, we did find a situation where a scenarios out of a million where tech was actually useful. But how likely is that?
I don't know. I don't know. If we see it again, then you know what? I'm on board with it. We'll have to see if we see it again this game. But yeah,
A lot
first
of
game
people
got.
complaining about hands in the chat. Those
Honestly,
are not the same hands.
honestly, like I just don't get it. Like, are you complaining because it's the character? Like, who doesn't like Han Solo, right? Like, Han 2, Han 1, we've seen him loads, right? I get it, but Han 4, we never see Han 4. Like, please, could someone get excited about Han 4 with me? Like, come on.
Yeah, and 4 was considered out of the meta in World Championship. That's why everybody was super excited to see Han 4 making it to the Galaxy Championship in. But it definitely is a vastly different deck than.
You know, I get it. Space aggro. People have seen different varieties of space aggro, so I can understand maybe the frustration there. I'm not going to sit here and defend pilot
No,
leaders.
I'm
You know
not.
what I mean? But at the end of the day, like even this hand four deck is very different to other space aggro decks. It has a very cool, interesting flip turn. You know, it plays double one drop. Not all of them do that. You know, compared to like Vader, it's so different. It's different to Kazuda. It's different to so many different space aggro decks. So you know, like yes, you might not like space aggro, but at the end of the day, this is a new flavor, and I think it's really interesting.
It's not really new, is it?
No.
It was
Okay,
new. It
fine.
was
It's
new
a
3 months
refreshed.
ago.
It's newer than Han 1 Data Vault, put it that way. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
A double
Okay,
one
there
drop
goes.
opening here against the Falcon. That's a Falcon from Jump to Light Speed.
Middling opening there, yeah. Middling for Mario. Not the worst, but certainly better than just having to play an L3 or something like that.
Yeah, so here's gonna be interesting to see if he decides to go face or if he decides to attack one of the other units.
Yeah,
It really
we're in
comes
that
down
scenario
to
just again, yeah, the exact same
yeah,
situation.
I'm just gonna repeat that analysis for people who were
Yep.
not who didn't saw the previous game. In this case, right, you whether you go face here or whether you go after the castle spacer comes down really to the rest of your hand. If you think you can be the aggressor, I would say against someone who's playing 30 HP base, 100% you want to go after the castle spacer. If you're playing a stack in town, it's a different story because suddenly the aggro plan becomes a much bigger options because now you have an 8 HP differential, and also it means that if you're attacking castle spacer, you're just giving a use to talking town very early on in the game. So in my opinion, you go face.
Mm-hmm. But again, dependent on hand, I think for sure.
Yeah. If you have a very controlling hand, you might want to play control, in which case you take the trade. Castle spacer
What
going
is he going to
first.
do? Yeah, okay. Obviously, the correct ordering there. Resupply.
Resupply. Okay. That means he probably doesn't want to kill the Wolfpack escort.
Yep. But it's interesting, right? Because resupply to me screams more of a you would trade rather than go face.
Yeah, but maybe he's learned his lesson. It's like I can actually win the game very easily by just being pure on aggro, just like I did in. You can remember that game where he went for the trade and still won in 2 turns using.
Mm-hmm. Big there, Darren Raid. Big there. I think it's going to stop
Yeah,
any kind of space. You know, pilot. You know, a Chewbacca or a hand pilot or whatever shenanigans in the race with Falcon. So I think that Darren Raid really key there.
absolutely. Yeah. No, very well played.
Did have to play off curve though. Worth pointing out, you only got to spend 2 resources last turn, which is not exactly where you want to be.
Oh, come on, man. That's fine. It's not Kata Spacer, by the way. It's Kata Turncoat.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I know my spaces for my turncoats. Don't you worry. Let's see here. What are these players going to do? Tense situation. Nikos back against the wall once again. But again, he's fought himself back into this position from the loser's bracket. Great play against Tim earlier on.
Yep. And right now, we are looking for Mario to try to go for double ramp into ramp, deploy, attack, ramp again, gets into 7, and then just race. That's what he did in that game that he won in the Upper Bracket semifinal, and I think he's looking to do the same. He knows that the 8 HP differential coming from the base gives him a significant advantage in the race. He doesn't have to play the control player. And we'll see here the Han is going to come in. Han pilot on the 2-2. Deal 4 damage to base. An excellent play here from Nikos. And that means, though, he has no way to stop this Han Solo.
No.
because the two cards I would be able to stop it would be Outmaneuver or Wrong Ride. Could actually tap 2 resources. We saw that play coming in before. But then another pilot here, Boshek.
Those are great cards to pick up. Yeah, great card to pick up from Boshek as well. He's got the Falcon and the Sudden Frosty, two of the best cards to play on the flip turn. So he could have a really devastating flip turn coming up next turn.
Yeah, the flip turn is going to be top quality here next turn. Let's see what Mario plays for 7 here. This is a crucial 7 turn. And looks like it's going to be the 24 being played for the first time here on camera.
Nice.
A card from Jump to Light Speed. If you're looking for a 7 cost in space, Sentinels is the best one. I have to say, in Secret of Power, we actually got a new Sentinels in space, a 6/6 for 6 Sentinel.
Yep.
But in the context of Anne, obviously you prefer to take the slightly better 7 cost. Even though I think in a vacuum that 6/6 for 6 Sentinel is actually better. 24 has the advantage of being mono white, so can be played without aspect penalty in this deck, and also here costing 7 actually works better in the curve for Anne 1.
Yeah, well, the card's blue, right? The new card, so yeah,
it's blue.
Can't go in this deck for 6 anyway.
So 24 here will block the Space Arena, as well as applying pressure, because I don't think there's any way for Nikos to one-shot it. 24 will have a chance to swing in to base before that happens and continue the race.
Do you think it's the best 7 drop in this situation?
It's a good point. Trying to think about at least in I think there's an argument for Enfys Nest bouncing one of the units with the bouncing the 2/2 with Han on it would have been better, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Because Enfys Nest also has an ability as on attack as well. But the X-Wing tokens might matter. I think Enfys Nest might be better, but if it is, it's not by a lot.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Oh, there's so much base HP.
Yeah, it's so much
left.
Yeah, and we'll see 24 is going to probably go for a swing here. And suddenly, not much HP left on the base for Nikos. But Nikos is going to be able to play first.
Okay, Ferocity. So playing Sudden Frosty from hand. Okay. So that indicates to me he must have 2, because surely he would have.
That's possible.
He would have resourced it.
So Mario definitely wants to. Mario definitely wants to swing with 24 before it gets killed. That's for sure.
I mean, honestly, you could take a value trade as well, right? Because at this stage, he can just cleanly trade with a Tantive, so I could see just trading into the Wolfpack Escort.
Yeah. He can, for sure, he needs to attack with 24.
Yeah.
And he's going to do it with Han Solo.
Yeah, here you go.
But then the question is, now that he plays the Han Solo, he probably wants to go base.
Yeah, agreed.
And that also means that 24 is at 10 HP, so cannot be killed by the viewing.
Yeah, it's got to be double traded.
Yeah, no, it's this 24 is absolutely nasty here. Often you see 24 winning a tournament, guys. Not often.
No, it's not, but Space Aggro, it's just the perfect storm events, right? Space Aggro, and then obviously it's a 7 cost, which is perfect for Han. No resupply this game, right? So
no, he did resupply.
Oh, he did. Okay, there we go. That's why. Never mind. Then it's unfortunate for Nikos that I don't know what the odds are of having resupply on that turn in Data Vault. I'll have to calculate it at some point. But yeah, I don't think it's like super high.
Yeah, no, it surely isn't. But yeah, we'll see the attack here going on 24. No other choice but to sacrifice his most valuable units to take down this behemoth of a unit. Mm-hmm. And we just might see a tournament being won by this card. It's just incredible. Who would have thought 24?
Not me.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I was like, we're definitely going to see 24. And now he has to sacrifice his entire board. This is so nasty. He still has one more unit he can deploy into with his hand, but it's just a little too late. He took too much damage in base. And the Marauder.
That's it. That's got to be it now, because not only does that obviously answer it, but he now has no way to deploy the pilot.
Well, guys, if you want to beat...
He doesn't have enough resources to play the Falcon either, because he hard casted the Sudden Ferocity. So now he has no way.
Absolutely game over. if you guys want to beat Space Aggro, you know what to do. The deck that Mario puts together was extremely well prepared for Space Aggro. And I think to his credit, I think it's a really great idea because aggro decks are always the most popular decks early on in a set because the proactive strategies are usually more powerful while reactive strategies are more powerful as the game is just a bit more figured out. So he knew that aggro deck we're going to see play. And he also knew that the set is really, really good for Space Aggro. So he's like, for sure, Space Aggro is going to be very popular. And he was so incredibly right.
Yeah, so he does have a way to trigger the pilot here, but he obviously isn't going to get to attack with it first, which is, making the best of a bad situation, I think. But yeah, I think this is safe to say this is all over now. He's so far behind in the race. He's only 2 attacks away from losing. Initiative will be with Mario. So yeah, we're going to look to be a Mario coronation. I think just also in the background there, the Boffin's giving me the data. It is around 35% for drawing a resupply by turn 2. That's without the mulligan. So obviously you do tend to want to mulligan for it if you can. Not hard mulligan.
And Auto Blaster for the win.
That's it. Yeah. So ending an action early with a Hot Shot Blaster as well.
Yeah. So basically the resupply, is about 1 on every 3 game, basically.
Yeah, without the mulligan.
Yeah, right. But you don't mulligan aggressively for it. I don't think that's reasonable to do that.
No, not hard mulligan, but obviously it's maybe slightly higher because obviously you would slightly go towards it. But yeah, that's it. We've got our winner, Mario. He actually went through all the way through the winners bracket, which, in terms of tournaments being won, usually I think in double elimination it's more likely you would have a tournament won by the person who won through the winners bracket. They only have to win 5 matches in total, whereas to go through the losers bracket, it can be, potentially be, I think 8 or 9 or something like that if you go all the way from losing the round 1. So yeah, much easier to win through the winners bracket, but great play from him. We see an old deck there with some new inclusions from the new set, which is nice to see. But I think this tournament has been a great display of the power of this new expansion. We saw a lot of the 2-drops playing key roles, especially yesterday, but even early on today as well. The new powerful 2-drops in the set. We've seen plot play an important role as well, especially with the Palpatines that we've seen. But yeah, at the end of the day, hand 1, good old hand 1 from Spark Rebellion taking it down.
And 1-1.
And 1-1, indeed.
Yeah. No, it's. I think Mario did a great meta call. He went into this event like, okay, aggro is always very early on in the set lifespan. Aggro is always the most scary strategy because it's the most common type of proactive strategy we see in the game. And proactive, like basically the reason why proactive is better early on in the set meta rather than reactive is because reactive depends on the meta. So you can't play a reactive strategy unless it's more difficult to play a reactive strategy when you don't know what you're going to be facing. Because by definition, you are reacting to the opponent. You are playing answers, and if you don't know what you're answering to, it's very difficult to play a reactive strategy in that context. The second reason that I think his deck choice is a great choice is because we saw a lot of help for Space Aggro strategy in this set. Not only N4, even Kazuda Secret Complex also got a lot of new cards as well. Different type of aggro decks really got a lot of help. So that obviously means that you're going to see a lot of Space Aggro. Also is Swiss. If the local, we saw a lot of Swiss players bringing in Hunt for Talking Town. And so maybe that's another thing is like, okay, a lot of Swiss players are going to be bringing Hunt for Talking Town. Therefore, he brought a deck that was clearly, when you look at the deck, it's so incredibly clear. He brought a deck that was built to beat those decks. Another factor as well is that we're playing a 16-player tournament. We mean in this kind of tournament, you get rewarded for playing a deck that counters the meta far more than in a very, very large tournament where you have no idea what you're going to be facing. In a very, very large tournament, it's so incredibly difficult to predict what you're going to be facing. In a smaller tournament like this, especially if you know the players that are coming to the event, much easier to know, figure out what the other players are going to be playing, and therefore well worth it to bring a deck that counters the meta. And it's exactly what he did, and he got rewarded for it. Great win from him.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree there. I think you made a really good point. And great analysis into what types of decks you should bring to different types of events. The real tragedy of the event is that we're in the event's held in Switzerland and we didn't have Swiss as the format. But you know what? We'll take the double elimination instead. I think it's been a great little format, and we've had very few tournaments using this. And hopefully, fingers crossed, FFG will look at this and start using double elimination for their top cuts for major events as well.
Yeah, the only inconvenience of going with double elimination top cut is that it does make the tournament slightly longer, and that
Yeah.
does have implication in terms of logistic. But I think we've seen some like 3 days tournament like the sector qualifiers where there's more than enough time to give yourself an extra round for top cut. So there's a few tournaments where I think there will be opportunities to go for double elimination game.
No brainer for the Galactic Championship, surely.
Surely, I would agree on this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just answering a few questions in the chat here. Arman is saying, based on the few tournaments that have passed, we set 6. I have no idea how FFG is going to incentivize players for Eternal when rotation hits. First of all, Emo, it's probably gonna be unsufferable. Question mark. So basically, the first thing you're gonna have to understand. First of all, me personally, I found the meta to be great, but that's obviously my subjective opinion. Second of all, we have no idea what the meta is still very new. I don't think those kind of small early tournaments are necessarily going to be representative of the overall meta moving forward after. And even more so, keep in mind that after set 6 is going to roll in, there's going to be set 7 who's also going to have a huge impact on the meta as well. So we have no idea how the Eternal meta is going to look like. Also, we don't know if FFG wants to keep the ban list and carry it over to Eternal, or if they want to unban everything that was banned and then everything is going to be legal for Eternal. There's so many questions that we don't know about that's going to have huge impact on the meta, so we have no idea what's going to play. Another factor we don't know about is how good the Premier meta is going to be after rotation. The Premier meta might also be extremely bad, so maybe the Eternal format might not be so good, but it might just be better than Premiers. There's another factor you gotta keep in mind. But to be honest, I think Premier is most likely to be more popular early on simply because people are excited to play in a completely new environment. So I think Premier and also FFG is more likely to support Premier at least early on. So for sure, Premier is gonna be more popular early on. Eternal is more of a format for the long run, I believe. It's a format that you want to have in the game because it's important that the ecosystem supports all the formats, so then cards don't lose their value when they go out of rotation.
Well said.
Other questions here. If you guys have any question, we can answer them. Peter Jacobson, you guys did a great job. Thanks for supporting the Swiss TwoMoons community. You guys rock. But I like big butts. Well, Peter was one of the players in this event. It's someone who had the chance to meet in TwoMoons. He's an American player, but who lives in Switzerland. A lovely person. Big shout out to the most amazing game shop of Amphi on the planet. TwoMoons, obviously. TwoMoons, come on, the place to play Star Wars Unlimited if you live in Switzerland or even southern Germany. Great place to play the game. So you got any? What are your thoughts, by the way? So I just want to do a little debrief on what we think about the new set and its impact on the game. What are your thoughts, Hal?
Well, after having Spark Rebellion being one of the best sets of any game I've ever experienced, and then having honestly a few sets that have been somewhat lackluster in my opinion, have not had as big an impact on the game as I would have liked, I think I'm pretty happy with it. To say we're in 6-set meta and a lot of these cards are having an impact, I think that's a great place to be. We can't expect, half the set to see play in Premier when we're this deep into a format, but this set I think has shown that the power level has gone up a little bit. They've increased it, certainly compared to some previous sets like Twilight Republic. They've gone up with the power level. The cards have been impactful. There's been interesting cards. The only gripe I have really is about the status of the legendaries in the set. But other than that, I think the set seems to me to be a success. A lot of the leaders that we think are really powerful, we didn't see too much of. Padme, Bale, potentially Mon Mothma. We haven't seen really any of those. 2 of them we haven't seen at all, and I think there's a lot more potential to be explored yet in this set. So yeah, I really like it. The biggest thing I love about it is that the 2 core mechanics of spies and plot I think are very playable, and that is for me a bare minimum. You need to get that right in order for a set to feel impactful.
Yeah, I think honestly, if you liked Legend of the Falls, I don't think there's any reason other than from a purely gameplay standpoint, at least. If you like Legend of the Falls, there's no reason why you should dislike Secret of Power, because the 2 sets are fairly similar. They both are bolstering incredibly boosted 2 drops. Secret of Power even more so than Legend of the Falls. They
Yeah.
both have mechanics that are gonna have an impact on the meta, even though they're gonna have impact in different ways. They're gonna have impact. The third is they both are relatively underwhelming in terms of leaders. I think that the leaders in Legend of the Force, they struggled a bit. Only two leaders so significant of competitive play, which is Kylo 5 and Talzin. And I think we are looking to be in a kind of a similar situation. Maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse. Whereas Bale and Mon Mothma are going to be powerful leaders, but they requires very specific build and therefore very, very specific meta to work. So there's no guarantee there. We got Amidala and Palpatine, which are also good leaders, but are those leaders really that good? Or are they just inferior version of archetypes we already have? This also remains to be seen. So those, it's on the leader side, I'm a little bit kind of like, I don't know, it's a big question mark. But for sure, the set is gonna have a big impact, and also it's gonna be one of the good side of having so many bad legendaries is it's gonna be a very cheap set to collect. Like basically, you get a playset of Lightmakers, you get a playset of Amidala, you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem is you have to get your playset of Nemix, and I know he's only a rare, but that's going to be one expensive rare. But it should be anyway.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think that's gonna be the case because I think, but we could be in a case where the most expensive card of the set is a rare. It's not impossible.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious to see. I think that is us done then. I think we're going to have a few words now potentially from the organizer of the event. But for me, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you, Pierre, once again. Hopefully we'll get to do it again. And you know what? I think it's been a great tournament. We've seen a very worthy winner and some amazing plays, some really high-level plays and some misplays, which we always like to see. So yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in and watching.
Yeah, special shout out to, of course, our teammate, T85, getting himself a third place. Shout out to Nikos, who did some amazing play into, I think, his biggest tournament. I mean, if we judge on the his player profile, that is going to be his biggest win, his biggest performance in tournaments. So big shout outs to Nikos for that. Shout out to Yona, who also did well, top 4. A week after winning the sector qualifiers, Munich, also a great performance for him. And finally, of course, to our winner Mario, winning the championship 2024. With an amazing meta call and basically choosing the right deck for the right event.
Yep.
Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time, guys. Okay. And that wraps it up.
today. In future, from my perspective, ideally, it did impact me having to do the live totals. Like it's hard work having to track that, click the buttons and then try and give analysis. But so in future, ideally, if the budget allowed, I wouldn't have to do that. But yeah, otherwise, I think we pulled it round, and yeah, I think it was a good stream. I think people enjoyed it. Great tournament.
You want my serious opinion about this? Like honestly, I think it's completely unnecessary. Like that. I mean, I understand that every stream does it, but it's because they all have a professional person who's managed the stream, like OPE and stuff, so they can afford it. But if you can't afford it, just don't have the fucking live total. Because here's the thing, I can guarantee you, I was watching the stream, I never paid attention to the HP that I was putting up. I was only paying attention to what was on the dice, and to me the dice is not the best way to represent a match. I think if you have like a real nice looking like big life counters, like a digital life counter that people use on the game, it's much better. Then it's much clearer than the dice. The players use it live, so we know that, and then we don't have to worry about any of that shit. And that's managing live total is by far the most time consuming and like an energy consuming task.
Can confirm that is so true. Yeah.
And it's so, and in my